the big question. He's inside a garage. Can he swing through late enough? He pre-fires the angle. Will take him down. It was a little bit close for comfort, but Wildcard will secure round number 5.
Yeah, that was getting a little bit tight there. I thought that maybe he was in the right position where he would have been able to get that final second ticked away. I think it was about 1.3, 1.4 seconds left on the defuse timer. Didn't quite get to see it, but either way, Wildcard, it was a pretty good attack again. Like I was saying, they banked so much on getting that garage rafter control, and once they did, they were pretty set. The fact that Nasty wasted that C4 meant there was no distance denial for LFO to be able to use, so that default plant was always going to be safe. Unless they managed to get someone below, maybe they could have got pings out, denied from below, or like you said, that run out from construction might have been a viable option. But all of those missed by LFO, and Wildcard secure that.
3-3 now, the best scenario for LFO as we enter the final round of the half, and it's probably a result they wouldn't have wanted. Of course, it is Wildcard's map pick, but when you're on a clubhouse defense, you need to be gathering as many rounds as possible. LFO haven't decided to head upstairs to CCTV and cash again. An objective that they are yet to win. Of course, they've only actually won basement.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know, maybe I'll be able to stick by what I said. No mirror, no wins for LFO, because if they don't win this round, that will be the case.
I think it's also worth pointing out as well that that most recent basement win in round number 4 probably shouldn't have been a round win, given how it ended.
No. Hills played that perfectly. I don't know what you're talking about. Perfect
Yeah, I don't
professional
know.
play.
I mean, I haven't checked socials, but if that got clipped, you guys should definitely suss out the Rainbow Six ANZ Twitter to see if it is there. And if not, suss it back on the VOD, because that was a really strange way to end a round. But either way, yes, LFO, the best they can hope for is a 3-3, and that's a pretty disappointing defense half, I'd say, for them, given how they played against Elevate on this map. They had a really strong defense half.
Diesel again, tasked with opening the wall with the Maverick torch. Or maybe just enough to get off the electrocuted parts. Maybe Jer will come across and open some holes, not too sure. Maybe it is soft. I think it might be, a little bit hard to tell. Either way, Ethan does find a pick there. So it will be a 5-on-4.
Again, players trying to get a little over-aggressive. I think it's great that Angmo maybe had the thought that he wanted to slow down the take of the west side. But in the end, given the control that Wildcard have over there is pretty strong, just shoot and pull back. It's still going to delay a lot of time, and it's better to have 5 people alive than to delay an extra 10-15 seconds. So overextending seems to be a bit of a story here, and there's a lot more presence coming from this bedroom side now. So Garage not being banked on as much by Wildcard on this push, and it's working out tremendously as Pat finds another kill, giving them a 2-man advantage.
That's another one taken down as Ethan gets to work from below, helping not only getting the wall open, but getting another pick. Suggs on Mims now to try and hold out for a minute. Mims' position revealed by that drone, I assume. Not sure if Suggs has been found as well. If he gets aggressive over towards main wall, Nemo Marine will shut him down, and now it's Mims inside a garage. It's a 5-on-1. He finds one, but look, these kills are likely just going to be to pad out the stats as Diesel goes for the plant. This one out towards the breach. That will light him up. His position well and truly revealed, and he will be taken off the board. It's a good round there for Wildcard on the attack. It's a good half for them as well. And, yeah, things not looking great for LFO.
It's very swiftly going down the drain for LFO. Wildcard really strong there. They showed some good adaptation as well. It was the 3rd time that LFO have held that site, and essentially similar setup. You know, they didn't really change a whole lot. They tried implementing the Maestro on their 2nd attempt. Didn't work out, so they switched back to that Wamai. But where the big adaptation was on that side of Wildcard. Instead of them going for that garage push like they had in the previous 2 attempts, they just went straight for construction, and they put so much pressure through there, and it led to a lot of early frags. Really hard to LFO for recovery from that.
I can finally say it with confidence, no mirror equals no
Attackers need to
LFO.
locate and
At least
defuse
not
bombs.
on Clubhouse against Wildcard. There you go. It is now fact. You know what else is a fact? Wildcard have a 2-round lead heading into this defense, and they are sitting quite comfortably on their map pick as well, nonetheless. So, look, I think it's probably safe to say it's only a matter of time until they close this one out. However, we have seen some comebacks already in Six Masters 2020. Maybe, just maybe, this could be another tale.
10 seconds to insertion.
Wait and see. Looks like Wildcard are the ones doing the solid SSG roam here. It's
Attackers must
giving a
locate
thorn
and
in the
defuse
side
bombs.
of LFO if they decide to push that. Wouldn't put it past LFO to be the kind of team that might try and orchestrate something to ignore it, but I believe Elevate tried a similar thing on Clubhouse, to which LFO went for that roam clear. 3 players already here on the garage side. Going to take a bit of time to drone this out due to the fact that there is a mute Mozzie combo there, and in fact Mozzie's going to steal a drone on that garage stairwell. It is shot though, not used against them.
One thing that's interesting to note is that Mute has made it through the ban phase, unlike Theme Park. Wildcard taking full advantage, bringing that Mute Mozzie combo, which is, you can see quite visually on screen now, can cause some issues, not only in opening the walls like that gem is placed, but also in gathering some intel. Doesn't look like LFO will ignore the roam, instead opting to push from CCTV, so could see some gunfights ensue a long way away from the site.
Yeah, Soggs has actually been downed off a run out there from Ethan, but he got saved by his teammate, but a run out from Pat to try and get it. What is this aggression from Wildcard? Another one peeking from construction. That's Emo Rin. Well, that's one way to execute a roam. Don't push us. And it's a 3 versus 3 now, Guz. All those early engagements happening in a matter of 10 seconds.
It's all about the number 3. It's a 3 versus 3. All of those gunfights taking place on the 3rd floor. So, yeah. Well, 2nd floor. I mean, if you want to include basement as a floor, but just go with the analogy. It was kind of cool.
It works.
Yeah, I'll take it. I mean, sure Alpha will take the round win as well if they can snatch it after that, because that was quite insane. Talking about insane, I mean, we're just segueing everything at the moment. Hill's somehow getting his drone up the ladder there with some finesse. We did see all of Wildcard default back towards site though, so they shouldn't be too worried about roamers. Instead, trying to focus their efforts now on the execute.
Important part of that is that Mims was one of those players lost, so that is the X-Kairos that won't be used to open some of that hard reinforced wall or even hatches. They do still have the Maverick, but 2 players funneling down blue. It's giving me the impression they're really worried about that. Does down Imarum with some nice shots, heals though, sneeze, and he's going to die. He's pushing deep, he sees the back of the player at the box. Nasty does get him. It's a good position, in fact, for LFO. It's going to be a 2 versus 3.
Spicy from Geo goes for the res and will pull it off. Question is, are LFO prepared? It's a 3-on-2 plant scenario. Killed, finds one more, and he'll find the second, I believe there. Yes, he does. And LFO managed to win their first attack, so definitely not going down without a fight.
Look, after the way that started too, like you said, if I was LFO, I'd be pretty happy with that. I like that their attack to site in the end was just simple. There's that run out. Mims did get the refrag, but it was just wildcard from every window possible. Nasty just thankfully getting that tight angle from CCTV. But yeah, I like that LFO ended up keeping that attack to site simple. Once they lost, Mims not able to open extra hatches or church wall, for example, they just said, let's just take blue, funnel into Arsenal, and it worked perfectly.
4-3 will now be the scoreline. LFO in a perfect position to even things out just when it started to look like it was slipping out of reach.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Cash and CCTV will have its first appearance in this second half. Interested to see what Wildcard will bring to the table. For the most part, LFO brought what we'd come to expect. Sort of the default competitive meta, and outside of really the castle Probably going to be pretty similar here from Wildcard.
Something we've seen from Wildcard in their clubhouse play in Six Masters is extending this roam for CCTV cache down onto this first floor. It's been really interesting the way different teams have tried to push it. It can be tricky. I mean, you have to think about that. There's a lot of soft floor denial from below. It's not a safe plant. If you are planting last minute and you've decided to ignore this roam on the first floor, it really could come back to bite you.
Plane was being set up to protect the flank. Nasty getting to work now on the wall. Let's see how he goes compared to Diesel. Pretty clean first top line. He breaks that part of the reinforcement. Now it's up to him to break the bottom. Hills is ready and waiting in position to shoot back at anyone that's going to peek. Get. Not taking into account a player from Garage though, as Nasty takes quite a bit of damage. That has stalled out this wall just a little bit.
That electrocution is being a bit of a pain for him. Emo Ring gets tagged up pretty heavy though, through some shots. Denying entry of drones there at least. Against the intel. It's finally going to get opened though there. Nasty flashed on the retreat, but not going to be an issue as Hills opens that wall. Sogs does get the opening pick onto Pat. That's the visual off-site there, so they really are hard pushing this first floor. That means Diesel's going to be under a lot of pressure down here.
Minute 40 on the board. Hills with the entry into what Sock tries to go for a floor bang. Won't find a target, but Mims finds his. That's the bandit taken down. Mims creating an angle now into Garage with those X-Pyros pallets. May even create another to watch the Garage rotate. Maybe LFO content in clearing that out elsewhere, as Angbo finds that one, and the second as well. Big round from LFO. Ethan now left in a 1-on-5 as he tries to hold on to his team's lead, but I don't think it's going to be possible. And there we go, LFO with a flawless round. Raven, this is actually turning into quite the interesting map.
I don't know, comeback train could be on here. They have equaled the scoreline, but Wildcard are playing a bit weird, man. I'm going to say some of these peaks are really strange. Like, there's two at the double peak at the breach. I think it was really ill-advised. Angbo, nice pick there onto the catwalk. Yeah, I don't know, Wildcard. It was a good strat, but LFO really picked it to pieces. Well played by them. Wildcard can continue their rotation of sites, not repeating. They're going to go gym bedroom. Yeah, so far LFO attacking really well.
I guess the concerning thing for Wildcard at the moment is that they haven't found an objective that has worked for them yet. They lose gym bedroom now. Man, I don't want to be the person in the Wildcard camp picking where they pick, or picking where they choose to go for that fourth defense, because it definitely be challenging. I mean, I don't even know if there's really been a site you could say that's been the strongest yet. Both the rounds from LFO so far and their attacks have been quite strong.
I mean, this could be some part of the impact of that Kaid ban from Wildcard. Maybe that really is emphasizing that it's a lot harder to defend. I'm not really sure. I wouldn't have thought it would have such the impact, but it definitely is some really strong wall denial on this map. For example, there's so many Kaid spots that you put those electric claws that are so safe, and they're really hard to clear when the Thatcher is banned. Maybe that really is facilitating some of these attacks to be a bit simpler and smoother. I'm not sure. I wouldn't have thought so, but it's definitely a possibility.
Nice charge going off earlier. That's actually the con wall, I believe. Being blown by Hills. Interesting pair from the Slogs at the con window as well. Interestingly enough, Alpha electing not to bring a thermite. I'm assuming they expected them to go here, but haven't brought the FBI operator to open the jacuzzi wall or CCTV wall, instead leaning, of course, on that Maverick and the Habana, which might be a little bit easier considering, of course, Thatcher has been banned. His mute jammers should be relatively easy to clear out, even if they do want to get some hard breach on those walls.
Importantly there, Ethan was lurking in a bit of a precarious position down in billiards. If you're looking to get a tight angle in through the gym hatch, or Knowing Ethan, maybe a run out somewhere around strip to deny somebody's job there on that jacuzzi balcony. He is making a run for it into strip. Maybe running out to get somebody on master bedroom balcony and see whether it works out or not. Because mute jammers are going to be a bit of a pain there for LFO as they're trying to drone further to site. Done a good job getting that wall open nice and early. And give themselves a smaller rotate just off to the side there to allow them to get in a bit safer. Not exposed to logistics. Ethan got shut down by Hills there, so that's the little impact from Ethan. LFO with a man advantage.
Jeez, I don't even know where that kill was, but Hills knows. He was the one who claimed it, and will now start to open up the round. Geo gets one back though. It's a 4-on-4. I believe Nasty does have the diffuser in hand, as Hills will continue to lurk below. Potentially trying to find one through the con hatch, but won't. Nasty does have that diffuser. He's inside a gym now. Potentially in a position to plant, but no. Emo Rin will wide peek that and shut him down. Oh, Sogs almost gets one, but he's mindful of the flank. Trying to bait the peek here from Diesel, expecting it. Diesel not really giving into it just yet. LFO just being stalled out now. So going to have that man disadvantage, but Hills on that lurk will find one back, and now it's looking winnable.
Yep, it's looking good for LFO. They've got a double back now, which means it's all up to Geo and Emo Rin. Geo's going to get flushed out straight into the bedroom. Emo Rin in a tough position there in the bathroom as the players jump in. A good trade, but it's not enough. LFO close it out. 3 in a row, guys, means they're in the lead.
Well. Puts us in an interesting position, as I mentioned earlier. Now Wildcard need to decide which of those 3 sites they will reattempt. Which of those do they feel the most confident in attempting once more? It looks like it will be Church and Arsenal, so we're not going to see Wildcard bring out Bar. No real surprise there, of course. Church Arsenal, I mean, look, the last time they defended it, it was probably the closest of the 3, really. Or maybe that last round was a little tighter, but look, I can't really say with confidence that Wildcard should have won any of these defenses so far.
No, I totally agree. They haven't looked that good on defense at all. They're going to be going back down to Church Arsenal. See what they do this time to change it up. They're sticking the roam operator lineup at least. Whether they play it the same way, we'll see. A reminder, last time it was very aggressively played. Jumping out windows. Was 3 players, in fact, involved in that peaking effort master bedroom construction windows. Ended up being a 3-3 man count after those engagements. But it really did lead to their demise because LFO just had a lot of time, and with that simple push down blue, got Arsenal control, and that was it.
Looks like Wildcard will commit to the SSG roam again. LFO not shying away from clearing it last time. Expecting maybe something similar again here. Or maybe LFO will try and throw the rug from under Wildcard here and maybe rush site, but it's probably going to be quite unlikely.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
However, you know, LFO, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, I didn't expect this map really to go for as long as it has. LFO, again, surpassing expectations, entering this tournament as the only team to fight through the open calls. They are the bottom seeded team, but they are spoiling the party for so many of these top seeded teams. And you know what? Wildcard may not be an exception to that.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking like it at one stage. Something interesting here is Nasty's dedicating a lot of blowtorch just to open this wall. And they don't have to worry about Kaid, so Mims will have free reign of getting those hatches open. As long as they clear out the roam effectively, they will have to think about impact tricks at least. Definitely Wildcard sticking this roam though. Ethan on the main stairs, Imorin in logistics, Pat dead. So that's a great start for LFO on this attack.
It's looking like LFO have pretty good control now of this first floor. So it might even be challenging for these Wildcard players to even get back towards side as they, I believe, try to. GS found his way back. Ethan as well. So they're expecting a push quite soon here, maybe from LFO. Halfway point of the round now reached. LFO looking like they're in a pretty good position at the moment.
Still one roamer it looks like I saw from the outline in logistics. So Hills is the one tasked with trying to keep an eye on him as Anglo is progressing aggressively down the main stairs. Get Close to church wall here. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the people on
Oh.
site. That's a nice quick double kill coming out, which means LFO have a huge man advantage and still a minute to play.
Attackers have
This is looking
located a
very good
bomb.
for them.
Angway gets aggressive to try and find another, but the wide peak from Ethan will net him that kill. Alpha need to try and be mindful. Trying to throw such a strong round down the drain. Ethan and Geo left to try and hold off this attack. Both players with pretty strong positions. Ethan with a nice shot, will drop hills. Alpha stalled out now towards blue as Ethan almost finds another. Sogs though will get one. And to 1-on-3. Ethan will need to hit the ace this round. Surely they can just get the plane over towards Schmed. It looks like Nasty will attempt it. Almost denied, but the crossfires are too strong. And seemingly out of nowhere, Alpha now on match point, and Wildcard will be scratching their heads. How have they let this slip away?
I think just some of those early defenses in this half, they just played a little too aggressive. And I'm not sure whether they thought that by just running at LFO, it's going to throw them off a bit, kind of maybe bully them, capitalize on some mindset. I'm not really sure on the rationale behind it. It didn't look characteristic Wildcard from my eyes. And that's just given LFO too much momentum. And look at it. It's 4 rounds in a row. They're a match point. And Wildcard, they didn't really look in that last round either. LFO's entry was fantastic. The only look in was when Angmo just got way over aggressive trying to pick Ethan there in church. You never want to give a good player an opening like that. But either way, LFO come away with it. And we might be seeing an LFO map win.
And again, Wildcard stuck in limbo. They haven't won a defensive round, so they're really just cherry picking at what site they think is going to work here. I want to point out as well, Sog jumping on to the Montang. I don't think we've seen Montang at all tonight. So again, something new for Wildcard to deal with, and maybe it will help LFO edge out this round with a perfect second half.
And speaking of perfect, the last time that LFO attacked this, the last time that Wildcard held it, was in fact a flawless round. So, bit of an alarm bell there, see whether it goes the same way or not, but regardless, LFO can hold some strong confidence coming in to attacking this site. I'm going to say the Montaigne is probably going to be utilized more towards garage side, maybe to take catwalk. I have a feeling, I'm not sure if my memory is just getting a little mixed up here, but I have a feeling they played the Montaigne against Elevate previously, and they actually pushed it more from the construction side. I'm not 100% sure whether that was this team or whether that was maybe Sinister, because they had been experimenting a lot with Fisher Guy playing the Montaigne.
One thing's for sure though, this map has been very interestingly heavily attacker-sided. I mean, 6 of the 8 rounds. Oh, sorry, no. Let me restate that. It's 6 rounds to 4 in favor of the attack. Of course, Wildcard won 4 of their attacks. Am I? No, it's 4 to 4.
It's 8. It's 8, buddy.
Yeah, yeah.
8 attack
Don't
rounds.
even. Yeah, it's attacker-sided. We'll go with that. I won't say numbers. I'll just say it's attacker-sided.
Alright,
Which is
production. I'm going to need another co-caster. None of these guys can count.
Well, we
so-
don't want Dev because we know he can't count either. See, this is you last night. You threw me under the bus. You thought I could count, and so I'm blaming you.
Okay, alright, I'll take it. Alright. Sogs is going to be trying to push garage here, but without any extra gunpowder, he's not really going to get in. Bit of pressure coming out. Pat got tagged pretty heavy. I believe he is the one playing in garage. At the bottom floor there's the Valkyrie. The Montaigne pinging that wall saying, Mims, open this, you can get an angle onto this Valkyrie. It's going to be too late. Drops through oil pit, it's going to rotate. And they're going to have to think about the flank now. It could be garage storage, it could be main stairs. Might present some kind of issue there.
This round's gone by in a flash. Just over a minute now to go. 5 on 5. Ping goes out. Mims trying to floor bang that player. I believe it was Pat. No, it wasn't actually. So Mims actually not hitting a single shot. Instead, just lighting up that metal bar.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Emerin finds the entry,
Attackers
so
recovered the bomb.
Wildcard now with the advantage. This shield posing some issues for Emerin.
No
Can Sogs get
way.
the kill though? Or maybe? No,
Oh.
he can't. Emerin will shut it down, and Wildcard will put their foot down, taking that round quite convincingly. A lot going on there, but Wildcard come out on top.
I don't know what Sogs was doing, man, but if you're a Monte and you get in the face of somebody like that, if you're not getting adequate backup through gunfights from your teammates, you just got to drop the shield and go for it. We've seen fantastic shield play like that from Lunametal on the Vodafone Giants in Southeast Asia. He's such an aggressive Montaigne, and it's really difficult to deal with, or can be just a pain to deal with. I think that's just maybe the difference there. They could have changed things for Sogs. Either way, LFO still retain match point. They had a buffer, but of course, if they lose this round, we will be seeing overtime.
Indeed, we will. Ethan 6 picking off Frost onto mute.
Attackers need to
Frost would
locate
have been
and
a
defuse
spicy
as
pick,
many
but
bombs as they can.
maybe a little bit too spicy for the stakes these teams are playing for at the moment. They're opting for that mute Mozzie combo. Wildcard leaning on that quite heavily. Talking about leaning, Emo-Rin being lent on by his teammates, going 13 and 7 off the back of a pretty strong last round. But I think it's probably safe to say it's been a pretty well-rounded effort by both teams. It hasn't really felt like it's been a massive game by anyone in particular. It's not like Ethan's
10 seconds to
been
go.
running around like crazy like he did last week,
Attackers have discovered the location
doing
of a
half the
bomb.
work. It's been
5
pretty
seconds
well-rounded by
left.
both teams.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Attackers are moving to
I'm
defuse the
thinking
bomb.
really heavily right now about this Nook pick from Hills. It's quite strange. I guess, of course, Nook is quite niche. Niche? That's the right way to say it, right? Anyway,
Yeah.
you don't see Nook often, and I'm just not 100% sure of the exact
Attacker's
situation
bomb
that they're
diffuser
thinking
has
of
been
bringing her
dropped.
here. Maybe for a simple roam clear, or maybe he's just looking for a really quick undercover push to site
Attackers
to
will
open
cover
it
the
up.
bomb.
Because I mean, that's one other way to clear a roam, is if you put pressure on the site players, well, then the roamers have to drop back, because otherwise they're just letting their site players die.
I mean, we have seen Nook played once by Alpha tonight on Theme Park with Sogs on an occasion using it to flank late in the round. Maybe we'll see something similar from Hills. I think we're droning himself in potentially for the entry. Maybe trying to coordinate some sort of push with these roam clearers. Or maybe even trying to drop stock hatch, as you mentioned.
And the thing is, though, besides defaults, it's not like Wildcard have brought a massive amount of additional intel. Maybe if they've got a Mozzie drone, yeah. Or maybe if they've got a bulletproof, but for example, there's no Valkyrie, Echo, Maestro, none of those. Not like it's really hard countering intel. Geo very aggressively here, pushed up in Oil Pit. That's something that LFO are going to have to be careful of if they haven't trimmed carefully enough.
I can definitely envision a scenario where they drop the stock hatch here. It's really only Diesel on site. Actually, in saying that, Pat now has rotated and Geo as well, so it will be a little bit more challenging. Definitely not out of the realm of possibility if they can clear that player in blue, though.
I'm not 100% sure what they're trying to do here. I mean, Mims now aggressively pushed down blue, trying to take this gunfight. Still has 3 X-Kairos in the pocket, so I think that's really emphasizing the fact that they're not looking to do the classic structural push here. They're just going to try and flush out this roam and get the picks on the retake. Of course, they did get that entry onto Emo-Rin, who's the hot player right now for Wildcard, so that's a good start.
45 seconds left, 9 players left, make that 8. Nope, it's 7 now as the frags will begin to rain out. Hills makes his way down blue. Ethan on the flank for Wildcard, could be quite spicy late in the round, but Mims will shut that down. And now we're entering the final stages of this round. Alpha fighting hard to win this map, and now it's Diesel left to try and clutch it out. It's a 1-on-4, as Angmo will attempt the plant. Wildcard lose this round, they will lose the map, and in the process draw the series. It's a post plant. Surely Wildcard can't recover from this, and LFO will shut him down. The series will be 1 apiece. What a comeback there from the bottom seeded team. LFO are just taking it up to these big boys, and wow, I'm sure they'll be happy with that recovery.
Absolutely. I think given that they lost their map pick in quite poor fashion, to be able to come back and take Wildcard's map off them, and the fact that it's a map off Wildcard, hands down, they will be happy with that. So really well played from them. It was really good teamwork. I mean, look at that scoreboard. It's really even across for LFO there. Emo-Rin did start to stick out a bit for Wildcard. And yeah, really well played from LFO on those attacks. They won 5 of the 6, and that's what they needed to win.
LIVIN started in 2013 after we lost a very good man in the name of Dwayne Lally to a mental illness. They say death by suicide affects 115 people, but you can't even put a number on it. The ripple effect that the loss of one life had on thousands of people far outweighed what I've ever experienced in my entire life.
I'd received a call saying he'd gone missing. I was driving around the whole of the Gold Coast looking for him. I had no idea where to find him.
Dwayne was an avid boxing man, very talented. Life of the party, very charismatic, extremely passionate.
Loving, loyal, he was very cheeky.
Mental illness is costing many people their lives every single day. While I'm sitting here speaking, people are taking their life, and it's because there's people suffering in silence.
1 in 5 people suffer from some form of mental illness, and suicide is the leading cause of death between the ages of 15 and 44.
You can look for things like not getting out of bed of a morning, being socially disconnected, loss of appetite, change in mood, change in behaviour, lack of self-esteem.
Dwayne suffered from depression and bipolar for a number of years, and the stigma kept him quiet. So we wanted to turn that negative into a positive, and if the shoe was on the other foot, I'm sure Dwayne would have done the same. We're just doing what he would have done.
Hi, my name's Dan Price. I don't know where I'd be if I didn't connect with LIVIN, but I certainly wouldn't be as well as I am today. I was suicidal and tried to take my life on the 4th of December 2014. I was very lucky to survive. I didn't want people to know that I was struggling because of the stigmas around mental illness.
We noticed that there were plenty of great service providers in this country, but all too common people weren't seeking help because of this stigma. So we wanted to bridge that gap.
As males, we're extremely tough. We want to be the tough people, the ones that have all the answers, the ones that don't want to admit our vulnerabilities and our weaknesses.
You might not have the answers, but if you can offer support and just listen to them, that could be what they need in that moment of time.
I was an alpha male and a popular guy, and I didn't want people to think I was weak, and that's why I love the message that LIVIN presents, which is it ain't weak to speak.
We go all around the country, businesses, sporting clubs, teaching people that it ain't weak to speak. What we're really doing is educating them in how to speak, where to speak, and then we're educating people on how to listen and how to look for these warning signs, because without one you can't really have the other. It's all about being honest and open. If something's off, just ask them.
That's what LIVIN's all about, taking that stigma away and giving people hope, help, connection, and giving them the confidence to speak up and seek the help when they need it and when they deserve it.
We believe with education comes understanding, with understanding comes acceptance, and with acceptance comes hope.
I want to change the way the world understands, perceives and interprets mental health. Let's change the dynamics in which this is looked at. For far too long it's been a stigma. We're going to make this a dinner table conversation, the same way that we'd put our hand up and run for help if we had a broken leg.
Don't be afraid to have those, hard-hitting, confronting conversations, because it could save a life.
I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life, and LIVIN has been instrumental in changing my life for the better.
If in doubt, reach out, because there's a lot of people out there that want to help and support you making that change to get back on track to start living again.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the newly formed Oceanic Nationals here for Rainbow Six Siege in Australia. My name is Xenox. Joining me tonight is the lovely Guz, and we're going to be bringing you the opening tournament, the opening day. It's exciting. It feels like we have been leading up to this for now a few months, Guz, and when we finally got here today, and just can't wait to unravel everything and get started.
Thanks for having me, Xenox. It's been a long time between drinks. I think almost 2.5 months for us casters here in OCE to cover some of these games. So I'm super keen to jump in. A lot has changed, not only between the teams, but the game itself. So I am super keen to jump in.
It's certainly been a while for us down under, of course. You can keep up to date with all of the socials down below, whether that be Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. Let us know how you are enjoying the Oceanic Nationals throughout the season and throughout tonight, of course. But of course, guys, we had the Six Masters. It's come and gone now. We've rebranded and we've reshaped everything, and it should be an exciting season under the new banner for Oceanic Nationals.
That's exactly right. Of course, this is stage 2 of the Global R6 program. So we're going to have the same teams jumping across from Six Masters here into the Oceanic Nationals with a couple of brand changes, though. So we're going to see a couple of new logos in the mix. And as I teased before, some new players as well. So it's going to be no shortage of action. And as we sort of alluded on the reload last night, in fact, it's going to be incredibly unpredictable as well.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. And as you mentioned, a couple of new teams, but in saying that as brands, not so much obviously the teams themselves. It's pretty much the same for Six Masters. In saying that, though, every single team, we kind of established this yesterday, has had at least one roster change. So there's not really any team coming into this season of Oceanic Nationals with the same core lineup.
That's exactly right. So you can look at the form from Six Masters 2020, and to some extent, you can almost just throw that in the bin, because of all these roster changes, it's going to change how these teams play, the maps that they prefer, the operators that they'll be bringing to the table as well. So don't expect to see the same thing where they finished in the last season to be there this season.
Well, let's go and have a look and see what the teams themselves will be playing for in terms of the prize pool. $12,000 for first. It's $40,000 in total. And of course, it goes all the way down to 6th place, which is $3,500. So certainly a lot on the line this season for the Oceanic Nationals.
That's exactly right. And the top 6 teams do progress to the playoffs at the conclusion of the season as well. And then leading on from that, the top 3 actually qualify for the Oceanic Major. So there's prize pool, there's SI points, there's a lot on the line, and pride as well, which I think at Oceanic can sometimes take precedence over the two of those as well. So super keen to see them battle it out. That first place, 12K, that's pretty nice in the back pocket.
Yeah, you mentioned the pride thing as well, and there's probably a few teams that are going to want to improve off the back of their Six Masters performances or storylines that came out of that. Obviously, it's Oceanic Nationals now. It's a new start for those teams, but you look at some teams like Elevate, for instance, which definitely left a lot to be desired. Former good old Sinister, now known as Noble, of course, went out in straight sets in the playoffs. So there's a couple of storylines that'll probably transition over to what is now the Oceanic Nationals as well.
That's exactly right. The bottom 2, in fact, 7th and 8th, they'll actually be fighting for relegations at the end of this stage as well. So Elevate, for example, can't afford to replicate that form again here in Oceanic Nationals.
Yeah, 100%. Let's have a look at today's matches. We will be kicking things off with Rhythm and OKAMI. One thing to note, though, of course, guys, as you can see, they are all best of ones, which will be the case for the regular season of Oceanic Nationals. No more best of twos, which means that you're going to have to bring your A game for every single map. It's as simple as that. After Rhythm and OKAMI, it will be then Wildcard LFO, Elevate Pittsburgh, and then we will finish off the night with Ferox and Noble. And one of the benefits, of course, of having the best of one is we see all of our teams every single night of Oceanic Nationals.
That's exactly right. We see all 8 teams duking it out. The one matchup that probably stands out to me this evening would be Wildcard and LFO. Wildcard, the only map they lost in Six Masters 2020, including the regular season and the playoffs, was in fact against LFO. So to see them matching up again here in the very first night should be very, very exciting.
Well, as I mentioned, we'll be seeing Rhythm versus OKAMI first up, guys, which has, well, a lot on the line already, of course, for Rhythm. Former Kanga Esports, if you guys aren't aware, and they themselves were the ones who, if I'm correct, elected not to re-sign with the organization. They had a torrid season in Six Masters, dead last. They only won one map, I think, for the entire season, as we have a look at their lineup here, and it's a new look lineup for what is, of course, a new look team.
That's exactly right. During the fray is Drex and Bounce, and both names that internationally probably unknown, but a little bit closer to home do have a little bit of backing. Bounce, and for example, he has been destroying the ranked scene for such a long time now, so it's great to see him get a chance at actually competing at the highest level. Whether or not those skills from Pugs will actually translate into this competitive environment, we'll have to wait and see. But as you sort of alluded to earlier, again, it's another rebuild period for Rhythm. So we're just looking for them to at least gain some form as the season progresses.
Novaic's a player that made his debut in the middle portion of Six Masters, will of course have had a bit of time on his belt now, playing at that top level, so eyes will be on him to see if he can replicate his back end of form for Six Masters here in the Oceanic Nationals. Of course, their opponents for today in this best of one is OKAMI LFO, which is mostly unchanged except for Specker coming in.
That's exactly right, and that's a very big inclusion indeed. Unfortunately, Mangoes has been omitted from this squad from last season, but jumping in is someone that has a lot of experience. Specker previously played for Darksided and then actually played for Fnatic for a brief period. He in fact competed at the Season 10 LAN Final for Pro League, as well as the Six Masters 2019 LAN Final. Unfortunately, his performance maybe wasn't quite what Fnatic were looking for, so he decided to take a little bit of a break from the game, but it's great to see him back, and hopefully he's nice and rejuvenated, because when he is on, he can take down anyone.
There's a bit of expectation for OKAMI this season based off their performance that they had for Six Masters, and as you said, adding in Specker as well. They've got some lofty heights, but can they, of course, eventually deal with the likes of Wildcard, for instance? That's to be answered later on. For now, though, realistically, guys, a matchup like this, they've got to be winning it. They can't be starting the season with a loss to Rhythm, and it's no disrespect to Rhythm. It's just that these two teams, in my eyes, are on two different spectrums of their careers.
That's exactly right. I mean, to see them all on this same squad, boy oh boy, I don't know what we're in store for. I get the impression that OKAMI could really again fight for that top two, but at the same time, if it doesn't click, they could find themselves in that sort of 3rd to 7th run where we're expecting a lot of these teams to line up. So hopefully this first night gives us at least some sort of indication as to what we can expect.
Of course, such is the nature with best of ones. We are only going to be seeing one map per series, and also means that the map veto system will have changed for that, guys, and 3 bans apiece, and then whatever's left over is what we will be playing. But coming into this series, what would be, I guess, your expectations as to seeing how this system plays out from the get-go? Rhythm, OKAMI, they get 3 bans apiece. Where are we heading?
Well, I mean, firstly, we have to, I guess, preface this by saying that best of ones just naturally going to be a little bit more volatile in the way that they do play out, because it's only the one match, and sometimes you're not going to be playing on a map that necessarily you have prepared well for against your opponent. In terms of what we can expect between these two, looking at Rhythm's past map history, it's really hard to draw conclusions because their form has been so poor. OKAMI, on the other hand, they might be trying to target a map like Consulate, for example, or Villa, where they have had some pretty decent form on. But then Rhythm, they probably looked at that and are probably going to try and take that down.
For Six Masters, it was sort of the cafe and clubhouse bonanza, really, for the majority of the season. Do you think coming in with this new system intact that it could end up being the same again, where teams just feel comfortable for whatever reason on maps like cafe and clubhouse? They're happy to take those sort of neutral battles, those 50-50s.
I mean, that could definitely be the case. If it's a comfort pick, teams might let it slide through. Another thing to consider as well is that Oregon is actually going to be in the map pool for the first time here at an Oceanic national level, so maybe some of the teams have prepared quite well on that. That said, traditionally, at least in OCE, teams tend to be a little bit scared or a little bit cautious going to newer maps in the pool, so we probably will see it banned out by most teams, at least 1st or 2nd in their bans, but I am hoping that we do get some Oregon under the belt as well.
For Six Masters, I believe it was Border that we didn't see too much of, but at times it did show itself, as we now show the map vetoes for this game. Theme Park gone, Cafe out as well. I think we might be heading to Clubhouse, as Oregon was the last map banned out. So one of the 2 maps, guys, that I mentioned we may see a lot of here in the best of one season. Clubhouse is where we're going to be heading for this map, and I think we're going to have to get used to things like Clubhouse and Cafe.
It really is the home of ANZ at this point. I mean, if we're going to look at form, Rhythm, they've never won it from what I've got, and I've got history tracking back as far as like early 2019, I think. So that's a little bit of a worrying sign. OKAMI, though, their results are mixed as well, 6 wins and 7 losses. So maybe there's a potential weakness there that Rhythm can try and exploit.
It's going to be intriguing as the season plays out, how, of course, the map veto system is going to really take its toll in terms of the mind games aspect. Of course, for Rhythm, they get the first ban, which means that theoretically it's OKAMI who get to kind of choose between Oregon or Clubhouse. So you can have a little bit of power towards the end of this map veto system if you're the team that is actually picking second. So realistically, guys, if you were sort of like the team captain here, which would you prefer to be in? Starting and getting that first ban, or getting to choose between the final two maps?
It's a tough question, isn't it? I think I personally would probably want to have the second ban just so I can get a little bit of a feel of what the other teams decided to insta-ban and if that's sort of aligned with the preparation that I've done and whether or not it's time to start stressing out a little bit. But I mean, at the end of the day, the first couple of bans from each team are probably going to be anticipated. It's really the last few where it counts. So you would hope that you've done your preparation well enough to have, 3 or 4 maps in the pool that you are expecting, and the rest at the earlier stages of the veto shouldn't matter quite as much.
Yeah, I think that's a fair answer as well. And look, for me personally, I'd like the choice factor in that. Obviously, both teams are going to get both 3 bans apiece, right? So really the team that does get to choose second does then of course get that ending decision. And you just wonder maybe if the mind games were there already in this case between Rhythm and OKAMI, for Rhythm's sake, having to say, well, we're either going Oregon or Clubhouse, which one is it? Like, it's do we go straight to Oregon immediately in the first map? I wouldn't have been expecting it. I would have been super surprised had we seen that come out for the first one. I don't even think we'll see it tonight, but at some point we will.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned earlier that newer maps in the pool tend to be avoided by teams, but we were so close to actually seeing it. And I mean, you say you probably would have been surprised. I would have been as well, but at the same time, it could well have been a decent pick because neither of these teams have actually played Oregon in an official. So Rhythm would have had that upper hand in the fact that they could have prepped some stuff on the side and brought that to the table. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe they haven't quite had the time to do that, whereas OKAMI may have. So on the balance of everything, it was probably a safer decision not to go there.
That's true. I can definitely see your point in that. The other, I think, thing before we move on to the poll vote is that if you actually have Oregon in that choice where it's Oregon and of course Clubhouse, it maybe then also takes away a bit of that choice a bit, because it's sort of like, well, if we don't ban out this map, which we think that they're not going to want to pick, it means they don't really have much of a choice. They're only going to take Clubhouse. So mind games, we'll obviously keep an eye on that as the season goes on. Let's get to that Twitch poll vote though for this matchup. I don't know why I can't say vote tonight. 66% to the 34%. Not a surprise with this one. In fact, I thought it would have been a little bit higher to OKAMI's side, considering the success that they had in 6 Masters compared to Rhythm, former Kanga Esports. But new season, I guess, a new lineup, best of 1. Maybe it's not too much of a surprise to see Rhythm pick up a few votes.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I was probably expecting a higher poll result in favor of OKAMI, closer to maybe 90%. But that best of 1, as we mentioned earlier, does increase the volatility of these matchups and makes them harder to predict, because we don't know what Rhythm have been doing in the off-season on Clubhouse, and it's not like OKAMI then get a second chance at it. If Rhythm are really strong on that first map tonight, they verse them once. That's tonight. Once in the season as well. This is a pretty condensed season, so pressure's on. OKAMI can't let it slip, but I mean, surely they're going to win, right? Surely they're going to win. I mean, I'd be pretty embarrassed if they didn't. At least
somewhere down the line this season, a best of 1 is going to throw up a curveball, sure. Isn't it? Speaking of balls, let's go and have a look at the snowball predictions. The quote expert panel, which is not really filled with too many experts there, especially myself, but we've all predicted the same here. It's a clean sweep, OKAMI all the way through. No one taking any risks for the first match, wanting to choose Rhythm. So we could all be on 0, or we could all be on 1.
That's exactly right. So it's a safe pick from everyone. No one really wanting to dip their toes into the dangerous waters that would have been a Rhythm prediction. And look, I don't think too many people would be surprised at this, except for maybe the 30-odd% it was, or 20-odd% in the community that did vote for Rhythm. But I mean, the form, it speaks for itself.
Can I just say, find someone that looks at you the way that Manic's looking at me in that picture.
It's kind of cute.
It's kind of cute. Yeah.
Yeah, very.
That's going to be, of course, really fun to have throughout the season on the broadcasts, looking at the snowball predictions, of course, as an official media partner. So that's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm excited to be a part of it this season. I referenced it a lot for 6 Masters. It's always nice to have that sort of third-party external play-ins for these broadcasts and matches. So Somewhere along the line, though, guys, of course, not everyone's going to just vote the same way. I think there's probably a matchup tonight where I think it's going to be rather 50-50 or so. But final thoughts before we head into Clubhouse for our first matchup tonight.
OKAMI 7-0. We'll leave it at that.
Straight into it. Well, we're going to get straight into it as well. It's our first match for the Oceanic Nationals. A new look rhythm, but OKAMI LFO wanting to back up their strong performance in the Six Masters. We'll see if it will translate over to the Oceanic Nationals. We are into the ban phase. Good luck. Have fun. Let's get started for what should be an amazing season, guys.
Time now, these teams have had a significant period in the off-season to bring some stuff to the table, and one thing we haven't actually mentioned yet is the fact that these teams will be playing on Shadow Legacy, the newest update in the game, and that has introduced an almost countless number of changes to the game. You've got balancing changes, you've got ping 2.0, new sites, the list goes on. We could probably spend 3 hours talking about the changes instead of actually casting these matches. So I'm super excited to see how those play out. Capitao and Mav, though, on Clubhouse, that's what we've come to expect.
I mean, there's another show that I know of called The Reload where we can do just that, really.
Yes.
One thing that's going to be, of course, really intriguing throughout this season is Thatcher. We haven't seen it banned out here, and I think that ban rate that we saw in Six Masters is not going to be replicated for Oceanic Nationals.
Yep. Maestro. I need to see what this second ban is going to be. I'm anticipating it might be some sort of hard breach denial on the wall because Thatcher has actually made it through this ban phase, and boom, there we go. Kaid on the board, which is a pretty standard ban for OKAMI looking back at their history. In fact, the most recent time they played this map, which was against the Pittsburgh Knights in the OCE Major, they banned out both Cap and Kaid. Unfortunately for them, they did actually lose that map. In fact, they lost the series, so OKAMI actually heading into tonight not with the greatest of form.
I mean, you don't need form, though, when it's just the first match of Oceanic
It's all luck.
Nationals.
It's all luck, Xenox. Don't you
It's
understand?
all luck.
Yeah, 100%.
It's best of one. What do you mean, guys? It's best of
No
one.
skill.
You're just going to get lucky.
No skill.
CCTV Cash is where we're going to be first heading for our first round. Obviously, we are going to just have to wait a little bit longer before we can get in, unfortunately, such is our lives, guys. We're just so anticipating and hyped to get into it, and we're just going to come back to us.
No,
We apologize.
Wait, you know what it really is? I actually forgot to install the button that actually lets us start the game, because we have, if you guys don't know at home, we actually have to press a big green button to start the game, and mine isn't working properly, so we're just getting Xenox's fix.
I already
off
pressed
screen.
mine.
Oh, you pressed it. Oh, so do we have to press it?
I already
at the same
pressed
time?
it.
Do we not press it at the same time? Is that what happened?
Apparently not. Apparently, it's like one of those keys from the movies.
Oh, no,
I guess where you got to turn it at the same time. Oh, I just pressed it.
I pressed it at the same time. See, that's cast.
Oh, look at that.
That
Magic.
cast of Niji is just at a whole new level. Or maybe not. Maybe it's not, because there is a player that's not in the lobby. So we pressed the wrong button.
No, we're back again.
We actually kicked a player from the lobby by mistake. So that's our bad.
There's too many buttons. I've got one on my left side, one on my right side. Obviously, picked the wrong one.
Yeah.
What a start, though.
Yeah.
Everyone's just ready to go. It's like you sit down, you got your hot dog, you got your popcorn, you're ready to go, and it's like 10 minutes of ads.
That's right. You get to
At
see
the
our
movies.
beautiful faces for a little bit longer. So, I mean, if that's all you're here for, which it probably isn't, then
Probably
you'll be
not.
satisfied for at least a couple more minutes.
Look, heading into Clubhouse, though, we can speak a little bit more, of course, about predictions here. I want to just sort of dive deeper into how close this could end up being, because, you know, you mentioned that you think OKAMI all the way. I probably agree with that. And for Rhythm X Kanga in Six Masters, a lot of their results, you know, left a lot to be desired. 7-3s and 7-4s, for instance. And I got to say, I think going into this as well, if they don't get off to a good start, it could snowball really badly for them for Rhythm into OKAMI's favor. 7-2, 7-3 could be the case here.
Yeah, I mean, before we flew into the map, I did meme a little bit OKAMI 7-0, but if OKAMI do get the first few rounds on the board and gain that confidence and momentum, particularly being a team that does rely on that. I mean, you have Ippy Style and Specker, for example, who when they're on point, they're near impossible sometimes to shut down. So if Rhythm get off to a bad start, it will snowball, I believe, as you sort of are anticipating. But on the flip side, if Rhythm can somehow come out of the gates and get a round or two, even if it's just 1 or 2 in the first half, then it could be on for the second.
Do you think Specker might take some time to adjust? And I guess that can even also go for the new guys of Rhythm.
I mean, for sure. you can never just slide into a squad and be on from the start. I mean, even the best teams at OCE have struggled with that in the past. If you flash back to Wildcard, for example, when they introduced 2 new members to that squad, they in fact had a pretty poor season in Pro League Season 11 before they really started to get ingrained into that roster. Yes, at least on the side of OKAMI, it's a little bit lesser of an interference being only the one player, and the fact that Specker does also have a lot of past experience, but it still takes time. And with it being quick-fire best of ones, I mean, before you even think the game started, it's almost over to an extent. So Specker really needs to make sure that he's taking these opportunities with 2 hands and really trying to learn as much as possible in the short time frame that he has, on top of dealing with the pressure that he can't be learning forever, because OKAMI need to be aiming sort of for that top 6 and then the top 3 for the major.
I think for Okami's sake, this season, top 6 would be selling themselves a little bit short, right? I think top 4, top 3 is the main goal for them by the complete end of it. But I think even just for the regular season, they really, if they want to be really hyper themselves, even second place can be a realistic achievement for them. I think it'll just come down to those sort of really 50-50 close ones against the likes of Noble, for instance. So whether they're able to win those best of ones, and this is sort of going to be the problem for this season for a lot of teams. And I think Rhythm is actually the opposite though to this, where I think the best of ones may actually help them out a bit, where they can maybe snatch one and just have a really good game without having to then worry about it being either a best of 2 or a best of 3 impacting the result. So they picked up they only picked up 1 map though for all of 6 Masters, so it does make it hard to sort of buy into that theory. But new roster, best of ones can play on the mentality.
Yeah, that's exactly right. On top of the best of 1 format as well, you can only imagine that their mentality heading into this season is a little bit of what have we got to lose? And we've seen it time and time again in Siege internationally. The teams that often have the least to lose and just throw everything they have at it and don't overthink things can actually perform quite well. Do I think Rhythm have what it takes maybe to take down some of these better teams like OKAMI, Wildcard, the Knights, etc.? Maybe not. But as you work your way down the table, you've got Elevate, even Noble, who dropped off form as well.
Ferox.
Exactly, Ferox. You could definitely see them snatching up, or I could definitely see them snatching a map off them if their day goes the way they want, or the way they would like, at least.
Well, it's not even the day. It's just really that one game, that 1 hour that it
yes.
all comes down to, right? And look, it's been a big topic point going into Oceanic Nationals, best of 1 versus best of 2. And I think it definitely will remain so for the remainder of the season. Like at some point along this season, a team's going to come out and say, yeah, we had a really bad game, but we felt really good. If we had have had this as a best of 2 or best of 3, we would have gone on and won, you know, the rest of the quote series. But you just can't rely on that, right? So you've got to bring out all the stops in the opening game and certainly back yourselves in there. And I think also having a strong map pool is going to be very important, because you can then have the ability to, because you've got more bans now and there's going to be more bans against you, you've got to be able to play just about anything that can fall your way.
Yeah, that's exactly right, because of course last season was the best of 2 format, and that sort of generated its own interesting results, not only in the veto, but then as they played out themselves. Best of 1 is a throwback to what we've seen more traditionally in some of the other regions, like EU, for example. So the format itself isn't necessarily wild in that respect, but these teams haven't really been playing under it for as long as I can remember, because even harping back to the Pro League days, that was 2 best of 1s. So you'd actually verse the team twice in 2 separate best of 1 vetoes, but at least you'd be able to try and gain some momentum and carry that into the second match of the night, whereas you can't fall back on that in this Oceanic Nationals format.
How important is it though for Rhythm to get off to a good start tonight? What would actually, even better question, be a good start for them? Because I don't think a win is likely. So if they can make it, say, close, and it's 7-5, and it's a close game and the rounds are close, is that considered like an honorable loss in a way for them?
Yeah, I think anything more than a 7-2, 7-3, provided that the majority...
Anything more than a 7-2?
Hey, asterisk, provided that the rounds are decently close and competitive, I think is an okay result, because Rhythm, again, just looking through their results, there is a lot of red, and red means bad because they lost. There's a lot of losses. Yeah. This is harping back to Pro League, 6 Masters 2020. The results aren't great. They'll be trying to take anything they can. Anything that is a win will be absolutely coveted, but anything less than that, provided that, again, the rounds are close and at least they're taking something away from them, can be at least some sort of consolation.
To be fair, they don't have Spruce anymore, so there's already a step in the right direction. I thought he would join us on this side of the desk. Apparently that didn't happen, so it feels bad.
Thankfully.
Thankfully. Guz is just super toxic tonight, but I want nothing but the best for Rhythm, and really I almost feel bad because there has to be a team that finishes last, right? Someone has got to finish last, and the team with, in the case of Rhythm, almost the most roster changes, the worst result in 6 Masters, everything just seems like it's piled on them. That's like, yeah, they're the easy targets. They're the ones who are going to finish last, and everyone's going to beat up on them. But at some point throughout the season, they are going to have to find a win. You would think, especially in this best of 1 format. And I think there are a couple of vulnerable teams. So will they do as bad as 6 Masters? It's hard to say, because there's really factors on both sides. You can say, well, they're less experienced, they've had roster changes, they're not going to be as stable. But on the flip side, new blood, fresh faces, you know, no longer part of the organization, so they got a new banner. That you can really flip a coin for them, and guess what, guys? It could go either way.
I thought we were going to go a full night without you saying that, Xenox, but
had to get it in.
You had to
get it in.
I mean, that's what happens during rehost. Casters go insane, and Xenox.
I'm just waiting for you to press the button. I'm just waiting for you to stop talking.
I pressed it. Didn't you press it? We got to press it at the same time, Xenox. Well, look, my button's just warming up, all right? So we just have to wait a little bit longer.
No. You just want to keep talking. You just want to keep listening.
I do a little bit, but some gameplay over it would probably be nice. Because I just noticed my hair is a little bit out of whack, and it's really, really annoying me. I thought you were the one that played with your hair all the time. Oh, here we go.
Game. We're in.
Yes.
We've made it. Woo! Clubhouse. We go. Rhythm are going to be attacking. OKAMI will be defending. Let's finally get underway for our first game of the night. Best of 1, of course, as a reminder, and I may just sort of repeat that a few times tonight, so bear with me, because maybe some people have only just tuned in, but best of 1, so everything riding on this one map of Clubhouse.
5 seconds to insertion.
Exactly right. Been a little bit of
Attackers must
sort
locate
of
and defuse a bomb.
downward trend, I guess, of anticipation potentially for these teams. They would have been ready and raring to go, but unfortunately, you know, things happen. So the teams just would have had to chill out for a little bit, and maybe some of that anticipation has worn away, but now it is time really to focus in. As we're going to keep harping on, there's no room for error at all in this season. It's a short season. It's a best of 1 season. And particularly when you're versing teams, at least if you're in the OKAMI camp teams that you should be beating, you really have to be. As we're going to see Ace in play for the first time ever in Oceania, and that is a very clean breach.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Good pick up. I wasn't even looking at that. I was too busy looking at some of these names. No, Nabaics. You got Ippy Jack Dad. I love it. Awesome. Also, the new HUD that we've got since we last had 6 Masters, everything just looks clean, fresh, and new. Bouncing just taking a look through Kennel's walls, and we are going to find our opening frag of this season for Oceanic Nationals, such as Rainbow, though, the quick refrag immediately from boats.
4 and 4. Rhythm have at least gotten the main breach open as well as Garage. Those are 2 key points that really do need to be taken and to try and put some pressure on OKAMI and cut off their potential to rotate. Keep in mind, though, that mirror pick from Cutie could be throwing off the attack a little bit. Often we don't see mirror played or at least banned in most scenarios. So Rhythm might need to go below to clear this, but Specker is roaming there, so they need to be mindful. Ippy Style will have his head taken off, though.
Just wonder if attacking is going to pay dividends for Rhythm here. Just get into a bit of a rhythm, I guess you could say.
Oh, jeez. We're in the first round, Xenox.
I had to. It was sitting there just staring me in the face. But no, look, good start so far. 2-1 in favor of Rhythm, and they can start to push in to CCTV. Bouncing still just watching Kennels.
Another wall that they're trying to get open. Mute Jammer will temporarily disable that. There's no Vegas is there to cover. There are potential C4 holes that they could be lobbed from, but are being watched intently as that timer continues now to tick down. Only 30 seconds left. Drax teases the plant to try and bait it out. Specker, he's going to go for a big run out here and try and cut it off. Drex does find he's doubling the round though, and Specker finds nothing.
18 seconds remaining. Joker's going to be able to get Drax. No, Vex though immediately eliminated by Specker. And OKAMI have just turned things around. Boats is low as well here, so Bouncing's going to have to come up clutch. Never mind. Meets the shotgun of Joker. And going to run out of time here. It looked good at the start for Rhythm, but unfortunately, OKAMI were able to come back towards the end.
Most exciting thing in that round for me was seeing Ace in action. Definitely proficient in opening both the main breach as well as the breach to the rafters as well, allowing Rhythm to cut off the rotates, get in towards site, towards that default plant. And even by that stage, it was almost round over. OKAMI giving away a lot of early picks in that round.
I'm going to be heading over to Church and Arsenal for this upcoming round. Good start for Rhythm though, but they're going to have to just improve the execution down the stretch when it matters the most. A's going to be picked up again through Drax and Malusi as well for Specker. So good to see the new operators being utilized already this early on into Oceanic Nationals. It's not always the case. Sometimes find themselves not so much picked early on, especially as teams want to learn them a bit better before taking them into these stages of tournaments. But a good start for OKAMI, of course, to be able to defend Rhythm's early attack. I wouldn't have been too surprised to see Rhythm come out the gates and maybe pick up a round or two to surprise OKAMI. But if OKAMI can sort of weather the opening storm here of Rhythm's attack, this could go towards, I don't want to say 7-0 territory, but you know, 7-2 or 7-3, like we kind of predicted.
Indeed, and one thing I didn't really have an opportunity to touch on in the previous round was Specker is actually playing on the Malusi. So both Malusi and Ace were released from quarantine upon the release of Shadow Legacy, which is the patch that these lads are playing on. Those Banshees placed along the floor or on the walls have a similar effect to barbed wire, but also emit a loud sound as well. That is something that the attackers will need to be mindful of. It's also bulletproof, so it will soak up a lot of utility.
Down to Church and Arsenal, it can be at times 50-50 here, depending on really the attackers and how they want to play it. Get control of the kitchen is super important, of course, on top of the B site. Becker's going to just roam around upstairs. It B as well, for the time being, can fall back down pretty comfortably, of course. Rhythm aren't going to have the more standard approach, which is usually CCTV and cash. They're going to have to change things up a bit here. Cutie just going to sit up on the second floor for now. Minute and a half into the round, and well, it's slow going from Rhythm for now. Not too much necessarily going on from them, but just about going to start to make the way in. It's Novax who gets the opening entry frag onto Joker, but just like that first round, immediately the refrag from Jack Dad onto Novax. I think OKAMI were ready for that one, and they're going to shut it down immediately. Minute 15 seconds, and it's going to be another end of round push, that's for sure.
Exactly right. Just over a minute now left in this round. Style. Doing it boost style things and still roaming now. In fact, he's going to be trapped over towards Strip. There's only a single hallway connecting that back to the rest of the map. So if Rhythm decide to try and cut him off, which I'm expecting they will, he probably should be taken down, and that would effectively turn it into a 4-on-3.
45 seconds remaining of the round. Specker finds the C4 elimination onto Boats. Lebs is going to have to start to sludge up this floor now, open it up, see what sightlines he can find, and needs to find a frag sooner rather than later because they're running out of time already. And it's going to be a desperate rush in towards the end. That's going to be the diffuser down on the floor as well, too, for OKAMI, just clean sweeping this Church Arsenal site. And Leb just rushing around, seeing what he can find, but I think it's going to be too little too late. Unless bouncing balls and Leb can pull up something clutch here, which is not going to be happening. Ippy was just watching and waiting. That's going to be the second round going to OKAMI, and they're off to a great start here for the Oceanic Nationals.
Indeed, they are. A nice little shotgun shot there from Cutie. Good start for OKAMI. And we mentioned earlier that this momentum could continue to develop and snowball into something bigger. And yes, Clubhouse traditionally is a little bit more defender-sided, but I mean, with these bans or lack of bans on the board, such as the Thatcher, I personally wasn't expecting it to be overly defender-sided. So Rhythm could find themselves in a little bit of trouble, especially if they cannot defeat OKAMI on their tertiary site.
In bedroom for what's going to be the third attempt now for
Attackers need to
Rhythm.
locate and defuse bombs.
At times they've looked good. They've been able to find opening frags, which has been a bit of a blessing, but the problem has been that they're not able to get out of it scotch-free. The quick refrags from OKAMI are just always there to make it at least a 4v4. And just get that feeling that the round can change as a whole. If Rhythm can get that opening frag and then pull back a bit, keep 5 up, and then take that 5v4 advantage into the next engagement.
Indeed.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left.
I'm not cruel, okay, guys? I'm not cruel. You can say whatever you like, whether it's interesting, indeed,
Objective is to locate a
or
bomb.
hang on a second. I don't pick and choose here, but well, not everyone's cruel like Dev Marta.
Camera feed up and running.
Do you want to know what Dev Marta's crutch phase was? Do you know it?
I don't know it though. If you want to,
It wasn't even
fill us in?
it wasn't even a phrase. It was it was the Dev Marta gasp. Yeah. That's from the Dev of old.
I don't even think I can do that. So actually, you know what? That's a bit of a skill rather than a crutch, I guess.
I mean,
But what, did he just do it like someone would walk through the door and he'd be like,
yeah, he does it when we play ranked as well. It's quite off-putting.
well, not too much of a surprise really so far. That a little bit slow going early on in these rounds, but Rhythm, to their credit, have been able to hold their footing early on and keep things close and interesting. It's just the execution down the stretch. They need to find another level 2. Cutie just roaming around just below CCTV and Cash. May catch someone off guard like Neveix. If they're not careful, Joker as well, actually. So Kami are really going to catch Rhythm by surprise. And for the first time tonight, they're going to find an opening frag. It's going to be Leb who's eliminated. So if Rhythm have struggled after getting opening frags in the first 2 rounds, not sure how they're going to go. 2 down here. Cutie with a double kill. The C4 onto Drax catches him well and truly off guard. And minute and a half, they're down 2 and they're not even close to the bomb site.
Novakes does collect that diffuser that was dropped by Drex, who, as we saw earlier, was C4'd. And unfortunately now Rhythm, well and truly on the back foot. OKAMI are able now, if they want, to just turtle on towards site, refrag it out. Whereas Rhythm need to try and send some bodies in, but Ippy's style, I'm not sure why he's peeking that when they've got the man advantage, but that's going to hurt OKAMI significantly because now Rhythm are only really 1 trade away from being back in this round.
And they've still got plenty of time to as well. 1 minute remaining. As you said, 1 trade in the next engagement evens it up to 3-3. Joker just waiting for Bouncing to drop down that hatch. Triple kill now obtained for Cutie. Bouncing though going to be picked back up. Boats is still alive, of course. Rhythm though, this is going to be tough for them. 35 seconds left. They're outgunned, outmanned, and soon to be down 3-0 in the best of 1 series. It's not the ideal start to the Oceanic Nationals for Rhythm. 20 seconds left. Bouncing's got the diffuser, but is, well, a hair's breadth away. Boats does get Cutie. 2v3 just makes things interesting towards the end. One just hiding behind the flipped mattress here in the middle of bedroom. 10 seconds remaining though. Surely you would think OKAMI have got all the angles covered. Boats does get jacked at, but immediately the refrags come out from Joker and Specker. That's 3-0 in favor of OKAMI.
Probably what we expected in that round, particularly considering how strong the start was for the defense. Got a little bit dicey towards the end there, especially when Ippy Style gave away his life at the start. But, I mean, I'm looking at the main menu now, so I don't know what's going on.
How cool is the Shadow Legacy main menu though?
It looks pretty cool. The music's good as well. I don't know if you guys know about the music, but it's actually quite cool too.
I think that's always one of the things I look forward to with each season is you know the menu music that we get. So yeah, there's a snippet of it. I don't know what to say. We're back. Guys, please press the button. Always love the ticker down the bottom. But 3-0. This is not the start Rhythm would have liked to have seen. Of course, we sort of discussed it a little bit in the pre-show. Ways you can, of course, get off to a good start, snowball from that, and really Rhythm have done a bit of the opposite. Look, they've looked okay at the start of these matches, especially the first 2 rounds. They got the opening frags, but from then onwards, everything else just starts to fall apart for them, and OKAMI just keep finding a way to plug back in and take back the lead in the rounds particularly, and now they've got the lead 3-0.
As we find ourselves back into the game, I think it would be fair to say that the rounds so far haven't been as lopsided as at least I probably expected. Rhythm have been a decent chance to try and find themselves into some of them. However, it probably hasn't quite been enough to do a whole lot of damage to OKAMI's confidence. None of the rounds, at least to my viewing, have looked like they have been thrown at all by Rhythm. Yeah. OKAMI have been super strong from the start of the round, which has been setting the pace.
Would you agree that that last round, you know, for Rhythm, they'd lose too early on, that something in 6 Masters, they would have probably capitulated and thrown that whole round away, but it was good to see a bit of a fight back, being 2 down.
I mean, you have to keep fighting, especially considering, again, just how compact the format is. The second you drop your head and let it slide, you find yourself in trouble not only for this map, but for the entire season. So it's really up to the teams to continue to fight hard, because if they lift off that pedal, it only compounds for the rest of their campaign.
Back over to CCTV and Cash. Are you getting this lag, guys?
I am. I'm not laggy. That was a joke. That was a joke. It was pretty funny. He kind of laughed. Twitch chat probably won't be laughing. They'll probably be spamming some like cringe emote or something.
Whoa.
I hope not.
Good start for Joker so far, though. Has been impressive for OKAMI. Minute 40 seconds remaining. Rhythm so far unable to find any entry frag. OKAMI have just sort of been doing the job, though, haven't they? They haven't looked completely outstanding, their best, but they're just pushing through, getting the job done right now and keeping Rhythm at bay. And the longer that this goes on, and the longer that OKAMI just keep finding these round wins, it gets harder and harder to see where Rhythm's going to find a round.
We can see Rhythm have established some really nice control at the bottom of Garage, but they need to try and clear Ippy on the rafters. And as I say that, Jack Daddy will actually be taken down. Ippy frags one back and is still safe, lying prone here. Diffuser dropped. He probably has seen it as well. So he's just going to hold this position, and he gets another there on to Boats. Rhythm are getting some decent control in this Garage position, but they just can't clear Ippy. Finally, though, bouncing from the breach will take him down, leaving it in a 3-on-3.
And that means, of course, Lab can recover the diffuser and start to push up towards CCTV as well. And they've got sightlines over at Kennel. Specker watching that, though, from inside. 35 seconds remaining. 3 versus 3. This feels like it's the closest that Rhythm has really gotten. And even then, Specker just binds the head of Leb. Bouncing's just sitting up on Kennel. 20 seconds remaining. And by losing Leb, you just feel like that's just wasted so much time. Now Novax has to, of course, go get the diffuser, pushes in from an area that already OKAMI should have the sightlines of. Novax does get Specker, though. Joker's watching close by. He's been almost infallible so far tonight, but Bouncer, not only does he get his teammate, he gets Joker. Whatever way you want to do it, it works. In this case, Cutie going for the shots underneath and does get Bouncer. He got the down.
Can he revive? Can he revive? He might be able to revive himself here on the Zofia, the only operator that can pick themselves up. Bounson has managed to somehow pull this off. Cutie now needs to retake the site. Bounson is on a slither of HP, so Cutie only needs to hit a singular shot, and he might even be able to long arm it. Can Bounson disrupt this? I don't think he will. Cutie's going to stick it. I don't think Bounson can get the angle. He won't be able to get there in time, and what a crazy round that was. OKAMI will get their 4th straight, but that was in one hell of a fashion.
Just waiting for that little... If he could wave, I'm sure he would have just waved and said, hello, thank you for that. 4-0. But that was much better from Rhythm and Bouncing just showing up there towards the end. Unfortunately, though, and kind of summarizes the way it has been for Rhythm these past few months. Just unable to capitalize, guys, when it gets down to these close 50-50s encounters. Just unable to find the round win, and now it's 4-0.
And that was by far the closest Rhythm have looked at taking a round, but unfortunately Bouncin at the very end of the round before he went for the plant actually hit a team kill. I can't quite remember who onto or exactly how it occurred.
The Vakes.
Well, there you go. It was a messy execute, and that's probably because they didn't leave themselves a lot of time. A lot of it was spent trying to clear garage, and even that was a tedious task in the end, and Ippy Style was again a nuisance to clear. And finally, once he was, as I mentioned, not much time left. They filtered in towards the site, and that left such a small margin for error, which OKAMI were able to capitalize on the end. But that's Sophia Res. That would have been absolutely sick if Bouncing won that round.
Well, what do you think of that, though, for Bouncing? That do you think by going back over to the Kennel's wall, that, especially that far out with the rappel, that it misjudged how that could have been defended? Should have maybe took a different position?
I think if he had his time again, he may have tried to play in towards Con or even out on the bulk and then vault in to try and deny it, because, of course, as we saw, he couldn't physically get the angle onto that diffuser that he would have liked. So it was a difficult position to be in. Being so low on HP, he had to try and take what he thought was the safest route. In the end, though, it was just a little bit too safe.
Still can't credit, though, the play. Oh, well, that's unfortunate for Bouncing. From almost the hero and now into the disaster in the very next round. Going down very early. 4-5 now in favor of OKAMI for this Church Arsenal defense. And considering down to the basement, down a player, 5-0, I should say, is looming. I don't think 5-4 is looming, that's for sure.
I mean, yeah, it's going to take one hell of a second half here and end to this half for Rhythm. And I mean, being on that man down so early on a clubhouse attack hurts a lot. The only saving grace potentially is the fact that it is Zofia, and the remaining 4 operators can definitely hit and execute on towards site with the utility that is available. But having one less man on the board is going to allow some of these defenders to do some crazier roams. For example, you have Ippy Style, who again is playing off site, and if Rhythm don't have the preset drones in place, they can't really dedicate the extra man to holding it, so they need to be super, super mindful of that.
Of course, if they can get fortunate, maybe catch off one of these roamers. Jack Dad's also low, but has fallen back down to the basement. Maybe Rhythm can get back into this round. They are going to just open up kitchen, though, and try and utilize that hatch. So they'll spend a bit of time on that one and funnel their way in through eventually. Leb just trying to see what he can find, maybe get a bit lucky. Unable to achieve much there, though, in the end, at least for now. Still a lot of time, though, for Rhythm here. 50 seconds, but you're down a player, so the game plan does have to shift because of it. And Ippy Style is still just roaming around and may just catch someone off guard very shortly. Just at the right time as well. You see it time and time again. As soon as the team wants to push in, then Ippy will turn around the corner and get one. That will just blow up the attack right there.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So Ping 2.0 rather on perfect display there, trying to set up a floor bang for his team as Ippy Style on this roam. This could be huge if he manages to get that pick, but Leb, don't know how he managed to hit that flick, but that's a great pick for his team. That really turns the tables. They can drop down, try and go for the plant, but it's being shut down. Never mind, Cutie. He's left all alone to try and deny it. Once it goes down, surely the retake won't be on. He looks the wrong way. There is a player at the bot main. Manages to find the pick, though, but the rest of Rhythm will be able to just retreat above and watch that diffuser.
And the Cuties just going to have to watch this round play out. Unfortunately, for OKAMI, they're not going to get the 7-0, that's for sure. I kind of called it as well a good minute or so ago that even though it's 4-5, if we do see OKAMI sort of still roaming around, there is an opportunity there potentially for Rhythm. If you catch those roamers out, and exactly what Leb did, made it 4v3, they can push straight into Arsenal, and from there, they win the round. They're on the board for Oceanic Nationals, guys.
Woo! Let's get some claps in the chat. Let's go. Which means I'm wrong, because I said a 7-0 OKAMI, and for the longest time, it was looking like that may well have been the case. I mean, if Ippy Style hit that flank, I'm pretty sure it would have been. It's a great shot from Leb to shut that down, particularly considering he's playing Sledge, so I'm assuming he's playing a longer range optic as well. And of course, that really short range, those optics are not ideal. So great play from him. Probably a little bit scary, the fact that he was able to roam around for that long and not be detected though. So hopefully Rhythm in this final attack can be a little bit more mindful of that flank.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Certainly impressive signs from Rhythm, tidbits here and there that you can take away from this so far. You'd hate to see this blow out to like 7-1 though, because, and look, we spoke about it in the pre-show. What do we expect to see from Rhythm, and what's a pass mark for them? Is it going 7-3, 7-4, but having those rounds be close? I don't think anything that's 7-2 and below would be a pass mark for them, but if they can get this to like a 7-3 or a 7-4, from what I've seen so far in the first 5 rounds, guys, there's signs of life here. They've had a couple of good opening frags. They've been able to get onto site a few times, and they've had a couple of close rounds that were 50-50. So not all horrible right now for Rhythm. The question is now, can they sort of build off this last round win and go for 2 in a row?
That's exactly right. And Rhythm as well do have the odds against them taking on OKAMI, who did finish second in Six Masters 2020, the first stage of the global program. So OKAMI are a tough opponent. Let's not sell them short. If Rhythm can, as we sort of alluded to a little bit earlier in the pre-show, get a couple more rounds on the board and hopefully have a few more closer rounds like the last one and the one before that, that'll at least give them some confidence heading into the later matches of the season where they're versing some of the lower seeded teams.
OKAMI going to go for Church and Arsenal again. Second time's the charm. Usually the third time's the charm, so maybe Rhythm could pinch it again, make it 2-4, which just then makes things interesting going into the half. Bouncing's been impressive. A couple of the new faces that we've seen. Spec has been great too. Not much of a surprise there though, guys. 4 kills already. Some crucial picks as well. Doesn't seem to be, from what I can gather here, too much of a roam from OKAMI this time around. May just want to turtle it up a bit more compared to their last attempt of defending Church and Arsenal.
Leb on the sledge, going 2 and 4. He'll be again looking to create some vertical opportunities for his team to capitalize upon. Expecting him to likely play inside of kitchen, get some of those angles above armory, and maybe with the assistance of 2.0, some of the drones on site can assist him in finding those picks below. And I believe there actually was a defender playing deep inside that west or northwest corner of armory. Bouncer meanwhile pressuring from blue, so it looks like they're trying to squeeze OKAMI in towards the site, but they don't really look phased at the moment, and with a minute to go, Rhythm again needs to be mindful of time.
Still a lot of utility to be used as well from Rhythm though. Minute remaining. Typically you'd think that they just want to find that opening frag, try and get one through the floors here of kitchen. Leb still has 2 grenades available. 47 seconds. Knows that one's just that back corner of Arsenal. Hippie style just holding over at dirt.
Ooh.
And it just seems like OKAMI are sitting and waiting for this inevitable push from Rhythm. Nice opening frag. Now the nades are going to go out from Leb. And you'd think, here we go, guys. The push is going to come out from Rhythm. They drop down. They're going to go for the diffuser plant.
Drex needs to try and stick this. Spec is close, but he's shut down. Player in the hallway as well is collected. A great shot from Boats, and that's a really clean execute there from Rhythm. It's left up to Joker in the 1-on-3. He has full HP and a C4, so it might be possible as Novax actually will now go for the plant. So it wasn't stuck. I was a little bit early there on the call, but either way, Rhythm will claim the round. And I mean, to be completely honest, a 2-4 attack on Clubhouse isn't terrible.
Especially the fact that they won the last 2 rounds as well. So a bit of momentum, a bit of a confidence booster there for Rhythm. OKAMI going to get punished for choosing to go Church and Arsenal back-to-back and losing both of them. And as you mentioned, now though we are switching in the half, and for Rhythm's sake, they're going to be defending first. And it just feels like this opening round can really just maybe flip the entire script. Of course, it's a best of 1. So just somewhere along the lines of Rhythm now can find that momentum and extend it here onto their defense. Make it 3-4. They can just put that scoreboard pressure onto OKAMI, knowing that, of course, they're going to have to attack here. Have we got ourselves an early flip of the script already, Gus?
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Well, it could be a funny script. The two things that are really standing out to me heading into this round is one, the fact that Rhythm have elected to go to Gym Bedroom. For many teams, this is the tertiary side or the third side that they'll head to, but Rhythm maybe trying to try and throw off OKAMI a little bit will elect to go here first.
They can flow as well.
True. It could. It could. The second point, would you like to let me finish? Or
Attackers have located
no,
a bomb.
you go.
okay, that's fine. The second point I really wanted to highlight is the fact that Rhythm electing not to bring the Malusi to the board. So for almost every round that I noted, which could have been all 6 of the half, Specker was playing the Malusi, bringing those Banshees to the table for the defense. Rhythm, though, electing not to play that operator. So that could open up the aggression for OKAMI a little bit more, particularly late round.
Rhythm have done really well in terms of getting opening frags, and it's been their benefit so far. And you just wonder, can they continue to do that now also from the defense and make things difficult for OKAMI pushing in? As you said, Gym Bedroom, usually not the go-to pick for the opening attacking round, but I think it's going to be too bad for, obviously, OKAMI. They're going to enjoy this. Open it up with the Thatcher EMP, 15 seconds, disable, and, well, there's the power of Ace right there being highlighted. Look how quick he can just breach through Kennel's wall.
Clean. And I mean, Ace is obviously quite new to the scene, but we have seen him be banned a little bit, at least in the North American League, which kicked off recently. And I'm expecting eventually for OCE to maybe follow that trend a little bit more. And we might see Ace taken off the board a little bit, because there we go. Not only has he got a really strong gadget, but he also has the AK-12. You can chuck on the 2 times, I want to say. I believe it's the 2 times, right? Which is really strong in these sort of mid to even long range engagements. So as I said, that as this season progresses, I'm expecting to maybe see Ace be taken off the board a little bit more, just because of how versatile he is.
Just trying to clear out those ADSs as well from Bouncing, holding rather aggressive position over at Red Stairs as 3 members for OKAMI getting ready to make this push very soon. AP style just trying to look through Con. Losing Lab though for Rhythm just opens things up, makes them look vulnerable here on this attacking round for OKAMI. Specker's going to rotate away from the site though. Beauty seeing what he can find, and he finds an answer onto Boats, and that makes it now 3-5 for the attacking round of OKAMI. And this would be an amazing round win for them, just to wrestle back momentum away from Rhythm. But Bouncing bounces into the round and takes out Joker with a quick headshot. 40 seconds remaining. And just wonder, will that knock the Rhythm out of OKAMI? How many puns can I fit in tonight, guys? I don't know.
The scary thing for OKAMI in this round is Bouncing gets that pick. He now has full control of cache and CCTV. We saw Jack Daddy establish a drone there to watch for the run out, but that run out could come out so quickly from Bouncing that they might not be prepared. And that could in fact be the drone that has now been taken down. It is Jack Daddy. No drones left on the board. So OKAMI, when they go for this execute, need to be incredibly mindful of that late round flank.
Oh, Bouncing's found a second one. Specker, though, is able to get at least a refrag. Cutie's on the board too. Navax Bouncing as it's gone. Jack Dad gets him. Cutie gets another one. And OKAMI will indeed wrestle back that momentum that was temporarily on the side of Rhythm.
It was close though. I definitely thought Bouncing would have a significant impact in the latter stages of that round. He did find 2, but it wasn't quite enough to wrestle back the early sort of dominance that OKAMI exhibited in that round. They now are only a single round away from match point. OKAMI, of course. Looks like we are going to be heading back down to basement. Let's have a look at this nade. This nade was pretty big. Don't know how he hit that, but there you go.
It's all about the long division. You bounce it off the roof at this angle, it hits this position. It's just all maths. I'm not good at maths. That's why I'm not playing.
You're a caster. That's why you're a caster, because none of us can do math.
That's why you don't do maths on stream. 2-5 in favor of OKAMI. And then,
that was that's easy math, because
that's easy math. Well, it's not even math. It's just reading numbers on a screen. Anyone can do that. But OKAMI getting closer and closer to getting this map win. If they can find a couple more attacking rounds, they will, of course, take the series as it is a best of 1. Rhythm have shown good signs though. They haven't shown signs enough that they can steal wins, but they've shown signs, guys, that they can compete.
I highlighted before the previous round that it was a risky decision to head to that tertiary site. It doesn't look like it's paid off, and Rhythm aren't going to reattempt it. That's the beauty of Clubhouse to an extent, is that 3 out of the 4 sites now are incredibly competitive. We don't, of course, see Bar in play, but the other 3 see quite a bit of play time, and Rhythm
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
sort of take note of that, I guess, and head to basement, which for most teams would have been the first pick, if not CCTV. That said, it does look like Rhythm, with that castle on the board, will be executing a roam above, affectionately known, of course, as the SSG roam. And OKAMI, they would have played against this for sure, whether it be in scrims or officials. So Rhythm needs to be mindful that they don't get too overconfident here.
I'm not sure Rhythm's probably in the frame of mind to get too comfortable in any matchup, let alone against a team like OKAMI. Even more so when you're down 2-5 already. And you know they're going to obviously have a few tricks up their sleeve. Specker, though, catches tracks. There's the opening frag for OKAMI. And their attack has just looked like an elevated level extra than Rhythm's. And Rhythm didn't have a horrible attack, guys, but this just looks cleaner from OKAMI.
And I mean, on the topic of opening kills and opening deaths, from what I've tracked, which hasn't been every single round, but the ones that I have, a lot of them have been Rhythm falling first, which again is just not great. That momentum is going to continue to build there as Specker gets another pick onto Novakes. And this player inside of Cash is basically doomed. Takes quite a bit of damage there, Bouncing. Still alive as Boats manages to find Specker and shut him down. But surely Epistal can find that pick. He does. Of course, no points enabled. He doesn't know that Bouncing has been down, but that foot will reveal Nomozzi's position, leaving it in a 2-on-4.
Barring a miracle from Boats and Leb, it should go 2-6 in favor of OKAMI. And think at this point now, you just push out, see if you can find a frag somewhere, and they do. Leb gets it, style 2-3. I'll use the mantra that you mentioned before, guys. If you find one more, you can tie it up 2-2, and things don't look as bad.
Both defenders have been able to retreat back towards site, but given it was a heavy roam, these attackers have a lot of time to work with. Cutie deep in towards site as Leb actually finds a second. So Joker now with that diffuser needs to try and get it down, and it should be a relatively safe plant considering both defenders are stuck in towards armory.
Well, this round has just flipped on its head now, courtesy of Leb and Boats. Well played so far, but can they now execute down the stretch and confirm their good mid-round work? And with 20 seconds remaining, they should get the sightlines they'd like. Cutie, though, gets his Boats, and he gets a second onto Leb. And again, it's just this theme for Rhythm, guys. They do well in the middle of these rounds, but just can't get it to go their way at the very end.
A clean start there from OKAMI and a very clean end as well. We saw Ace again just highlighting how strong he is with those Salma breaches. Often in the past, we would have seen Habana flustering a little bit to try and open a hole in towards that default plant or in towards that box position. But Ace made it look easy, able to get that plant down. Cutie with a great cover. And that really was just a steamroll of that early momentum established by Specker, who he himself, I am impressed. He has been playing really well tonight. I didn't expect him to probably perform quite at this level just yet.
Certainly impressive for your opening debut of the Oceanic Nationals, and Specker just looks like he's been here for months at this level. Comfortable, slotting straight in, 6 frags. Cutie, though, with 11 has been the front runner from both teams even in this matchup today. Match point, though, now for OKAMI and Rhythm on the verge of dropping their first map of Oceanic Nationals. And if it does end up that 7-2 way, guys, I think many of us then predicted just about spot on.
Except for the 20% of people at home that voted for Rhythm, but that's besides the point. Well, I mean, what was it? It was like 70, was it 70 or 80%? I can't remember, but that would be, my point is, it would be pretty reflective of what the end round differential is, because if it is a 7-2, then around about 80% of those rounds went to OKAMI. I don't know the exact numbers because they have a caster, but it has been dominant from OKAMI. That's the point I'm trying to get across, and that's probably the result that we did expect heading into this one.
Can Rhythm show us anything else here tonight before we bid them farewell? Just want to see one more round from Rhythm though. If they can win this, make it 7-3 by the end of it. It's a respectable effort, but I think these guys throughout the season, guys, are going to want to move away from that mantra of honorable losses or respectable efforts or what's a pass mark. For them, they want to find wins. They want to improve and get dubs. Obviously, it's not going to happen right away, but they're showing good signs in the opening match.
Just thinking in the back of my head, it is so strange to see this meta of the CC wall being opened so easily. The combination of the EMP, which is disabling those mute jammers, in combination with that Selma breach is just so beautiful to watch. Instead of having a Maverick painstakingly trying to trick the wall, they can just throw a device and there you go. But unfortunately for Riven, that means that they're on the back foot. They can't cross inside of this room anymore, so they need to try and play off the top of the stairs. There's a player there inside Cash as well, and the rafters. So I mean, so far Rhythm should be in a good position to take this round as the timer continues to tick down.
You've jinxed them now, haven't you?
I have. Sorry, Rhythm.
It's still 5 up though apiece, so it's not impossible for OKAMI to just clean sweep as they push in onto the side, get a couple opening frags, and quickly turn it into a heavy advantage. This one's certainly going slower compared to the other rounds of OKAMI's attack. Joker just trying to either clear out some ADSs or throughout the utility itself. The smokes to just block a couple of sight lines. There's a 1v1 trade. Ippy style down to bouncing. Specker gets leapt. Joker's also still down. Novak's watching in on the smoke. Can't see anything, but as it dissipates, now gets sight lines into CCTV, and again trades. It's 3v3, 30 seconds remaining. It's the battle of threes right now. Novak's though times this right, but can't get the down. Specker's got a triple kill. Looks over to red stairs, just backs out Kennel's wall just to gain their comp. Oh no, Specker, what are you doing? Oh no, that ain't it. You can still salvage the round. You got 16 seconds on your feet, Jack Dad. He's just testing you. Gets him back up. Needs to get the diffuser down. Oh, bouncing gets Jack Dad. Specker's just bouncing off the walls right now against bouncing balls. He's not going to win the round. Oh, he would love his time back again, guys. I've never seen anything like that.
Well, I mean, it was a clean shot. That
was a one tap.
It was very clean. Like, it just wasn't shooting the right person because Habana is an attacker and Specker was on the attack. So that's obviously not what you want to achieve. OKAMI just dragging this one out a little bit now potentially, but that said, it was actually a really clean round for Rhythm for the most part. As I sort of highlighted, the wall was open, but they did establish those key areas around the objective and were able to at least shut down the rush enough to disrupt the momentum of the attack. The diffuser got dropped, Specker was then left shooting his teammates, and it was all downhill from there.
Well, look, I don't think Rhythm are going to be complaining to pick up an extra round win, courtesy of Specker, who was popping off that round, though, guys. I mean, besides taking down your own teammate, picked up a triple kill, could have easily got that diffuser down and won the round and looked like the hero, despite the comical play. I think just that round just sort of highlighted maybe the potential of Specker, what he can do, but also maybe lacking a bit of that experience just when that clutch critical moment maybe was just a little bit chaotic for him.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds
Rhythm
left
now will
before
be
insertion.
hoping to get just a couple more on the board and maybe have a sniff at overtime. Of course, if it is 6-6, these games do go to overtime, no draws, which I'm sure everyone will be cheering about. Because no one likes draws. Well, most people don't like draws. waiting for Joker to get this wall open. We have seen Ace be incredibly proficient on the wall as we see the ping come out. Joker will follow that up with a Salma, and that will be a nice entry point for the attack.
Yeah, I don't think I see OKAMI collapsing from here and allowing Rhythm to send this one to overtime. At best, maybe Rhythm get another one, and well, 7-4, 7-5 is certainly respectable from Rhythm in this. But while OKAMI had a messy round in the last one, they're going to look to be a bit more clinical here into this 10th round. Pushing on in, Specker into CCTV. They're going to catch bouncing balls, though. At the top of red stairs as Ippy Style gets that opening frag. You'd think from here they should be able to overwhelm them. Although Specker is below half health and does have a gun and could potentially shoot his teammates still.
It's also an incredibly lopsided attack on this half of the map. I think it's important that OKAMI rotates someone towards the jacuzzi wall and maybe try and work that a little bit. That could be Specker and maybe Jack Daddy, or even Specker and Joker. And I mean, there we go. Right as I say it, they are going to rotate. So this will, in fact, disrupt the defense even further. No, Vegas is there potentially to try and bandit trick the wall. He hits it successfully there onto the Salma. Can he get it on to the X-Kairos? He does. So that is very clean from the bandit. And now he'll be able to juggle those, pick them back up if required. And it's going to be tough for the attackers to clear this. They may well just give up.
I don't think they will. Yeah, I think they're going to have to just move away from that now. Really nicely done from the Vex, and 55 seconds remaining for OKAMI. Are they just going to have to funnel in, go guns blazing now? Seems to be they're running out of ideas. Zippy Style in com, but Leb gets Joker 4 versus 4. So now they even lose that man advantage. They're all going to just funnel in from one direction. Specker does get Leb though. Decent frag as they push closer towards the site. Gas canister going to be used. Boats is low. A lot of this is going to have to be done now from the Vex and Drex, because Boats is illuminated by Jack Dad. I think they got this ping as well. Didn't quite get the frag, but it... I was about to say Ippy Cutie. Cutie. God, I hate that name. I think they're going to win this round, though. There's not much the Vex is going to do. Surrounded. In the end, the GGs do come out finally in favor of OKAMI.
It was the result, really, I think, that we expected heading into tonight. A 7-3 in favor of the favorites, if you would. A good performance from OKAMI and a great performance, in fact, by Specker. His first match here in Oceanic Nationals going to plan, I would at least suspect from his point of view, 10-7. Great performance from him. Cutie as well. I almost said it'd be Cutie. Cutie going 13-5 too. So some strong fragging potential. It's really tough. I really hope he changes that, because I swear it has been like that for way too long.
7-3, OKAMI are the winners. Of course, best of one. So they take the quite series, I guess, against Rhythm. Not too much of a surprise, really, in the end, though, guys. I think many of us would have predicted around anywhere from 7-2 to 7-4. So ultimately, I think we got what we expected from that matchup. Good signs from Rhythm at times. Looked really good on their attack. Got some opening frags. Lacked a bit of that polish towards the end of rounds, and that was probably the reason why they weren't able to come away with as many round wins. And a couple of good signs as well from some debutants, as you said. Specker really showing good signs for OKAMI.
Yeah, Specker played quite well. Bouncin had a decent performance as well. He was sort of thrusted into a difficult position, having to face off against such a dominant OKAMI force. We saw him often roaming on the defense and entering even on the attack. So when you're taking on a full team basically of fraggers, it's going to be challenging. So I think for his first game, his first official in Oceanic Nationals, he did quite well. But Specker, as he mentioned, he had a banging performance. He played really just strong across the board. His defense on Malusi was really strong in taking down some of the players caught off guard. And then when he transitioned onto the attack with Thatcher, he was still fragging off. I think he was playing with the AR-33, so he can just chuck an angle on that. And you can frag off for days with that gun. So he felt and looked pretty comfortable.
We saw a lot of Malusi. We saw a lot of Ace as well being utilized. I think that's going to be a theme throughout most of Oceanic Nationals, which is really good to see. And I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we start seeing either of them banned out, especially Ace, who was seemingly very, very effective throughout that match on Clubhouse. OKAMI looked good. I think maybe not their absolute best, though. Would summarize that up for them?
again, it's hard to measure that, I feel, being the best of one format. If there was a second map tonight, maybe we could be in a better position to say that, but it's tricky. It's a best of one. It's also against Rhythm, who finished last with only a single map win last season. So it's an expected result. I mean, maybe you could say it should have been closer to like a 7-1, 7-0, but a win this dominant, what was it, 7-3 in the end, that's still a great result. I don't think you could really say with confidence that they weren't firing at full cylinders tonight.
Speaking of debutants for our winners interview tonight, we have, of course, debutant from OKAMI LFO, Specker. Welcome on in, mate. Congratulations on the win. Firstly, though, I just want to ask you, what was going on there with the team frack onto Jack Dad?
Oh, the little on Jack Dad. Wait, what round was that?
The little one-shot pop.
Oh yeah, no,
second last round.
He's just like, oh, I think peeking out. Oh, this was on our attack. Sorry, right?
Yeah.
I didn't actually see that, to be honest, at all. Like, is that bad of me? Is that awful? I don't mean to ruin your question like off the bat. Like, I know it's my first interview, boys. It's been too long, but I don't mean to shut you down first of all. I didn't, see it really. I was kind of just focusing on my own thing, which is bad.
You were just in the moment. That's all right.
Yeah, that's it.
I might ask a question that you could actually probably answer here. I think many of the viewers at home would know you from the past. You played for Darkside. You did then played for Fnatic. You took a break. You came back. Maybe talk to us. Why did you go for a break? What did you get up to during the break? And sort of what motivated you to sort of come back to Siege?
Practically, yeah, I was just, I guess, at my end of the road with Fnatic. So I decided to, call it practically there. And I had a job opportunity, fortunately working over in a ski resort called Niseko in Japan. And I'm a big fan of snowboarding. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go for it because I've always wanted to do it. And I actually missed out on a few seasons due to Siege. But yeah, practically came back early due to Corona and decided to pick up the mouse just to, I guess, kill some time and have some fun with the old boys and slowly but surely climb our way to the top. So yeah.
Cool. And I mean, heading into tonight, I was a little bit afraid that maybe you might not slot into the meta, especially considering how much it has changed since your last official. How do you think you sort of slotted in tonight? Because from our point of view, the leaderboard as well seemed to be pretty reflective of a good performance.
Yeah, leaderboard aside, I definitely had some rounds where I knew I had zero impact. I was literally running around just absolutely doing nothing. I think Thatcher on our first attack of doing their gym hold, I was a bit all over the shop, didn't really know what I wanted to do, and I ended up pushing up main, and we went for like a really last second kind of push that thankfully worked out, and we won off practically gun skill. But my role on the team at the moment is IGL, so I really want to shift, I guess, having a lot more in-game knowledge would be what I'm aiming for to do, practically off the bat. I haven't really played too much, just to give you context. I've practically like hung up the mouse quite literally until about like a month ago. So I'm starting to kind of get back into it, and thankfully through this ranked season, it's a bit more enjoyable. So the game's actually, a bit more fun, which I think it's actually at a better place now than it was when I left in regards to health. There's like a lot of diversity, some holds are, pretty fun to verse, and if sound actually it was like how it is on TTS, it'll be amazing. But yeah, look, we're just gonna slowly get better, and that's practically it. Yeah, I just want to shift into more so being able to confidently lead everyone and understand fully what I'm talking about, knowing where I can utilize my players more so where I can utilize myself, because I'm a very strong gunner in certain situations. So maximizing your chances of winning gunfights, putting yourself in better positions practically is what I'm going to be looking at doing. So slowly but surely we'll be getting there. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, I think you've covered most of it there, mate. Wish you the best of luck for the season. You guys looked amazing, and hopefully you can have the lofty heights that the team had at the end of Six Masters.
Perfect. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and we'll hopefully be up there.
Awesome. I don't know about you guys, but if I team kill someone, I'd probably know I've done it. I think Specker's telling a fib there. No.
I mean, to be honest, it was a pretty hectic point in the round, but I don't know how he forgot it, especially considering it was pretty close to the end of the map. But
yeah, that's all right. We'll forgive him for that one. But look, good signs from Specker, good signs from OKAMI, and showing us the goods. I still think that for them, there's probably an extra gear, maybe 2 gears that they can go to and try and compete. I mean, the lofty heights for them would be competing against the likes of Wildcard by the end of Oceanic Nationals.
Yeah, the one thing that really stood out to me from that interview is the fact that Specker's actually sort of taken on that IGL role So the more experience he actually gets back into the game, because as we heard earlier, he's only just started playing again for a month. Once that momentum builds, that confidence builds, being an IGL with that confidence can just transfer to the rest of the team. So we should see the whole team elevate if Specker can get to that level that he's aiming for.
Well, yeah, 100% agree with you guys. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we got more matches still to be played, so don't go anywhere.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers are active. Attackers are covered.
Reloading!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Fresh off the win for OKAMI over Rhythm 7-3 in the end. We, of course, have got 3 more games to be played tonight, which is the nature of the best of ones, guys. As we said, the beauty of it is we get to see all of the teams coming up later tonight.
That's exactly right. And I mean, coming up next, Wildcard LFO, probably the matchup of the night, at least for me. So many storylines building into this one, and really could go either way. Sorry, I had to.
You're just gonna keep hounding me on that one, aren't you? All night, indeed you
Probably.
are.
All season.
All season. It wasn't quite 7-0 though, of course, for OKAMI LFO, I guess I was right there, versus Rhythm, like you kind of thought it might end up being. Did you get enough out of that match from Rhythm to think that they will go all right this season of Oceanic Nationals, or will it be more of the same of Six Masters?
Too early to say, I think, is probably the consensus for me. After that map, there were glimmers of hope there. There were some really decent rounds, a couple that slipped away as well. But as I'm sure all the other teams fire up, as OKAMI fire up, Rhythm need to as well to keep pace. Will Rhythm have enough to sort of overtake those teams? Only time will tell.
Of course, we got our next matchup that we can hopefully get straight into very shortly. Wildcard versus LFO. And I know there is a lot of eyes on this one in particular. For Wildcard, of course, Vinny joining the roster, Guz.
Very, very big change this one. Of course, Ethan has decided to step away for a little bit, so he is inactive on this roster. Big shoes to fill. Ethan was one of the top performers in Six Masters 2020 and did really well in the OCE Major as well. Vinny, of course, jumping ship across from ex-Sinister, ex-Maloncat, or Noble, whichever one you want to call them, but he's going to be jumping in, fulfilling a pretty similar entry role, and maybe some flex support on the side as well on some of the other maps. But the pressure's on because, again, short season, Vinny needs to find his feet quickly, otherwise he could potentially bring the rest of the team down.
Big expectations, of course, for Wildcard after their complete and utter dominance that was Six Masters. Their opponents for tonight, though, will, of course, be LFO. If you didn't realize, it means looking for Org. These guys deserve one. They were exceptional to watch in Six Masters. A bit up and down, though, Guz, and hopefully for their sake, this season can be more up than down.
Again, another team with a roster change. Nate jumping into this squad and Nasty heading to the bench. Nate actually having a pretty strong pedigree, playing for teams that some may know, such as PC419 in the past. And he actually performed quite well in the XP event, XP Esports event, where these two teams actually went head to head. So Nate is likely going to slot nicely into this team and hopefully elevate them to the next level.
The real question, though, for LFO, and this is the important one, is how many new suits has Enigma gone out and bought specifically for Oceanic Nationals interviews?
Well, I mean, the thing is, we're only doing winter interviews this season, so if Enigma actually wants to get his ugly mug on camera, he actually needs to try and win some games. So that's probably the biggest hurdle that he needs to jump over this season.
Or the biggest incentive for not only Enigma himself, but his team. Look, LFO, I put them in sort of this position that could be anywhere from probably 2nd to 7th, really. It's kind of hard to get much of a read on them, and it's kind of like being thrown right into the firing line here in the very first game of the season. You're going up against the proverbial champs, I guess, from Six Masters. Obviously, it's a different rebranded structure and tournament and everything, but Wildcard should really have the deserved respect to be considered the best coming into this. So that means for LFO, you're going up against the best straight away in a best of one. It's not even like you get a warm-up map. You're just going straight into the firing pan.
Yeah, but I mean, that said, last time these two teams went head-to-head in the best of two, one of those maps actually did fall in favor of LFO. And in fact, that was the only map throughout the entire season and the playoffs bracket as well that Wildcard did drop. So there's a glimmer of hope for sure. There's some light at the end of the tunnel for LFO. They just need to try and reignite that form once again, and they could well catch Wildcard off guard like they did on the first occasion.
Of course, map vetoes, map predictions. What are your thoughts going into this best of one, Guz? Of course, 3 bans apiece here between Wildcard and LFO, and then whatever's left over is where we'll be heading.
Yeah, again, we're probably expecting maybe a Clubhouse to be in the mix. That's just the ANZ staple, and both these teams are quite strong there. But, I mean, I just want to see some Oregon Will we though? Probably not, because Wildcard actually performed quite poorly on Oregon in the OCE major. They in fact lost that to the Pittsburgh Knights, so that's probably going to be an early ban for them. In terms of where we're going to actually end up, Clubhouse and Coast are probably the two maps that are looking good for me.
Well, we'll have to have a look and see where we are going to be heading for this BO1 between Wildcard and LFO. The vetoes coming out on your screen right now. No Oregon for Guz. He has to wipe the tears away, and we will be heading to Cafe. Not a surprise there either. Ironic you said Clubhouse or Coastline. I would have said Clubhouse, Coastline, or Cafe, or Villa, or Theme Park, or Oregon, or Consulate.
One of the 7 maps. One of the 7 maps.
But as I alluded to in our last map vetoes in the last series, Cafe is also going to be kind of like Clubhouse, where I think we'll see it a lot this season.
Yeah, exactly. Again, it's just a staple of ANZ that these teams love to go there. But I mean, looking back at a little bit of recent form between these two, as I briefly mentioned, they played off against each other in an XP esports tournament. It wasn't really as high of stakes as this tournament, so arguably it doesn't give an amazing indication of form. But LFO did manage to take down Wildcard on this map in a pretty decent fashion as well. So that might be lingering a little bit in the backs of Wildcard's mind.
Potentially, and if I'm correct, LFO was the only team to take a map off Wildcard for Six Masters 2020. The fact that you haven't cut me off there and said I'm wrong means I'm right, so I feel good about that one.
I honestly didn't hear what you said, so I didn't cut you off because I didn't want to be wrong.
I'll repeat it just for you specifically, guys, okay?
Sure.
This is like the teacher telling the kid at the back of the class. LFO, the only team to take a map off Wildcard in Six Masters. Double thumbs up. Well, I'm doubly correct then, I guess.
Ding, 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 ding.
Does that play into the minds of Wildcard coming into tonight?
It's hard to say. I think that the fact that Wildcard have been so dominant for so long, just in general, is probably going to give them a nice confidence boost. I think the main concern for them really will be actually more so the inclusion of Vinny into that roster more than anything. I don't necessarily think that their opponent will linger in their minds too much, because I think that their mindset will be, we can take down anyone. It's really just going to be a case of, is Vinny the right player for this team?
Well, we will be seeing very shortly, and of course we want to see what you guys have to say about the matchup between Wildcard and LFO with the community vote, and no surprise to see it heavily one-sided in the favor of Wildcard. 77%, 23% sticking with LFO. Those 23%, I'd say about 22.9% of them is Enigma with many different Smurf accounts.
Probably. He loves to support his team, and that said, there actually is like an LFO cheer squad out there. I'm sure if you check the VOD after this, or if you're in chat right now, you'll see like Let's Go LFO with the love hearts. That is the #1 like copy pasta in ANZ Siege. So if you're not already spamming it, I'm sure you are. Make sure you get around it right now.
Snowball predictions coming up on your screens, and if I'm correct, I do believe a Mr. Ducky might have predicted LFO. I am correct in that. Look at that man over there. His face says it all. After everyone else has chosen Wildcard, he looks worried. The LFO pick, he was pretty adamant about this one though, Guz, wasn't he?
There was definitely some confidence there. I'm not sure how much of that was off the back of the fact that everyone else picked Wildcard, so he might get the edge, but I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility for sure. I'm not expecting Wildcard to take this one super easily, and if LFO are on tonight and Wildcard aren't, then they may well take the map.
I mean, like, that's the best of one in a nutshell, right? You kind of feel like for Wildcard under the best of 2 series, well, it didn't really happen, besides, of course, against LFO, that a team could have sort of shocked them in the first round, and then maybe they get the second one round back. But even that didn't even happen with the best of 2. I mean, Wildcard's a team that comes out and they win maps. We're going to Cafe, though, for our second matchup of the night. It's Wildcard versus LFO. Are they going to give Ducky an advantage on the snowball predictions, or will he be dead last by the end of the first night? Good luck, have fun. Let's get into it on Cafe.
Part of me really hopes that Ducky does get this one wrong, because if I'm remembering correctly, he actually won last season, and I really don't want to see him win again, because that makes the rest of us look really, really bad. That said, of course, the ban phase, we're going to see Maverick and Thatcher taken off the board, so a slight change from the last map where Thatcher actually made it through. For those of you who don't know, Thatcher recently, in this most recent patch, actually underwent a rework. So the EMP grenades no longer destroy anything. They just disable gadgets now for an extended period up from 10 seconds to 15 seconds, which will help, hopefully, including some of this utility when those teams are well coordinated. Rounding that up, of course, is Mirror and Wamai, both really strong operators, specifically here on Cafe.
Well said, Guz. Couldn't have said it better myself. Congratulations. I'll give you the double thumbs up. You can't see me doing it right now, but I am, I promise.
Thank you.
Reading Fireplace, where we're going to be heading first up for Cafe. Usually see this one to be quite difficult to take. A lot of that defense up in Cocktail. I assume that's the way it's going to play out, especially with Sogs on the Goyot. Can place that just about anywhere from Pixel to Cocktail itself with the Vulcan Shield. How do we see this one going though? Good old Guz, LFO on the defense first up. I mean, I could easily see them picking up a few rounds and making it close for the majority of the map.
That's exactly right. I mean, starting on the defense in most cases is favored, a little bit more comfortable. The attack has to fall into the traps that you have laid. And I mean, talking about traps being laid, the very fact that LFO have headed to this reading and dining bomb site first is a clear indication to me that they have a game plan. They're willing to stick to it, and it's up to Wildcard to really try and dismantle that. LFO and their confidence really helps them win maps. I mean, they look at their best when they're confident. They're a young team. They need that to back them. Wildcard, on the other hand, will be probably a little bit more thinking long term, maybe not quite as, eager to get these early rounds on the board. Just trying to sort of keep a safe mental space. They know how to fight out these maps, and their experience shows.
Of course, eyes are going to be on Vinny's performance tonight. A lot of people wondering, is he going to be able to fill the shoes of Ethan? But when you've got such a star-studded lineup, Guz, Diesel, Geo, Pat, Emerin, I mean, surely I'm personally expecting Vinny to just slot right in and for Wildcard to not really miss too much of a beat. Obviously, losing Ethan is an unfortunate loss, but it's kind of like the star-studded team loses 1 star, but you've still got 5 stars technically, because Vinny's a star himself.
It's going to be all mental. I have full faith that Vinny has the ability, the game sense, and the discipline to slot into this team. It's really his own mind that's going to play against him if he doesn't have the confidence that he deserves to be in this role, or if he feels the pressure of the 6 invitational points, for example, and that leaks into his gameplay. That's when we could see him slip up. So I think it's critical that he just stays cool, calm, and collected, particularly in this first game. Just keep his nose clear, of any trouble, play his role, and just do what he needs to do, really.
You also don't want to play too safe, though, just because you're in a new environment. You also want to make sure you're playing your normal play style, your normal gameplay. In saying that, of course, you want to fit in with the team mantra, right? So you get told to play a certain way. There's only so much you can do. Hill's just spotting Vinny actually rappelling up there. It's not too much information, but he's just going to watch that window for the time being. A bit of a different sort of push in for the reading Fireplace, though, coming out from Wildcard right now. 1:10 seconds remaining. They don't seemingly have a whole lot of control.
It looks like they're trying to pressure this Cocktail position from the windows, but no one from LFO really feeding into that. The pinch is finally coming through this white hall from Wildcard. Vinny, in fact, getting that opening pick onto Hills, who was holding top white. This top floor now should be in the hands of Wildcard very soon, but they don't have a lot of time to work with. Nades flying out as well. No one there, so not sure why they're really using that utility, but nonetheless, it is clear, and they can now reclaim control. But that said, Angmo, with a fantastic punch hole, will shut down Emo Rin, and that really just slows the momentum of Wildcard even further, despite Geo refragging that.
Just wonder if they were expecting Angmo to have pushed back down from Cocktail. Didn't do so, stayed behind, found a frag, 23 seconds remaining. LFO just holding firm here. Nade over at the stairs as well. Mims is going to get Vince here, though, now starting to push in. Mims very low, switches to the shotgun, but unable to achieve anything, and Diesel can get the plant down on the diffuser. Pat literally super low. Now Sogs just cleaning that up. Should get a second one here as well. Incredible effort from Sogs. Geo just chasing him down, now in a 2 versus 1. Well, technically a 1v1, though, because one was on the floor, and LFO take the first round.
Very clean start there from LFO, draining a lot of time from Wildcard, and I mean, this is going to sound a little bit contradictory to that statement, but Wildcard traditionally like to take their time in their attacks, but on their terms. They like to be able to establish the control and know where the defenders are before they go for those pushes. But the likes of Angmo roaming above, was it Angmo? It was Angmo with the punch hole, able to sort of linger above, get that kill. I think put a real spanner in the works there for Wildcard, who didn't quite have enough time to recover, and then Sogs coming in late, able to deny that plant from going down, and it was all downhill from there. No time left on the board, and LFO get a nice one to start things off.
Opening round. Obviously, I don't want to take too much away from just one round. Over to Byron Cocktail, but that's the nature of best of ones, though. I just kind of keep repeating it, but anything can happen when it is a best of one. You can slip up, lose a couple of rounds, lose a couple of those 50-50s, and before you know it, LFO could be in a position where they can send it to match point and potentially walk away with a win. And I mean, this would be, it's literally the best way you can start the season for Oceanic Nationals, is getting the win against Wildcard. In your opening round, walking away with the dub, what would suspect to be the hardest matchup you can take. And even if they don't win it, guys, even if LFO make it like 7-5 or they potentially take it to overtime, that in itself is good signs for their future in this season of Oceanic Nationals.
100%. This is, I think, the best way to think about this first week is it's really a launch pad for the rest of the season. If you have a great start here, there's no reason why you can't continue that form on through the rest of this compact season. And I mean, it's the opposite effect if you lose, particularly if you're Wildcard. The stakes for them this season are so high. They're almost on the verge, really, of making the 6th Invitational 2021. But to do so, they need to perform well in this league. Losing to LFO simply isn't going to be good enough.
Don't see Wildcard dropping too many maps this season. If you were to drop the opening one, suddenly it's kind of like the Vultures are going to circle Wildcard and think they're vulnerable. We can get maps off them, and in a best of one season. Not only that, but of course you're coming in with pretty high expectations off the back of 6 Masters. Are they vulnerable? Not only that, but then there's Ethan's gone, Vince comes in. Is he going to be able to fit? They're certainly more vulnerable now than they were for 6 Masters. 6 Masters was like everything coming together, and for Wildcard, these first couple of games are just going to be about getting that footing as a team and regaining that form. Not that they've lost it, but obviously you got to bring it back now for this new season.
These attacks from Wildcard really quite strange compared to the norm. Getting control below, and I mean, there is a trade to open things up, so it's not the worst result for them, but I mean, flashing back a little bit earlier in this round, Sogs was just playing basically the middle piano, causing a nuisance to Emo trying to establish control below, which he probably suspected would be for free. So LFO may be reading into Wildcard quite well here as Angme narrowly avoids taking a bullet to the face, but there we go. Vinny will follow it up there, and it's now a 4-on-3. And maybe this attack from Wildcard will pan out.
Angmo played that really well. He was expecting the crossfire, even repositioned himself maybe to catch Vince off guard, but credit to Vinny. Let's get the frag on to Angmo. Knew his position, had the comms. 4 versus 3. Wildcard have got the numerical advantage for the remainder of this round. 45 seconds remaining. LFO have looked good, but Wildcard are just, as you said, guys, before, doing some strange things which we're not used to seeing. That doesn't mean bad things, though. And right now, it is technically working out for them. Nice nade kill for Geo onto Mims. Makes it 4-2. And you think that they'll clean out the round from here. Unless Sogs and Nate can find a way to get 2 kills apiece.
Vinny, Nate, hello? I'm not sure what Nate was doing. He just ran into him and didn't shoot him. And I mean, that leaves Sog now all below. You can't deny that plan, and this will be a wild card round. And I mean, we can start talking a little bit about the way in which that was really attacked, right? I haven't seen too many teams in ANZ outside of maybe Kanga, now Rhythm, who have tried to execute more of the push below and then take control of the cocktail windows. And I mean, on that occasion for Wildcard, it worked near flawlessly. Those players inside of cocktail really caught off guard, and there wasn't a whole lot they could do in that round.
I think my man Nate thinks he's in the Matrix, just trying to dodge bullets. Who needs to shoot, guys, if you can just dodge bullets? That was better though from Wildcard. That was certainly certainly better. And look, LFO have got a big task ahead of them, and they know that. They wouldn't have got too confident just off the opening round win. As we go down to the first floor kitchen, service and cooking. They definitely got a task ahead of them tonight in this best of one. Doesn't mean LFO are out of it just because Wildcard had a better round. Geo with the majority of the kills along with Vince. So 7 of the 9 kills coming from Geo and Vince. If you're Vince though, guys, this has been a pretty good start over the first 2 rounds for his own personal sake.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, heading into this season, he made it pretty clear in the statement that Wildcard released that he would be slotting into a pretty similar role to Ethan. And for those of you who may not know, that's basically entry on the attack and then, of course, playing the more aggressive and roam-heavy operators on the defense. That said, it was alluded that there might be a couple of maps where he'd fall into more of a flex support role. So, I mean, so far it doesn't look like Cafe is one of those maps, at least not the objectives that have been attacked so far on the attack, because he has been on that Ash. Nonetheless, though, he is going quite well. I think it was 3-1, so that's a nice little impact for him at the start of this map.
Bomb located by
Curious to see what LFO are going to do here with first floor kitchen. Do they employ much of a roam game, or do they stick close to home? One around White Stairs, one around Red Stairs, one around Bakery. It seems to be the norm for this site, and it seems to be what they're going to employ here. Sogs over in Bakery, Hills on Red Stairs. Nate not quite being too aggressive. Just going to sit back and I think maybe just look for what is going to be an expected push down the White Stairs from Wildcard, or at least close by to it.
Nate getting quite aggressive at bot white, maybe trying to find a pick or even hunt a drone potentially. Keep in mind he is trying to hold the VIP area of the map, which offers protection onto that freezer wall. Of course, one of the common entry points into the site. So it's critical that Nate doesn't get overzealous here and lose his life. But at the same time, he might be able to find a pick for free. And he has been droned, so he won't. He's now going to retreat back, and that's definitely a smart play from Nate.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Gets a bit of information as well, pushing up like that. As he said, look, it's risky. He gets droned out. It's kind of a win-win for both sides there. Nate just falls back to his shield, which he already kind of had bunkered earlier on in the round anyway. And he gets the information that one's around there. Gio just going to break this up over in mining. And just keep the pressure on from above. Now, the C4 game here on the kitchen, service and cooking area, super important. We saw one just used there. A miss. You don't get too many of them, though, guys. And if you find yourself with no C4s and not much really to defend above you, it does spell disaster towards the end of the round.
Great use of the grenade there from Geo. Able to get the Electro Claw from Kaid off the hatch, allowing Diesel now to come across. Throw some X-Kairos on it and open it up for a potential execute. And I mean, on the topic of executes, there's only 45 seconds left, so Wildcard will need to try and shape something here. LFO in really strong position still to try and shut this down. Nate is in a fantastic place. He can just hold here and wait for the players to push down wide or inside of Freezer as Angmo manages to hose one down. That's a great start for LFO.
Mims at the forefront of this as well, taking a bit of damage. Don't know if that one went through from Vince. Second one will, but running out of time. You mentioned it before. Now we're down to just 17 seconds remaining. You lose Pat as well. It's time to go. It's time to funnel in. Nate's just been waiting and watching. Imran eventually pushed down, but it's Angmo who in fact got him. Vince has found a double kill though, pushing in on now through Freezer. And Diesel can actually get this diffuser down, and all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. Diffuser, they're going to be stopped. And Alpha are going to win the round because of it.
So I think that the Echo drone actually did just manage to deny that plan. I thought for a split second there that Vinny actually did the miraculous and actually destroyed the drone, but
I think it was like
a
1
touch
second.
late, right?
It would have been touch and go. That was close.
It was very close, yeah. I think that the stun got shot a couple of ticks before it was shot down. It was really, really close to call, but I mean, again, that's the risk that Wildcard run with these late round executes. And it wasn't even the offsite hold from Nate, for example, who was still playing inside of VIP that was able to dismantle that. It was in fact just the plant scenario. I can even envision an alternate timeline where that plant did just go down, but it would have been incredibly difficult for Wildcard to actually hold that, and they would have been very vulnerable to the retake.
Well, what does that say, though, in that last round? Does it say more about Wildcard, or is it about LFO's ability to just hold their ground and hold those angles?
Well, I mean, the one thing we didn't get to see too much in that round was Angmo. He was popping up in the kill feed. I'm not exactly sure the position that he was playing in that round, and if maybe that was an oversight by Wildcard. So that one player alone from LFO had a massive impact in that round. And on top of that, again, highlighting Nate, he was playing that VIP position, wasting time. Vinny, in the dying seconds, was spending so much time worrying about that shield that he wasn't in the position in the end to take down that Echo drone. So it was just a combination of a lot of little things that added up to LFO being able to take that round.
Well, it's a good start from LFO right now, leading 2-1 on their defense, though, of course, which we speak time and time again. Which map favors defense? Which map favors attack? And I think at this level, especially with these two teams, guys, I'm not going to go out and say I think both can just do attack and defense just as well as each other. Like, Wildcard's defense is obviously going to be very good, but their attack is usually very good as well. Like, from 6 Masters and recent tournaments, you expect Wildcard to do well on attack just as well as their defense. So it's not going to be a matter of like, all right, well, Wildcard are going to switch at the half and they go defense and everything's going to be all daisies and sunshine. Well, LFO can attack just as good, and Cafe is just one of those 50-50s. I think there's a lot of 50-50s on Cafe.
Jay gets the opening pick onto Hills, and I was just about to say that it was incredibly concerning that Wildcard let Hills get out of the position that he was in over towards the lounge. That was a great work. It was great work from Gio on the skylight to eventually shut down that Jaeger. And I'm sure Wildcard will be incredibly happy with this position they find themselves in. As I said before, they like to take their time mid-round, and having that man advantage really only makes you feel more comfortable. So they should be able to play into that.
You don't want to be too comfortable though either, and we kind of saw it in the Rhythm OKAMI series as well at one point, when you can have that 1 or even 2-man advantage and you just relax a little bit, and all it takes is one roamer in an off-angle position can find a frag or two and get those numbers back down. Very easy still for LFO to get a frag back. Yeah. Especially defending a site like Barry Cocktail.
It's just over a minute to go, and Angmo is still roaming below. Of course, Malusi does have a C4 that could be utilized for plant denial. That said, Pat seemingly is aware of a roam, setting up a drone inside of mining, spots out Angmo in that position and can call it out to the rest of his team. Meanwhile, it looks like control has been established inside of shop as well by Geo holding that long angle with the L8. Vinny as well has swung in towards Piano. So many breaches have been open. That's a lot of lines of sight, but keep in mind that they are two-way. So it's incredibly important that LFO don't get too overzealous, and same goes for Wildcard.
Certainly got to think though that they are worried potentially with Angmo's position. He has taken some damage. There's the refrag though from Vinny after getting Geo, so they definitely were trying to flush him out. Vince though sitting over towards Pixel right now, just peeking down the white corridor. 15 seconds remaining. They should be able to get this diffuser down pretty comfortably towards the last 10 seconds of this round. Now Sogs is going to be picked back up. So it's a 3 versus 4 advantage Wildcard. They're going to get the diffuser down. They should be able to go on and win this round unless Nate's got something to say about it. He gets Vince, and it's a 3v3.
They need to cover. The plant. Mims hits a team kill though onto Sogs. No idea how that's happened. Emo Rin can swing in and get that final kill on the Nomad. Very, very messy end to that round from both teams, but Wildcard able to cover the plant to get out on top of that round.
It definitely felt like they were in control towards the back end of that round, regardless of the team kill, which, what's that now on our counter for the night? Two team kill. Well, not actually, it was technically 1 because Specker got the revive, so he got his teammate back up after knocking him back down. Look, so far right now, what is it? 2-2 after that round win for Wildcard, and we could have ourselves a long series of best of 1 on our hands here for this map, a long map potentially. I could see this going to overtime. With what I've seen over the first 4 rounds, guys, both teams looking good. Of course, it's hard to really get the full picture until we sort of switch halves where, who knows, maybe Wildcard's defense might just be too strong for LFO.
That's exactly right. I mean, the first half has been a little bit of a seesaw affair as we jump back in. I don't think either team is really going to be in a comfortable position to call it at the end of this half. Even, let's say Wildcard managed to extend the lead to a 4-2 or even vice versa for LFO, the ability for both of these teams to really duke it out, I think, will just continue on in that second half. So, I mean, if you are just tuning in, brace in. Brace in? Is brace in a word? I don't know. Buckle in. Buckle in. Buckle up. Buckle up.
5 seconds remaining.
Buckle up.
All right, calm down.
Get ready.
All right, I'll buckle up, man. Just calm down.
Let's do it for safety. For safety.
All right. Yeah. Yep. Click. There you go. It's in.
Nice.
I'll brace in as well. Just
I don't know what I was thinking when I said brace, but we'll go with it.
Do you want everyone to get in like brace position here? Like,
I mean, maybe.
well, I think right now LFO are gonna have to brace themselves for Wildcard's attack. Then we get to this next round. Been a bit up and down so far here on Cafe from both teams. At times, LFO looking like they could pull off the miraculous Wildcard, then at other times looking like their dominant selves. Kind of just feels like, guys, it's whoever's going to click into gear first and be able to maintain it for longer is just going to win this map.
Bomb located by attackers.
Now's a better time than ever, really, to click into gear. A quick flash at Hills, showing he's only going 1 and 4 at the moment, so not been the greatest start for him, and he's going to be facing off likely against Vinny here in his first encounter. Vinny slotting in nicely so far. And I mean, I was a little bit skeptical of how long it might take for him to settle in, but if it only takes a couple of rounds, or maybe not even that, then that's a really positive result for Wildcard and for Vinny.
Well, he hasn't looked like he's missed a beat right now for Vinny. He's looked pretty much incredible. I think Nate has also shown some signs for LFO. Wildcard at times, though, have just been a bit slow going on their attacks. At other times, they can push in at a quicker pace. This time, just clearing a lot of this white corridor. How quickly can they push these guys downstairs, though, from the cocktail position? That's the question. Minute 18 seconds remaining. Nate still has a couple of gas canisters remaining. Falcon Shield in front of him as well. So just feels like a lot of utility still available for LFO to buy some time here.
There's no doubt in my mind that LFO put work into this map. This shield alone is wasting so much time here for Wildcard, and that opens it up for Angmo to get that opening pick onto Vinny. So the man that we were hyping up has been shut down. The shield cleared, and now Geo can get a line of sight in towards Cocktail, but Nate's already gone. He's playing in a safe position, and he could drop the hatch once he feels the heat.
Yep, more time can be wasted as well. Angmo, though, that's aggressive position. Now has to hide behind the shield. He can't probably get back behind the desk. He's just going to hold the right side of this and probably has to just go down swinging. Can still, of course, go back behind, but Diesel is watching the balcony. Clears the mute jammer, and 25 seconds remaining. It's getting down to that 20-second better time. They'll jump down, they'll push in. Pat's got the angle. This is your usual plant location. 15 seconds remaining. It's go time for Wildcard.
Sogs with the wide swing, that's 2. Oh, almost gets a 3rd with the pistol, but somehow Wildcard have evened it out to a 2-on-2. But look at the time. Only a couple of seconds left, and the plant will need to be stuck. Geo needs to cover it. He needs to find 2 picks. Oh, he almost unpicks at the wrong time, but he still manages to collect Mims. The refrag, though, is there from Hills. Can he find the second? Oh. No, Hills so close to closing out the round, but Wildcard again will just edge out on top.
Quick reflex from Imran after getting the diffuser down. What a round towards the last 20 seconds. Back and forth, frag after frag from both teams. LFO will feel gutted. They'll feel like they really could have won that round. These are the 50-50s though, guys, that you've got to win. If you're going to beat Wildcard, you're going to have to win the majority of the 50-50s that can happen. That's a credit to LFO though for putting themselves in this position, especially Sogs there picking up that double kill. If he doesn't get that, Wildcard probably win that round a lot more convincingly. Does get that, forces this sort of neutral territory, this 50-50. Who's going to win out in the 1v1s and the 2v2s at the end? It's Wildcard who do. It's Wildcard who now take the lead 3-2.
That's such a devastating round for LFO, particularly Hills, who has already been experiencing a little bit of a rough map. Even after that last round where he got a pick, he's still only going 2 and 5, and you probably expect a little bit more from your Jaeger here on Cafe. So that's really going to play in the backs of the minds of LFO, and I think it's probably fair to say that at times they can be a little bit more of an emotional team that do rely on that momentum, and losing a round like that can hurt. So it's important that they bounce back for this last round of the half. Don't let it slip away, because they're still in a great position to draw things out, which against Wildcard is still mightily impressive.
Certainly so. A 3-3, I mean, I would have taken that if I was LFO, if I'm Enigma sitting there and I'm saying, boys, 3-3 at the half. Your happy days, really. I think you'd be quite greedy if you would have been asking for a 4-2 start against Wildcard. Of course, though, you kind of got to back your own attack in, right? Cafe, though, is a map, and as I said before, can cause those 50-50s to spill out depending on how the round plays, and we saw it just then in that last round, and well, LFO just got to back themselves to win those coin flip battles. They win this, though, 3-3, and I give them just every chance to still cause an upset here on the first day of Oceanic Nationals.
Defender has left the area.
One thing I want to note is the fact
Nate.
that, and this is exactly what I was going to say, Nate at the beginning of that round deliberately ran out, activated the air jab, knowing that he couldn't be shot. Emo shot it out too soon, wasn't in a position to actually collect the frag if a player went out the door. Nate was like, hell yeah, I'll just eat up the air jab. That's one less for the team. And then it actually pays off for him. He wide swings Vinny, one of the top fraggers for Wildcard. And this really tips the balance now in favor of LFO for this final round of the half.
Still a lot of time, though, for Wildcard to compose themselves here, playing without Vinny now for the remainder of the round. Well, that makes it harder, though. Now they're down 2 after losing Geo. And guess what? You mentioned losing one top fragger. How about losing your actual top fragger of the half so far? Others are going to have to stand up. Sogs has got the double now onto Pat. Immediately after getting Geo, Hills gets him in. This is a flawless round from LFO. Talk about a way to close out the half.
Clean. Clean is the word that comes to mind that round. Nate with the big brain play with the air jab. The rest of his team just collecting some of the craziest kills we've seen so far tonight. I mean, I don't know how the hell Sogs hit that shot onto Pat. I will never know. But at the end of the day, the scoreline it reflects 3-3. A very, very close battle, and let's just hope that Ducky isn't right. Well, the rest of us are gonna look really bad.
Well, look, what I can say that last round, that was flawless, as it said on the screen, and as you said, clean as well. And man, if that is the potential of LFO this season, if they can pull off things like that, because that looked like it was straight from Enigma's playbook, the way that they executed that round, and it was against Wildcard of all teams as well. So LFO is showing what their potential can be for this season of Oceanic Nationals, and the potential for that, guys, it's contender.
I just want to highlight the little banner at the top there. Make sure you guys get your skins. There's new regional skins. The APAC one is Blitz. It's pretty cool. So if you're a Blitz main, even if you're not, which I'm not, go get the skin. The money goes to the teams, a percentage. So that's really cool. And you can flex on your friends, and who doesn't want that? Because if you're bad at the game like I am, you want to at least look cool while playing it.
That was one of the best plugs I've ever heard. Well done, guys. I feel very much like I want to go buy some skins now.
I'm a very persuasive man. That's how I get people to play ranked with me. I persuade them. Because no one actually wants to play with me.
Well, how are you going to persuade me and tell me LFO is going to win this map? What would be the way they do it now on their attack?
What if I don't want LFO to win for my prediction? Xenox.
You can't be
I don't
biased.
want Ducky to win.
You can't be biased.
That's right. I am not biased. I mean, in all seriousness, I think LFO need to be confident. That's when they play at their best. You need that confidence on the attack to initiate things. So they just need to stick to their game plan. It's worked for them so far in this map. Just unless things turn really dire, just stick to what you came into this match to do, and it may well pay off.
Ooh, Pat on the pulse. This is aggressive from Wildcard. I like to see it, though. They're not really backed into a corner just yet. It's 3-3. I mean, it's even Steven right now. As we're at the halfway, heading into round 7 now. Hang on, what can he fight? Pat's already found a few heartbeats.
I think the best thing that LFO can do here is maybe try and two-man squeeze Pat out, because a solo entry in Angmo is not going to be enough. That C4 I think it may have been shot. So a little
I was
bit
going to
hard
say, I think he
tell.
got it.
So that's a really positive result, and now that leaves Pat just below to give intel. Yeah, he has used his C4, in fact. So Pat now needs to decide if he's going to stay below and give calls, or if he tries to make his way up one of the main staircases.
Well, if he stays below, he still at least sort of holds that area and can deny it away from LFO, put a bit of doubt into their minds. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Repositions himself a bit, and there's going to be the opening frag to LFO. So now they get a 5v4 advantage. Still a minute and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. So a bit of time, and a lot of utility has been used on the side of Wildcard. They've used a lot of utility, gained not too much, except for just taking time off the clock. That's fine, and then they do get the frag. Geo taking a bit of damage there, though in the meantime, and will use his final gas canister. 50 seconds left. Utility used, 4 versus 4. Geo's low. That's the situation right now. Angmo kind of feel like a lot is on his shoulders here. Can find an opening frag, pushing onto the site. He's going to be spotted, I think. Imran gets sogs, and maybe the round is just falling away from LFO. Never mind, Mims with a double.
We know Mims can step up when required, and he may well need to in this round. He has the diffuser under his arm, and he needs to start thinking about when he's going to drop to go for the plant. Angmo, he's in a really powerful position here. If he can take control of dining, maybe find a pick or two over towards the white stairs or laundry, that opens up the round massively. But those footholds to his left could pose a problem, but that doesn't matter. He still pushes through and manages to find a pick. Make it 2, in fact. Oh, make it 3. That's a clean round from LFO. What a way to kick off their attack.
3 quick kills, 1 to Hills, 2 to Angmo. Angmo, really, I mean, that's what I said he needed to do. A lot was riding on them. Can he find a couple of frags around the bomb site, making it easy? I guess not easy, but easier for LFO to get on there, and he was able to achieve that towards the end. I thought maybe he was going to lose that fight to Geo. You can see how low Angmo actually got taken down. Quickly got Pat, and then we quickly switched over to Hills' POV to see that 3rd kill in quick succession. And LFO retake the lead, not for the first time in this map. They started off strong. Obviously, we saw Wildcard bounce back a little bit. They picked up 2 rounds in a row. They got it to a lead of 3-2. But since then, LFO, last 2 rounds, guys. And we're getting closer and closer to a world where Ducky is going to be leading the predictions after just 2 games.
Oh, no. I mean,
I don't know if I want to live in that world.
I mean, can't complain too much because this, nonetheless, regardless of the result, has been an entertaining map so far. And I think it's safe to say we're probably still a fair distance away from its conclusion. It's still a long way away from being decided, and Wildcard, sooner or later, need to find another gear, probably will find another gear, and then they can put the foot down on this defense. Interestingly enough, though, they have stuck to this sort of second floor, rather, and they've actually rotated to, again, the tertiary site, the most unlikely site we usually see in Pomp, which will be the fireplace and mining. I had to actually double check what it is because I see it so infrequently.
Just the way with words, guys. You just got to way with
eloquent,
words.
I must say.
You're right, though. We don't see it too often here on Cafe. So, does it throw off LFO? Maybe just a little bit. Have Wildcard got something up their sleeves to turn the tide a bit? Because as we get closer to that match point territory, LFO, I think right now the way they're playing could easily tip the scales and find themselves at at the point where they're on 6, whether it be Wildcard or on 4, 5, or 6 themselves, doesn't really matter. But you kind of feel like right now that LFO can easily get there. And for Wildcard, that's just going to be daunting. You would not want to be starting off the fresh season of Nationals with an L after what they were able to achieve in 6 Masters.
Hills creeping up the brown stairs. If he isn't spotted here, he could easily get a couple of opening picks here and really throw Wildcard off. He still hasn't been spotted, but finally, Emo inside of Train with the UMP and a 1.5 finds that opening pick. A clean headshot from him. LFO now on the back foot, and double that impact with Vinny getting the pick onto Sogs as well.
You can just see the way that Wildcard, I think, have positioned this round is watching for LFO to sneak in and get those sight lines, and I think they've just caught LFO off guard. Almost kind of like LFO, like, hey, how are we this close? And then as soon as they get that close, Wildcard are waiting and they pounce. And that's how they're able to get these 2 easy kills onto Hills and Sogs. And I think definitely from Wildcard, this is the cleanest we've seen from them so far on Cafe. The way they've played this, Pat just repositioning a little bit, and LFO probably out of ideas how to turn this one around. It will take a lot for them to do so. With 55 seconds remaining, down 2 players. Don't think that they can achieve too much from here other than just wing it.
I get the impression that LFO have been thrown off by this objective. A lot of the times we're spectating these players and they're just doing random things like that. Swinging in, crouching around the map, not doing a whole lot of utility usage to displace any of these wildcard members who are freely moving in and out of these rotates around the objectives. So a little bit of a failure here for LFO so far, and I'm sure Wildcard will just want to clean this one up and even out that scoreline nice and quickly.
But the intriguing thing is going to be, how does this now shape up the rest of the map? Has this thrown them off for good? Has this thrown them off for the rest of the map with this flawless round from Wildcard? Well played to them, by the way. But now for LFO, you've lost a bit of that momentum that you had gained. 2 map wins in a row. Now Wildcard can even the scoreline back up, and will they be able to obviously then continue to go forward in the next couple of rounds?
I'm sure that LFO, if they can get their mindset in the right place, will be able to just brush this one off as, oh, they went to that site, like, what are we meant to do there, sort of thing.
Yeah.
They probably aren't practicing that a whole lot in scrims or dry runs or anything, and to me, at least from an outsider's point of view, it looked like that. The entries were just sort of crouching around getting picked off, and the only real utility usage that we got to see was the X-Kairos on the wall over towards the red stairs, which just had 0 impact on the round overall. So I'm assuming LFO, they can just brush this off, well, you know, it happens, whatever, let's move on. And I mean, Wildcard are now heading towards Kitchen, a more traditional side, and LFO should be better equipped to take this on.
You would think so. You would hope so. And I think you'll be right in saying that. 4-4. Wildcard have just at least been able to throw a spanner in the works here and wrestle back a bit of that momentum that LFO had gained. Has it put them to a halt, a grinding halt? We'll have to see now. Down over towards Kitchen. LFO, as you said, should be better prepared for this. And if they are better prepared for it and they can take this round, they edge that little bit closer. And the thing for Wildcard is, if they've got that trick up their sleeve that they've now used, do they have any other tricks up their sleeve? If LFO win this round and got 5-4, what can they really do to then wrestle back momentum again?
For sure, that's actually a really valid point. I'm surprised, actually, upon reflection, that Wildcard did decide to go there so soon. They could have gone to Kitchen, for example, and played it a little bit safer, and then headed to that mining site if they really felt like they needed to. But as you said, they exposed it. If this round doesn't quite go their way, then they can't fall back on it for quite some time. So it's critical that they do win these more traditional sites, and LFO, probably aware of that, will be working really, really hard to try and take control of Kitchen here and close out the round.
In saying that, I don't think that Wildcard necessarily brought out any sort of super duper secret strat or anything. They just played a bomb site that's just not usually in the rotation. And if anything, that's just more, you know, I think for LFO's sake, that you've got to be practicing that and be ready for that more than Wildcard were able to play it. That's probably more on LFO's sake that they weren't prepared for it than, let's say, Wildcard were prepared for it.
Looking at this round, though, it looks like it's a pretty aggressive above hold with some spicy utility usage over towards White Stairs, some ADS devices to aid in this hold, and Pat with a shotgun in hand, looking to find the pick, sees the knee of, I believe, Sogs on the sledge, who does fall back. Both players get away with their lives, but there we go. That's 1 ADS charge used on a grenade. A Banshee as well there to slow these players down. I haven't seen that hold on White Stairs ever, and it looks like LFO might be having some troubles in clearing it.
I've seen it now.
I have, yes.
First time for everything, guys.
Indeed.
It just can also then mean that for Wildcard's sake, they don't have to put too much attention over towards the Wild Stairs. I was going to call it the Wild Stairs. Can you believe it? The White Stairs. Right now, it feels like the Wild Stairs with all the utility over there, but LFO not too dismayed by what's going on. They've still got 5 up, 40 seconds remaining. Just trying to see if they can get any sight lines down into kitchen, but they're going to have to pick up the pace now, guys. 35 seconds remaining. It's go time very soon. Obviously, you want to try and find a pick, but they're not going to find it. It's Vince with a quick double onto Angmo and Mims, and that's really going to throw LFO off for the rest of the round.
There is a play in reception that needs to be cleared. Hills tries to flick. It does down one. Doesn't quite down the second, though. Wildcard able to close out that round, and now the pressure is really building upon LFO. That's 2 rounds straight that they have given away, and that really gives Wildcard that nice momentum boost, that confidence now to try and close out this map as cleanly as possible.
Well, now it kind of feels like Wildcard have shown their hand. Is there anything that we can see from LFO that will throw Wildcard off? Probably a bit harder to do so from the attacking side, unless there's an operator pick that maybe you wouldn't be expecting, for instance. But have LFO got anything now themselves to wrestle back momentum, or is this one just going to fall away from them? Which, if it does, we kind of already know what the defining moment of this map was.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I have to agree with you on that one. Again, we're going to see Wildcard bringing that Malusi to the board. Vinny taking the reins. Got a couple of nice kills on the last round. That SMG is quite strong. I mean, Vinny's kill count really is reflective of that. Again, we're going to see Wildcard extending out towards the site, and that's going to put doubt in the minds of LFO, who did struggle on the entry last time. It was mining on that occasion, so a little bit different in that sense. But they do need to be mindful that Wildcard are playing quite aggressively.
Well, could be a chance for Wildcard to now get match point, and that mental pressure on LFO could bear too much for them. Kind of feels like those 7-4 is a bit unfair to LFO if it heads that way. I don't know if the scoreboard really tells the full story here, because like 4-4 at one point, super close. And even when it was 4-4, guys, there were a couple of 50-50 rounds that could have gone LFO's way. So if it does end up snowballing here and ends up as a 7-4 in Wildcard's favor, I kind of feel a bit bad there for LFO, but there's been some good moments for them, at least from this round. Not giving up on them just yet, though. Of course, you win this by 5 and stops the momentum train that Wildcard are currently on right now.
Pat, again, was playing over towards mining and gaining a lot of intel on these players rappelling up towards the roof. So far, it's looking like LFO are shaping for a more traditional clear of the map. They'll try and take control of Lounge and then sweep that into Bar, White Corridor, and then ultimately get control above the site over towards Cocktail. But as you can see, Wildcard, they're ready and waiting. Emorin playing in towards the pixel position, and Vinny quite aggressively over towards Bar finds that opening pick. And with Buck taken off the board, even once they get control of Cocktail, getting that verticality above will prove quite tricky.
Vinny's probably been the MVP for me this series between Wildcard and LFO. What a way to make your debut on a new roster. He's just looked incredible. Hasn't missed a beat. And it says a lot though for LFO. I mean, coming into this series, many question if Vinny doesn't quite bring his A game, maybe there's a chance for LFO to capitalize on that, but Vinny certainly has brought his A+ game right now, fragging out. Theo's been good too, and a lot of time still being wasted here. No surprise, and Wildcard playing as well. Under a minute to go.
Gio on those stairs with the smoke, still with 2 canisters in hand. So even once LFO do get control, or at least try and obtain control of White Hallway, they will be stuck in the smoke. But it looks like they've just given up on that completely, instead taking control horizontally over towards pillars and mining. But Vinny's there to greet them. Angray, meanwhile, does find one back though. That's Diesel taken down. Still winnable here for LFO, but clearing Vinny is really going to be the tricky task.
Everyone gets heals, refrag though from Mims. So 3 versus 3 towards the back end of this game. 22 seconds remaining. This is one of those 50-50 coin flip battles. Obviously, as he said, they're going to be difficult to move Vinny out of that situation, but he is low health, so won't take too much to actually take him down. Angmo pushing through, but doesn't spot Geo at the bottom of white stairs, and they just clean up in the kill feed. 2 versus 1. Nate has a lot on his plate. He can't eat it all up. And Wildcard have now got match point.
I like how Nate and plate, they rhyme. It's pretty.
Do they?
Nate and plate. Yeah, that rhymes right. Surely. Nate, plate. Yeah. You're a poet and you didn't even know it, Xenox. You amaze me.
You know what else amazes me, guys?
What's that?
Wildcard.
Yeah, they amaze me too.
Vinny has not missed a beat. They look sensational. They got match point. I wouldn't blame LFO for losing 7-4 here and just not necessarily throwing in the towel, because I don't think that they're about that. But I think 7-5, if they can get one more round and then Wildcard take it 7-5, I'll give them a thumbs up. I'll give them a tick for the way that they've played. These rounds have been really close. They've been really good. LFO have shown their potential, but Wildcard have shown they're still the top dogs.
100% agree. Vinny has been such a consistent performer across this map. I mean, of course, we're going to have to reflect upon his performance later in the season to see if that consistency actually transfers across matchups. But if this is any indication, I'm feeling good about this roster change so far. Of course, Vinny is replacing Ethan, one of the top fraggers, if not the top fragger in Six Masters 2020. So as I said earlier, these were big shoes to fill. So far, though, Vinny, he's top fragging. So, I mean, at least from a statistical standpoint, he's performing quite well. Things like communication and his cohesion with the rest of the team, we can't judge that. We're not, of course, in Discord call. That said, though, if you're winning, you're normally going to be pretty happy, especially with performances such as these.
I think that says a lot about the rest of the wildcard team, the support players, the guys who aren't going to get the frags. They're not going to get their names read out as often, and they're not going to get the spotlight. But if you take Ethan, who's the top fragger, you throw in Vinny, and now he's the top fragger, I think it says a lot about the players that surround the fraggers of wildcard, and it just gives them that freedom to just frag out, literally. And that's exactly what's happened here in this match. And I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if we're going to have Vince as our interview, or who in fact the interview is, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear Vince say, yeah, like, it's the guys around me that enable me to be able to go out and get these kills. And well, they got Mims early on, so 5-4 in this match point. Of course, best of one, so match point / series point, and wildcard will be thrilled to get off to a good start against a plucky opponent in LFO, who have shown good signs, but just have fallen short in the last couple of rounds.
Of course, heading into round number 11 is Mining and Fireplace, the secondary second floor site. We saw LFO the last time they attacked this site really struggle to enter the building and do any sort of damage on site. On this occasion, it looks like they're going for a more traditional take over towards top red and then sweep across the rest of the top floor. But again, Wildcard have read perfectly into that. One C4 flies out and finds its mark. The second doesn't, but Wildcard with such a strong man advantage now can surely close out this round.
You would think so. You would think so. Right now, LFO have just, I think, met their match. And I think LFO's defense was really good. It was 3-3 at the half. They did find an attacking round win, but ever since Wildcard just threw them that curveball for Mining and Train, it's been the turning point from that point onwards. Nate, I think decent. I mean, 4 kills, 2-7. I mean, I think passed the eye test for me at times from Nate. Good things, just going up against some absolutely top players. Diesel catches him, and it's down to just Sogs and Hills, and it's hard to really see them clutching this one up and keeping the series alive. So 7-4, you would think from here, guys, for Wildcard. Certainly a big pass mark for them, and with Vinny's performance, he won't be alive to celebrate at the end of this round, but it's going to be still a celebratory victory nonetheless. If I keep talking like this, like the round's over, maybe Sogs will give me a 1v3. Just maybe. I'm trying to sort of speak that one into reality. Although Diesel spotted him from behind, and that's going to be it. Fortunately for us, Ducky is now dead last in the snowball predictions. Unfortunately for LFO, though, they do lose out 7-4 to Wildcard.
It was a valiant effort, but LFO just not quite having the goods over the experienced wild card roster. And there we go, Vinny getting the MVP, the newest addition to this roster, one of their top performers. And I think they'll be pretty positive heading out of that one. Both Flux and Silex, I believe, will be pretty happy with that performance. For the most part, it was pretty clean. It was quite close, admittedly, at the start, but then Wildcard were able to run away on that defense.
Yeah, 7-4. I mean, it makes it seem like it was more one-sided than it was. At one point, it was 4-4. So it's not as if Wildcard got out to like a massive lead, something like 5-2, for instance, and then split the last couple of rounds. Like, it was back and forth for the majority of that map. Both sides, attack and defense for both sides. Obviously, it was the defense of Wildcard that proved to be superior, I think, between the two teams. So got to give credit to LFO for the way they're able to perform over the first 8 rounds, but then, of course, Wildcard showed they're still the top dogs.
Yeah, and we sort of touched on this earlier, but the turning point really, at least for me, and I'm assuming you probably agree as well, Xenox, was really that 8th round. That's when Wildcard headed to Mining and Fireplace, which is the site that we see basically the least here on Cafe. Most teams just avoiding it completely because it can be a little bit harder to hold, but I think that degree of difficulty played well into Wildcard. LFO, unlikely to have really faced those sorts of defenses before, were thrown completely off guard, at least from what we could see. A lot of entries just crouching, not much utility being expended on towards site. And Wildcard, they just had free reign basically of the entire map. And that rang true of the last round as well, where they were actually able to close out this best of 1.
And Vinny, of course, definitely was the talking point for this series from a lot of us, and did not disappoint. In fact, the complete opposite, really, maybe even exceeded some expectations.
For sure, he exceeded mine. I didn't expect Vinny necessarily to play poorly tonight or to struggle, but the fact that he slotted in so nicely, and it felt like he really fulfilled the void, or fulfilled the roles that Ethan did leave behind when he decided to be inactive in this squad. So not only did he perform well on his own behalf, but also I just think the fact that he was able to fulfill that role, it being such a big one to fill, was incredibly nice to see. And hopefully that consistency can carry on throughout this entire season.
We've got our interview, of course, from the winning team for Wildcard. It is Silex, and very much should be a very, very happy guy. Congratulations on the win. Good way to start Oceanic Nationals, mate. You're keeping that winning streak going, of course, from 6th Masters now over to the Oceanic Nationals.
Yep, it's been great. It's a bit of redemption since our last match with LFO in a National Cup. We lost 5-7 to them on Clubhouse last time, so it's nice to take the win this time.
And I mean, the big talking point, at least for us heading out of that map, Silex, was Vinny, of course, the newest member to your roster, and this is the first official he's played in outside of course, the XP event. Give us maybe a little bit of an insight as to why you picked up Vinny, firstly, and how you can see him developing in this squad heading into the future.
Well, Vinny's always been like a consistent player. You can watch him in all of his previous matches. He frags well, he communicates really well, and we needed someone to kind of fill Ethan's role where he would be communicating a lot, at the same time just outright fragging. And tonight you could really see that Vinny held his own. I think he top fragged. I didn't see the final score, but at least 12 that I saw. So yeah, he's been a great addition to the team, and he's just slotted in really nicely.
Indeed, and I guess moving on from that, another thing that we brought up after that match was the fact that you guys headed over towards Mining and Fireplace. And I know you don't want to give away too much, but that is a site that traditionally we don't see a lot of play in officials in OCE. What was the thought process behind going towards that site, and do you think it actually paid off like you expected?
So the Mining Dining site we've actually kept in the pocket for a while now. We had it prepared for last season, but we never really used it. So we just thought, okay, yeah, maybe bring it out tonight. Teams probably won't have as much experience playing up against it. And yeah, it really showed tonight. 1-2 out of 2 for that site.
Mate, obviously, a lot of the talk has been about Vinny, and it maybe will be at least for the next few weeks. But one of the things I sort of brought up in the broadcast tonight was that he just seemingly slot in. But I think a large reason for that is probably the support players around him. Would you agree with that? Yeah,
so there's a lot of fluidity behind how we play. We play really adaptively, and Vinny slotting in really well. Yeah, there's not really much else I can say about that.
No worries. Best of luck for the remainder of the season. Of course, we'll see you again on Friday. So congratulations again on the win, and good luck.
Thank you. See you guys.
So 1-0 for Wildcard. 1 win already in the bank. How many more are they going to be able to achieve throughout this season of Oceanic Nationals? I think the real question should be, guys, how many losses are they eventually going to get? Is it 1, 0, 2?
Well, after tonight's performance, I don't think it will be many. Yes, LFO might not be the best gauge of like the upper echelons of OCE, your likes of, you know, the Knights and OKAMI, but I think it still does give a fair indication the way that they played, and even the fact that they were willing to bring out a pocket strat that they've been hiding for so long as well is an indication of things to come. And as Vinny continues to synergize with that team, they're only going to get better and better.
Indeed, couldn't have said it better myself, guys. Stay tuned. Coming up after the break, we're going to have Elevate versus Pittsburgh Knights.
Defender has left the area of operation. Defender has been discovered. Attackers have dropped the bomb. 10 seconds. Attackers recovered the bomb. Position to knock it down. 10 seconds left.
Two games still remaining tonight for our opening night of the Oceanic Nationals. Of course, we've got Elevate versus Pittsburgh Knights coming up very, very shortly to round out our best of one bonanza, which is, of course, going to be the case for all of our play days. Welcome back, guys. We've got ourselves a real 50-50 coming up really shortly.
Yeah, if the last match was my favorite of this night, this is probably my second favorite. The caliber of the gameplay might not be as good as we saw in Wildcard and LFO, but the storyline itself will well and truly make up for that.
For sure. I mean, obviously, going from Wildcard's impressive gameplay, maybe we won't get those lofty heights. In saying that, though, I think Elevate and, of course, Pittsburgh Knights should have their own lofty ambitions for the season. I mean, Elevate want to try and redeem themselves after a bottom two finish in the Six Masters, which quite frankly probably surprised quite a few. They can't have the same result here in Oceanic Nationals, otherwise then they will be having to deal with the relegation series. Since we have a look at the lineup, of course, most notably Hotshot is going to be making his debut for the team.
That's exactly right. Red has decided, I believe, on his own volition to head towards the bench. Excited to see what Hotshot can bring to the table, because it is a little bit unproven in the fact that we haven't really seen him play a whole lot of officials in Rainbow Six. The rest of the team will stand as is, so notable names such as God Legion and Digital are still around, Worthy as well. I mean, Vast, all these names, I could just go on forever about the experience that these blokes have. So they'll be disappointed finishing 7th last season after probably gunning for a top 2. This is the season where they can try and bounce back.
Let's have a look at their opponents for this evening. It is the Pittsburgh Knights, who, of course, themselves have also had a roster change. Strider out, Sages in.
That is still feels bad. I'm still going to miss Strider and his smile in those interviews. He was obviously a well-known figure in ANZ, basically here from the very beginning. So sad to see him depart. But again, that's another opportunity for the likes of Sage to jump in and prove their worth. The rest of the team, again, standout performers are the likes of Josh and Dino, who can go massive, but Juicy and Hayward still in their own right on those support roles can be quite strong. The Knights themselves, they had a really decent last season. In fact, they actually managed to go all the way to the grand final in the Oceanic Major. They did lose it in the end 3-1 to Wildcard, but the fact that they even made that was a surprise to many, and they'll be looking, despite this roster change, to continue that form heading into this season of OCM.
You get the feeling that both teams can, of course, have seasons that can, you guessed it, go either way. They've both got high ambitions, but at the same time, when you've got, you know, such a packed lobby for this group of teams, I could see both of them potentially dropping down second last, third last, maybe, you know, fourth last, for instance. So it's like, whereabouts do you see the seasons potentially heading for both of these two teams, guys?
Well, both of these teams really file into what we are expecting to be the mid-pack, sort of that 3rd to 7th position. We've got basically Wildcard and OKAMI locked in 1st and 2nd at this stage, and then Rhythm down the bottom. Both of these teams, as I mentioned, are in the middle of that, and it's really tricky to guess where they're going to end up. Yes, the top 6 do make the playoffs, but you want to finish as high as possible. You've got seeding on the line, prize money as well, don't forget that. As in terms of predicting it, though, I have no idea. But hopefully this game gives us an indication.
It very well could give us an indication. It could very well maybe give us nothing really to go off other than, of course, a dub for one of these two teams. In terms of maps, though, we've seen Clubhouse, we've seen Cafe. Both feel like the home of ANZ for Rainbow Six Siege. Are we going to get a third map? Are we going to get something different? Or are we going to go to one of the maps we've already seen?
Well, there's definitely a strong chance we will head to Cafe. Both of these teams I've noted are quite strong on this map and have a decent win delta. I mean, other maps to highlight briefly are maybe a theme park or an Oregon because of the limited data that we have on those maps. It could be you know, in the best interest of these teams to head us there. They can bring something new to the table, try and throw their opponent off guard. That said, though, that mindset is transferable across both teams. They're probably going to try and do the exact same thing. So seeing them battle it out on one of those maps could indeed be quite entertaining.
Let's have a look at the map vetoes as they come out very, very soon. Look, I agree with you. I mean, I would love to see another cafe as well. It's one of my favorite maps. Clubhouse bad out the gate, and as we get closer and closer and you don't see it, I think we may be heading there, and we are going to be heading to cafe. How good are you guys at this analyst role? Look at you, spot on.
It's all in the spreadsheets, as a wise man once told me by the name of James Devmarter Stewart. Even if you can't cast, at least have a good spreadsheet, and that's exactly what I've got here. I mean, if you want to actually run down the numbers, Elevate, in the history that I've got, have gone 5-2 on cafe. Knights have gone 8-5, so they're not flawless at all on these maps. So definitely some weaknesses there that could be exploited.
I think that's because a lot of teams in this region are super comfortable with the likes of Cafe and Clubhouse. We see them so often as well. So you are going to get those sort of numbers. I think that this could, I don't even want to say could go either way. I need to find another phrase. They both can win, they both can lose. This is as simple as that. This should be, it was by some of us said potentially sort of the matchup of the round in terms of how close it can be. There's another matchup coming up on Friday that I think will be really the highlight of the week in terms of quality, but in terms of how close our matches are going to be this week, this could very well be one of them. I think this can go to overtime, and I think it will go to overtime, or someone will just pinch it before we can get that opportunity.
That's exactly what I was going to echo. We haven't had an overtime match here this evening, so we haven't had one at all over the course of the Oceanic Nationals thus far, and this is probably shaping up to be, particularly on this map, the first opportunity to head all that way. But again, it's just, with the break being so long and with so limited amount of data to go off recently in terms of form, we have no idea if either of these teams are going to come out of the gate any good, so who knows.
Let's go and have a look at what you guys think at home and whether or not you think it's going to be as close as we do. Just about 60-40 is probably not a bad little split here, and considering that Elevate have probably got a bit to really try and bounce back from a disappointing Six Masters performance coming straight out of the gates here against maybe a potential vulnerable Knights, obviously after losing Strider. Who knows? This could be the perfect time to strike for Elevate. Personally, for me, I'd have it as 50-50, guys. That's where I see it. But I think 60-40 is not that far off the money.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. 50-50 would probably be reflective of each team's opportunity to take this map. And as you sort of alluded to, I think it's going to come down to which team has been able to adapt to these roster changes the quickest. I'm not entirely sure how long either of these teams have had to adjust. Maybe they happened behind the scenes right at the conclusion of Six Masters 2020, or maybe like some of the other squads, they only happened a week or two ago. So who knows? We'll have to see how it plays out.
Of course, there's big shoes to fill for Sage taking on Strider, but then on the same, you've got, you know, Hotshot coming in for Elevate. So does that, in your mind, throw out any excuses since both teams have got a new player coming into the lineup?
I don't think you can really excuse your performance on a roster change like that, but it might be a reason. I mean, reason and excuse. I mean, Castle, you might say it's the same, but it's really not. I don't think the Knights will excuse a poor performance because Strider isn't on the team, but they might be able to link some of the mistakes they could make tonight to that, because we know that Strider was such an influential member of that team, and there's no doubt he would have been a loss. On Elevate, on the other end, I know Red has been on that team for quite some time as well, so losing him will hurt, and Hotshot, with maybe less experience than the team would have liked, I'm not entirely sure, but giving him that opportunity to rise, we'll have to see what the results are in the end.
Well, let's go and have a look at what the expert panel think the result is going to look like in terms of
Hey, we're the
wins.
same.
So
let's go.
We've both gone for the Knights, but it's a pretty even split, only beaten by Ducky, really, if we're going to count Manic, Sky, and Raven as 3, myself, yourself, and Dev as the other 3 for Knights. So Ducky, the decider there, has gone with Elevate, which kind of actually lines up with the community vote as sort of this 60-40 split in the end. So I think this kind of speaks for itself. The community vote, the snowball predictions all say that this is going to go either way. And I freely am allowed to say it this time, okay, guys? Get off my back.
I wasn't even thinking about it. I was thinking about what I was going to say next, which is, this is the battle of the casting pairs. I mean, whoever wins this match in the predictions, whether it be you and I or Raven and Manic, I mean, they're the best casting pair, right? Like 100% confirmed. Undisputed champions of at least this match, I guess.
Enough gibberish. Let's get into it. Between Elevate and Pittsburgh Knights, we head back to Cafe. It feels like a lifetime ago that we were here. It's 50-50. It's anyone's game. It feels like neutral territory as well. Who's going to get off to a good start? The Oceanic Nationals in what would be a big win for either team against another team around their level of play.
Heading straight into the bands. Not entirely sure what we can expect. It may mirror what we saw on the last map,
Ooh,
but no,
there's
it
the
won't.
Ace span.
So Ace was quite influential on the very first map that we saw this evening, but that was Clubhouse. Obviously plays out quite differently to Cafe, but eliminating one of those hard breaches, particularly Ace, who is so maneuverable and adaptive to particular scenarios, will make the attack quite tricky. Add on top of that the Maverick, and this could well be leaning heavily into the side of the defenders.
Did we see it? I don't know if we saw Ace on Cafe in the last round matchup. I could be wrong. Maybe it snuck in every now and then, but I don't think it was played.
I personally don't remember it, but it may have been on the board.
Definitely was on the board. Definitely wasn't banned. It's the first time we're going to see Ace banned out. Kaid will follow as well. And oh, there's the mirror. As soon as you said mirror in your speech before, I thought, yep, Mirror's going to get banned somewhere, and there she is. So back over to Cafe, slightly different bans to what we saw in our wildcard LFO series, but of course, 2 different teams, 10 different players, different expectations, different bans.
I think the great thing is that even though we've just come off the back of a Cafe match, we're going to see it again, but with these fresh bans, so it should change up the way in which it's being played. And it's not even the bans, in fact, that are going to be different. It's the picks as well. I really was hoping that Dino was going to stick the Clash, but he will 6-pick onto the Valk, instead opting to bring even more information gathering to the lineup. And that may well be the play, because I don't think the attack brought an IQ, and if they did, I missed it. No, they didn't. So detecting those cameras outside could prove quite challenging for Elevate.
Bar and Cocktail, first round defense for Knights as well. Pretty standard, I guess. A bit more of a standard first defense as well compared to wildcard LFO for what we saw there. So, of course, new skins in the R6 store, the NA League for Smoke. Of course, if you want to support the Aussies, it's Blitz, if I'm correct there.
You are correct.
Gus?
Indeed.
Everyone loves the Shieldy boys.
I'm now a Blitz main, except I don't think I've ever played Blitz on PC. I mean, I might have, but probably less than an hour, but that will change. I assure you, I am now a Blitz main, confirmed.
Well, we saw the defense certainly ruled in the wildcard LFO matchup. I think we can both agree on that one. So coming into now this matchup between Elevate and Knights, your defensive rounds are certainly going to be important.
And particularly, again, considering that there are 2 hard breach bans on the board, and despite the fact that we didn't see a whole lot of Ace, if any at all, in the last matchup between Wildcard and LFO, I can't help but feel that maybe that was an oversight by some of those teams, or either of those teams, and maybe the Ace could have been quite effective. Now will force the attackers to lean in more so towards that Hibana and the Thermite. Only one of those being brought to the board, though, by Elevate. So if those X-Kairos are denied or Hotshot is taken down, then that attack really starts to come under a lot of pressure.
A bomb has been located.
I don't think the opening round is going to prove too much, but I think Elevate would love to get off to a great start with an attacking round win and just put a bit of doubt in the minds of Knights. And it's really what we think they would like to achieve here. A lot of defense over in Cocktail with Sage, Hayward, Juicy. Ano just sitting in the storage area. And well, Elevate's still got a minute and a half. They'll slowly make their way upstairs, so preferring to play from below. Start pushing him to the second floor, make their way up.
Again, we're going to see the attackers establishing control from below vertically. Digital Narrow missing some shots, and he gets caught off guard by Juicy. Is he refragged? Yes, he is. Multiple lines of sight are forced on to Juicy. Eventually taken out. But God Legion will pretty quickly replace that position. So these defenders inside a Cocktail need to be mindful of those angles being created from below.
Certainly seems like a difference between Six Masters and Oceanic Nationals already, and now Cafe is being played from the attackers. A lot more emphasis on that verticality, like you mentioned, and playing it from the second floor.
Start loaded.
Pass just from the skylight. Hey, we're just going to keep control over at White Corridor.
Attacker.
These repels are quite risky from the attack, and not a whole lot of time they need to get moving. Vast does have that diffuser in hand as God Legion from below does shut down Sage. Smokes come out from the Capitao, and Dino finds one back. Vast, in the midst of all the chaos, will try to get this plant down, but Hayward pushes through, finds the pick, and will drop down the hatch. Elevate now need to try and reattempt it, but Worthy's the only member left to try and cover. He does manage to find one. In fact, it's God Legion who finds himself a pick after falling off the diffuser, but Worthy is now left in a one-on-one, but out of nowhere, he shuts down Josh. The Knights, they should have been able to hold on, but they weren't able to in the end.
Does Josh need to peek that, though? They don't have control of the diffuser. I mean, it's not a hard, aggressive peek or anything like that, but could have backed off. Could have tried to play down the clock. There was about, I think, 5-6 seconds remaining, and the diffuser was on the floor. Maybe just in the midst of all that chaos towards the end, Josh not realizing potentially an out there as we head down to kitchen in the second round. Great start for Elevate. A little bit messy, though, especially after what we saw in the wildcard LFO series. That round in particular, guys, certainly the messier of the rounds that we've seen on Cafe played out tonight.
Quite chaotic in the end. Should have been the Knights, but wasn't meant to be. Looks like they'll elect now to go back towards kitchen. I don't think we saw a whole lot of kitchen in the last matchup. In fact, I'm just going to have a little quick peek at that matchup. I believe it might have been played once. No, it wasn't played at all. So there you go. Actually, no, it was. It was played once by Wildcard on their third defense. In fact, it was also played by LFO. So I am just talking absolute rubbish.
You're digging your own hole here, buddy.
The more I read my spreadsheet, the more I face palm. But the point is, we didn't see it a whole lot. It was only 2 rounds in total, compared to upstairs, for example, or even reading Fireplace, which got a whole lot more playtime. The Knights trying to lean on that to try and find a round because, I mean, upstairs wasn't quite theirs. Although I will say that it could have been, right? It was really the last couple of seconds where they threw it away, so it wasn't like it was the worst defense.
Great start for Elevate, though, taking out the opening round. And can they just make this easier than we thought it would be? I mean, both the community vote and the snowball predictions had them edged out to take this series, so very marginal favorites, and they've started off that way with a very marginal win in the opening round. Knights didn't do themselves too much of a disservice. Probably could have done some little bits different, but not a surprise that the opening round really was a 50-50 coin flip towards the end, and it just feels like that's the way the most of these rounds are probably going to play out.
God Legion now trying to establish nice quick control of this white hallway. Banshee on the floor, he uses a Nash charge to clear that, and our Sage needs to be mindful that he doesn't get rushed on the white stairs, and oh my word, he doesn't quite get the kill, does God Legion. In fact, it's Sage who ends out on top. Still has about 40 HP as well in the bank, so that's a great opening pick for the Knights.
Well, he did have the high ground. Apparently, it didn't matter. Sage just, well, I mean,
that was good, that was good. I don't know if you're actually trying to meme it, but that was actually quite good.
It was about half and half, right? I was right. I wasn't wrong. So Sage played that well. Didn't held his ground there. Didn't get bullied away from that position. And look, maybe it's the wrong play, because like you probably lose that fight 8 times out of 10. And God Legion's probably wondering, how did I not get him? As Juicy gets digital through the floor. Oh, there's a second one from Dino onto Worthy. So 2 versus 4 remaining, and in quick succession, Elevate have just lost a bunch of players. Down to Vast and Hotshot. And Vast does get Dinos, 2 versus 3. The round is certainly still alive. This one's not over, and we've still got 55 seconds remaining.
Plenty of time left here as well for Hotshot to use his X-Kairos on the wall, but he only has 1 charge, so if he is able to open it, it'll only be a prone angle. He's going to have to use it now on this castle double on this corridor. as Vast pushes down towards reception. I'm assuming the play here will be to try and refrag through the main door, but Josh inside of Kochek poses a real danger of unraveling this plan.
I think Vast, though, if he does get Josh, which he doesn't, could have unraveled that plan, but now it's pretty much impossible. You'd think hot shot, new player in a horrible position to be in, is just getting slaughtered through the flashes right now. Somehow made it into Kochek, and that was just a funny ending. It's 1-1 here on Cafe.
You could say that Josh had the high ground in that instance, and that's why he didn't die and got a kill, because he was on the box.
So is he playing floor is lava?
He was elevated above his opponent. See what I did there?
Oh, I like that one.
Thank you.
That was good. Bar and Cocktail for the third round here. Knights just picking up a crucial round win. That was better from Knights. Certainly a cleaner round than the first round was, and as these sort of rounds can build up, now you would think Knights, the way they've played this so far in Cafe, could have easily been up 2-0. That's not the case. For every round that Elevate can sort of steal away from Knights' defense will bode well for their own defense, of course, when they switch at the half.
That's exactly right. It's up to the Knights now in this round to delay a little bit more time and try not to allow Elevate to go for that cocktail execute in the case that they reattempt it. I'm expecting Elevate maybe to mix things up a little bit here, as the Knights likely have that attacking round, or defensive in their case, fresh in the backs of their minds and ready to not throw it, basically, because that's what they did on the last occasion.
10 seconds to insertion.
So yeah, Elevate surely will go for a little bit more of a traditional take, and the Knights will be ready.
5 seconds to insertion.
Wasn't a complete hard throw, to be fair. I mean, God Legion found a triple kill that game and fragged out Vast. Sorry, I think it was Worthy who had it, the other two. I think it was more, you know, Hayward dropping down the hatch, repositioning, wasn't able to get anything out of that. And then Josh peeking at the end from Bar. Just little moments that maybe could have been a bit cleaner from Knights on that first round. I think Elevate could have said the same too. I mean, from their end, it wasn't really that clean and precise from them either. Quite messy of a round, and as you called it, you know, chaotic. So we go again though on Bar and Cocktail, and we can see pretty quickly if this is going to be a similar approach from Elevate. Will they play that verticality second floor, or will it be a bit more of what we are used to seeing? Digital though, just in the second floor, and I think it will be that second floor again.
Yeah, so it was, I believe, Dino above. Maybe it was, I think it was Dino, yeah. Dino using those vertical holes. A little bit of an off angle to catch Digital off guard. Unfortunately for the Knights, it wasn't quite enough to down Dig. And he can still use that skeleton key to full effect down below, create some verticality on towards the site. Not much pressure on this second floor from the Knights. Sometimes we'll see teams roam and try and disrupt this take, but it seems like the Knights are pretty content in giving them this control, instead focusing their efforts more in towards the site.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Sage is the only one in Cocktail this time around. And the first round, I think there was like 3 at one point sitting inside a Cocktail for Knights. So a different approach, more focus for defense on the west side, and maybe like a bit of a slight retake idea here, and allowing Cocktail to just be not quite as much manpower on the site.
This is really the danger though. Digital down below, he can make sure that none of these players are sitting on top of those cocktails, and it leaves the likes of Sagian to try and go for picks, but he does end out on top thanks to the damage done earlier by his teammate. God Legion now will try to replace this position, but Sagian's already ready and waiting. He looks through the metal bars, but gets taken down. That's a great trade back there from God.
Sage on is now Sage off.
Oh, jeez. How long have you been waiting to say that?
Probably about 15 minutes. Hey, look,
patience.
Sage has started extraordinarily well for Knights so far. As Dino's going to get hot shot out from the window, who was repelling. Vast taken very low, does have the diffuser in hand. 16 seconds down to the final moments of this round. God Legion with just a pop onto Josh. Producer gets God Legion back immediately. 1v2. Now it's 0v2. Knights, that was much better for their bar cocktail defense.
And the weird part about the latter stages of that round is if you looked at the positions of the defenders and those of the attackers, it was almost flipped. Because Elevate didn't have control of the skylight, the Knights were basically roaming around bar, and Elevate, who had worked their way in towards cocktail, was sitting there ready and waiting to try and get the safe plant down, but it wasn't quite meant to be. That flick from God Legion that I went, oh, that was absolutely mind-blowing. I have no idea how he managed to hit that, but again, just not quite enough. A little bit too late in the round to have a big impact, and now the Knights do have the lead.
Certainly agree with you. I think we saw it as well, building at the earlier stages in that round, and just the way that Knights were positioning themselves for it. It's just kind of like allowing Elevate into cocktail, but then just pinching them in and squeezing, and it worked out really well for them. And as I said, much better from Knights that particular round. 3 kills so far for Sagian. Certainly impressive. As for Hotshot, hasn't quite been as hot.
Hot. Do they pay you for this? Are you getting paid to say
I get about, I get 10 cents per pun.
Jeez.
You gotta make a living.
Maybe I need to sign that somewhere. 10 times every time I do a math mistake, I'd probably be rich, and I'd be able to buy all the new R6 skins, and then I'd be.
Well, see, that's what they used to do with Dev, right? For every spreadsheet he would read out, they had to pay him $10, and well, we were going broke. We had to get rid of him.
Yeah, that's the only reason, right? It's not like he's casting EUL or
no
APAC North or anything. That's just they had to ship him off somewhere, right? Otherwise, he just wouldn't stop talking about Siege.
Exactly. Well, if Knights found a switch themselves here, 2-1. Last 2 rounds certainly have looked cleaner from them in particular. And Elevate have got a wall. They've got to either try and find a way around or push through.
I have a challenge for you, Xenox. If you can make a pun with Josh's name, I will be in awe. It's just the most like straightforward and basic name of all these players. Yeah, Josh. You reckon you can do it?
I think it would be difficult. You'd have to give me a couple minutes to figure that one out, though. I don't know if I've got one ready in the chamber.
So I'm sure you'll have plenty of time. It's looking like this map will go on for some time. So maybe I'll give you until the end of the map, maybe to throw one out. And I would be quite impressed. Even I wouldn't be able to do it. I can't even think of one.
We'll see how it plays out. Maybe something might come my way, depending on if Josh could get a clutch moment. Maybe the inspiration will just strike. Elevate just slowly clearing out. And this 3rd floor, opening up washrooms. Minute 27 seconds. Of course, still got to get down to that 2nd floor. And it is actually Josh sitting inside a cocktail, along with Hayward.
It's just over a minute to go, and Elevate are taking a significant amount of time now to transition this control from Lounge in towards cocktail. Still multiple defenders, namely Josh and Hayward, holding these positions, and Juicy is also lurking around the white stairs to assist. So it's up to Vast now to try and really initiate this pinch and try and displace these defenders, force them down the hatch, force them down the stairs to try and give them some sort of verticality, because even now they're still just droning them out and trying to work out exactly where they're playing.
No kills yet for Digital so far in the first 3 rounds. Knows where one is, but it's God Legion who will actually get Josh. Definitely not going to be able to get any puns this round as he goes out extraordinarily early. Fortunately, there was a refrag onto God Legion, so it's 4 versus 4. 25 seconds remaining in the round. Hotshot still with the diffuser. Can drop down the hatch at the last second. Not going to want to do that. In fact, we'll just go back outside and going to go for the more default plan. 15 seconds remaining. Elevator set up for it, but Dino gets Digital. And now they're at this disadvantage, 3 versus 4. Can Knights take a 3-1 lead? Yes, they probably can. Triple kill. Well, if I said Sage was off, Sage is on. And this round is all Knights.
A little bit scary for Elevate at the moment. They're struggling to gain control of some of the key points on this map in a timely fashion. In fact, I'm not even convinced they had decent control of Cocktail at all above the site at any time during that round, which is really distressing. Yes, it's tricky. Yes, you've got 2 hard breaches banned, but I mean, Thatcher's still on the board. You shouldn't be having a whole lot of difficulty clearing some of this utility. Get some explosives on the board, clear some of these shields, and if you need to, just send some bodies into these sites and try and refrag it out. It felt like Elevate were just sitting back a little bit there, waiting for the Knights to make the first move, but they were playing incredibly disciplined on that defense, didn't give away too many picks, and eventually Elevate just felt the squeeze.
3-round wins in a row now for Knights, and if I'm going to be quite frank, guys, I mean, that first opening round could have easily gone to Knights as well. We could very well be looking at a 4-0 right now in a different reality. Obviously, we're not, and to be fair to Knights and Elevate, you could say it just for about almost every round, right? Where Elevate themselves could say, well, if we did this and this, maybe it's, you know, 2-2. And I think Knights definitely with the deserved lead right now. For Elevate, what's the pass mark here? I think, honestly, just getting another round win, call it a day, and try out your own defense.
Yeah, 100%. I was going to say probably a 2-4 would be the pass mark. Anything less than that becomes a little bit stressful on that attack. And when those bans came out, I thought it wasn't going to be incredibly easy to attack, but probably not quite this challenging. And I'm not even convinced that maybe the Ace and the Maverick being off the board is really what's halting some of these pushes and some of this map control for Elevate. It just feels a little bit like a lack of confidence, and again, it's incredibly hard to really measure that. We're not in the call, we can't hear what's exactly going on internally, but just their body language in terms of where they're playing around the map and the gunfights that they're electing to take outside of basically God Legion. The rest are just sitting back and waiting just a little bit too much for my liking.
I still think Elevate have been thereabouts at times. Just got to probably clean up that execution a bit, and they'll be right back in this one. I mean, they're not necessarily out of it just yet, but they're on the verge of being so Juicy's on the verge of dying and just escapes the slimmest of margin of health now. So it does make it difficult, because while obviously Juicy is still going to be able to have an impact for the rest of this round, can't really put himself in a position where he can trade. He has to just have really an angle or a sight line held down and can't be too aggressive here on out.
The good thing for Elevate, though, is they have some manpower in towards the side, and they can generate some verticality to clear these players from above. And Vast does shut down Dino. That's the castle taken off the board. Worthy as well, finding one. And there we go. Once they start to get that early round advantage and that early map control, it seems like they can start to generate and steamroll some momentum in these rounds.
Of course, Juicy was the one very, very low on health. So 3 versus 5. Worthy now the one with low health. Still got the cap can to deal with, though, as we have seen Hayward pick it up for this round in particular. But this is much better from Elevate. Taking out Juicy and Dino. Still plenty of time, though. 50 seconds remaining. Knights can easily turn this around.
It's a great opportunity for Josh to get himself into this match. Only going 1 and 3, but with the older in hand and so many players left to try and spray down, his position towards bottom red could be quite critical in holding down that hallway. It's a little bit hard to, or a little bit difficult for me to guess what Elevate's going to go for here. It looks like maybe it'll be a freezer drop, but Hayward finds Digital, and that starts to put pressure back on the attack. They need to go for something sooner rather than later.
Well, Seiji on 6 kills already has been a standout. Feels like tonight the trend has been the debutants doing extraordinarily well. Unfortunately, I put the Mozzie on him there as Vast will take him out. Josh, though, with 1, can get a second one. That pun might be coming up very shortly if he can find a triple kill. He's usually well known for being able to get them, and Knights win the round. A bit of a slam dunk from Josh, just like Chris Bosch. How's that one, Weekaz?
Not bad. Not bad.
Bad.
Look, I'm just happy as well that my prediction of Josh popping off that round came true as well, and that's really what the Knights needed. He was in a great position, and Elevate left themselves with not a lot of maneuverability. All they had really was the hatch open. And once the Knights were fully aware of that, they were able to swarm site, get those kills, and Elevate were just left sleeping. So a great round from the Knights. Again, Elevate just maybe need to prod the site a little bit more, I feel. Maybe put some pressure back on the Knights, especially considering this will be their last attack and their last opportunity until at least overtime to do so.
4-1 now. Well, this is just blown out extraordinarily quickly. I feel like it's a bit of a buyer's beware notice here. We exclaimed this one would be very close, 50-50. Either way, however you want to say it, the votes from the community vote to the snowball vote had this being really close. And now, guys, it feels like we're one round away from 5-1.
We might be right, which is good because, as I will remind Raven and Manic, who are probably watching right now, they actually voted for Elevate.
Did they?
Yeah, they did. So, I mean, I don't know what they were thinking when they did that, and maybe I'm speaking
Inferior.
a little bit too soon, but all I'm going to say is if we're right and they're wrong, then we are the better casting pair.
Watch Elevate now just have like a classic defense hold, come back and win it, and you're gonna cop it for both of us.
You know what they've done? They've probably just clipped what I've said as ammunition that they can fire when Elevate win this, or if Elevate win this.
They're a long way back. Elevate at the moment, 1-4. Knights just looked better. They've looked cleaner. And how about the debut as well from Sejon? I mean, seriously, has been impressive.
100%. Showing up when it matters. And I mean, every match matters in this season, but in particular your first, where you want to make that impression and build that confidence for the rest of the season. There's nothing worse than jumping into your first officials, struggling, and then really trying to regain that confidence for the remainder of the season. So props to Sage for a great start. You'll be looking to steamroll that for the remainder of this map, and then looking forward to the rest of the season. Containing it to this match, though, it's up to Elevate to try and shut him down and the rest of the team that's really feeding off that confident playstyle at the moment.
Digital still yet to find a frag. Just blazing on in. Not going to find Sejon, though. Not going to peek that one. No real need to do so just yet. Digital sitting in cigar shop. Trying to just have some presence on or close to the site. Minute 35 seconds remaining. Thanks, Kyra's going to go out from Hot Shot. What have you made of Hot Shot just quickly, guys, so far in the first 5 rounds?
Too early to call. That is my TLDR. I mean, to be honest, it's been such a limited sample size. Elevate themselves aren't performing entirely well, and Hot Shot's really just playing a Hibana support, and I haven't seen too many issues in the way that Hibana's being played, so it's a pass mark so far. I'd give it a C grade pass.
Oh, C's get degrees, though. That's the good news. Josh just going to push back up the white stairs off of that reinforcement to make sure no one's going to come in from the second floor. Minute remaining. Elevate, how much have they been able to really achieve? They've opened up a lot of close by to washrooms. God Legion just still just going to hold this from Cigar Lounge now. And patience is a virtue right now for Elevate. I think they're going to 20 style towards the end of this round. Go for that quick default plan and play off that.
This isn't the first time on these top floor takes that we have seen Elevate just hold angles. As I say, that they tried to get the plant down, but Sage shuts that down. Josh as well finds one onto God Legion, holding these angles, just not paying off for Elevator's. Digital desperately tries to find his first pick, but surely he'll be taken down, and it's a 1-on-5.
Oh, wow. But it's I mean, can we call Sejon the rookie? The debutant, we can definitely say, is the one that's just winning it right now for Knights, and they win yet another round. 5-1 at the half. We will be switching, but what a round from the Knights as a whole, as a team. But their debutant, Guz, has just looked impressive.
That's exactly right, and I'm sure there are plenty of people who don't know who Sage is or maybe heard the name in the past, and that's because he actually competed in Challenger League, which was the second tier back in the old Pro League format. Back in season 10, I think I already said that, but he finished 4th in that season and actually managed to finish 2nd in the Year 4 Open Qualifier for the Invitational. So that was a pretty decent performance. And then moving on from that, he actually had a bit of a stint in PC 419 and in fact finished 4th in the Six Masters 2020 qualifier. So he does have a little bit of backing behind him, maybe just not quite slotting in to the squads that he played for previously, but it seems like he's found a pretty decent home so far for the Knights. And he's filling big shoes. It was Strider that left that roster, one of the biggest names from the Knights. So to be able to step in, go 7-3 in the first half, that's a great start.
I mean, that's an amazing start. You're top fragging as well on your debut. against a team that, of course, Elevate. Look, this is the thing, because it looks like we're hyping this up. A team that was second last in 6 Masters, but they shouldn't have probably finished second last. They had a very downward season, and they're looking to bounce back, but this is just not the way to do it. Right now, this is our most one-sided affair of the night, and of course, it is a best of one. You only get one shot each play day, one map each play day to have a crack at it. Of course, Elevate now are going to be on the defense.
Great opportunity now to get themselves back into this game, but for me, this first round is the one that is the most critical. If Elevate manage to drop this defense, that will head the Knights to match point, puts the blowtorch well and truly on Elevate, who we're looking at this season as the best opportunity to bounce back.
What are you on about? What blowtorch? Never expand.
Oh. Shit. Ah, wow. Wait. I can't take you seriously at all.
Well, I never said you should.
Anyone got DevMarter's phone number? We may need a 4th caster before the end of the night.
Oh boy, Knights, 1 round win away from getting that match point. Will the heads of Elevate drop if Knights can get it in their opening attacking round for the half? Minute 50 seconds remaining. Just going to clear out these ADSs from God Legion.
Maestro camera, of course, being placed under the new hatch will need to be cleared, and using, of course, ping 2.0, the attackers know exactly where it will be positioned. Quick trade at the beginning of this round. Both Hayward and Hotshot taken down. Unfortunate for Hotshot, who, of course, was playing the Maestro, could have brought that Elder into good effect late round. This setup, of course, inside of the bathroom. I believe we saw this first from OKAMI earlier in 6 Masters. I believe it may have been in the playoffs, but either way, Elevate are trying to use that to their advantage. God Legion droned out, forced now really to fall back. Will pop the shield, so it can't be used against his team. And with a minute to go, again, this is a seesaw. I don't know which team could be out on top.
55 seconds remaining. A lot riding on this round potentially for Elevate. You can bring it back from 5-1. Win this opening defensive round, 2-5, and a couple after that, and it just starts to snowball in your favor. Baskets, Josh. Juice is going to follow after that. 4 versus 2 kind of alludes us to thinking that this round's going to go the way of Elevate. Good way to start your defense. I mean, we've both seen it time and time again, guys, where teams can have these high leads, whether it's 4-1, 5-1, but then switch at the half, and a team like Elevate can just go on and have a flawless defense.
No, it's not going down without a fight. They will push in towards Freezer. These shields causing so many issues, and it will be really difficult to cover that plant. Vast gets one. Dino lit up, taken down as well. That's a good start for Elevate. Their reliance on the deployable shields in that round and their dependency on them could be torn apart a little bit if the Knights catch on, but so far it is a good start.
It certainly is. I can agree. 2-5. And for note, that I think the last time we saw Knights in the playoffs for 6 Masters, they were up 3-5 in one of their matches. Unfortunately, then went on to lose all remaining rounds after going up 3-5. So maybe 5's just their unlucky number. It could backfire for them as we head down to service and cooking on the first floor in Kitchen. 2-5. Elevate, though, are going to need to snowball this. They're going to need to gather even more momentum than they've been able to get off just that 1-round win to get back into this one.
I agree. I think Elevate need to win at least the next 2 rounds, get it to a 4-5. If Knights manage to take this round or the next, again, that pressure is applied. That's where Elevate might struggle to convert the map. Again, of course, if you are just tuning in, it is a best of 1, so each team only has 1 opportunity to beat or to be defeated by one of the other 7 teams in the tournament. So high stakes in every single matchup and no opportunity really to fall asleep.
No. You can't rest on your laurels, and you can't rest on having a 5-1 lead and hoping that the next few rounds are just going to happen for you. Especially considering that 5-1, you did all of your work on your defense of your Knights. if you don't win this round, then you don't win the next round, and suddenly it's 5-4 and you haven't won an attacking round. It's hard to sort of then have that mental capacity to back yourselves in to find that attacking round win when you haven't been able to unlock the defensive elevate. So that's what could potentially be ahead of Knights here if they don't win either this round or the next one. That's what I feel like. If it gets 4-5, I'm going to start to worry for Knights.
Verticality being used here by Elevate, Vast Above, God Legion as well. And of course, that Super Shorty on the castle can be used to remodel the floor and generate some really nice lines of sight in towards Prep, for example, which we can see Vast hovering over at the moment. And even that rotate next to Fireplace, which will protect anyone trying to rotate from there without being shot by the window to the right. There we go. Good observing. Thank you for explaining my long-winded point. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is this is a great setup from Elevate, and they cannot lose the round. That's the TLDR.
Wow, they cannot lose the round.
They cannot. Maybe they will
Right
now. Maybe they will now. I changed my mind. Potentially lose the round, but it's unlikely.
Josh with the opening frag. It's definitely what Knights needed, apparently, in what was an unlosable round for Elevate. Now down a player. We'll see if they're going to be able to regain that confidence that apparently Guz has bestowed upon them. It's just going to drone around. Still a minute and 30 seconds. A lot of time here remaining, Guz. And I don't know who that benefits right now. Obviously, Knights got the player advantage. I guess by having this player advantage and all this time, they can feel comfortable when their push eventually comes.
One thing the attackers will need to be mindful of is the longer they do have control of this floor, the increased likelihood of Elevate going for some sort of flank. I mean, Digital's playing down towards bot red, and maybe he could go for a flank. It seems like he's a little bit preoccupied at the moment, trying to get his C4 back at the moment, but once he does get that, he could head upstairs and try and disrupt the verticality being established. It looks like Digital has just given up completely. Probably not his best day in the server, as that verticality is now established, and Elevate under the pump a little bit.
Dino is low, but really he's just needing to open up some of the floorboards, use those grenades as well as we get towards the end. Worthy is going to find Dino, who was low. And Dinos did still have 2 grenades available for Knights, not going to be used now. 1-for-1 trades on the initial drop down. Digital's taken down, so it's only God Legion and Worthy that are still standing up against Josh in a 1 versus 2 now, as he confirms Digital is still just having that rough day. Josh is not over the 1v3s, Guz. He's got 14 seconds to do so.
Crossfire has been established, that barbed wire giving away a sound cue, as well as that Banshee, of course, a very loud audio cue. God Legion ready and waiting, but oh, he's run out of bullets, and Josh could win this, but in fact, he himself has run out as well. And look, as we expected, Elevate will take the round. Quite an easy round in the end, really. I mean, couldn't have gone much better, really. I mean, Elevate
wasn't
just
even
amazing.
close.
100%. Nowhere near. Knights were nowhere near that round at all.
3-5 now. Knights yet to find an attacking round win. Obviously for Elevate, they only found 1 themselves, so they're not really covered in glory in terms of being able to break through the defense on Cafe. But now Knights are kind of feeling pressure that Elevate were once on in trying to break through the defense on Cafe, and it's kind of like now the shoes on the other foot. Reading Fireplace for this 9th round now, Guz, and I said it before and I'll stand by it. If this goes 4-5, I'm going to be feeling very, very worried for Knights.
Oof, that's a big call. It's going to take a lot for Elevate to still win this match. I think the fact that they did win the last 2 rounds, though, gives them some confidence. I mean, Digital, though, if there's a player to highlight, or maybe low light, unfortunately, it's him. He's had a really rough first map here in OCN. That's 8 rounds where he's only gotten the 1 pick. Probably smart and wise to see him be put on that pulse. He can play a little bit safer, still gather intel for his team, and doesn't have to be overly reliant on his gun skill, which may just be off tonight. I mean, every player has their off nights, so it's important that if you do, you can still maximize what you're bringing to the team.
Hey, I'm off every night, so don't worry.
Same, 100%.
Digital.
100%.
On the flip, though, for Knights, I just saw their scores as well. Very, very spread out in terms of their kills. So it's a team effort from them right now, but the team effort's just not working on attack. currently for the Knights. The good news is they only have to get one attacking round somewhere along the lines in the next couple to at the very least force overtime. You just wonder though, you get that attacking round win now. You make it 6-3. You force that match point into the minds of Elevate. I feel like that just secures them the map win at some point down the line, but still a lot of work to do. Elevate have all the momentum right now. Knights have got all the work to do.
And if the Knights do manage to get around, then they can bank on the confidence that is the safety net of being on match point. Of course, that means that they've 100% confirmed an overtime. And worst comes to worst, even if they don't win any more rounds, they'll at least have a second chance in that OT. I'm not exactly sure what sides they'll be starting on in OT. I can't remember who had the final ban, so just have to wait on confirmation of that, I guess, if it happens. But it is really in the Knights' best interest to win this round, but Worthy, it's in his best interest to win one back. And that's a great pick onto Dino. That's the sledge taken off the board, and that does limit some of the verticality that now can be made.
So Knights get the opening pick in the last round. Didn't do too much for them. Will it be the same for Alava? I'm not sure if it will be. Defender gets the opening frag. It makes it more difficult than for the attackers.
At least there's breach charges in the bank here from Sage. Still have one left as well, and that might actually be enough to mitigate the fact that Sledge was taken down. That said, Elevate seemingly have moved away from these angles, instead maybe positioning themselves more so for a retake. You can see God Legion off site here, I believe, as God Legion has an angle on this player. I'm not exactly sure what doorway this is. So it's Cocktail Lounge. I think that's the pillars outside door. No, it's Red Corridor. So I'm completely wrong, but Sage, he's not wrong. He finds his mark, and there's only 35 seconds left now in a 4-on-4.
Josh and Sage still over at Cocktail. I'll have to drop down and help out eventually. Juicy looking for that default plan. Oh, drone on in through reading, and they're going to go for that reading plant. You would suspect within the next 20 seconds, otherwise the time will run out. So they're going to get it done very soon. Then they've got at least help. They're going to have a couple of shooters on the other side waiting for that push up from behind though. Vast gets Hayward. Doesn't win that 1v1. It was a big one to win. Virtually, well, this is just over. Wow. Elevate make it 4-5, and Knights are just looking in a bit of trouble.
Such a massive flank from Vast. Not only does he beat the high ground by going up the brown stairs, defeating the player, holding that angle quite confidently at pillars, but also able to get the Hibana just as that plant is secured. So a great play from him. That'll really inject some hype and some enthusiasm, I feel, into the squad. I've heard the Elevate comms before. We've heard them before in some of the videos they've released. They can get super hype when they hit plays. So hopefully that'll really inject that confidence into the team. And now they're only one round away from evening this out.
Fireplace mining. It's becoming more common, apparently. 4-5. Knights, have they just fallen into a bit of a hole here on their attack? And even though they're still leading score-wise, I feel like the pressure's on them more than it is on Elevate. Elevate from the worst off position on the scoreboard, but right now just playing better Siege.
And we've already seen LFO struggle to attack this side. It was Wildcard that sent them on that wild goose chase really on 2 occasions. Hopefully the Knights in their scrims and their dry runs have done some practice on this site, on the attack, ready and raring to go, because it looks like Elevate have a pretty well thought out setup prepared. You know, they've decided now is probably the time to pull this out, try and even out that score. And not only would it even out the scoreline, but it puts even more doubt in the backs of the minds of the Knights, especially if it's this side.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Mag it out. Changing mags. You can worry
Hard to see where Knights are going to find a round win here. They're going to need something to just go their way, maybe a bit of luck. Find 2 opening frags rather than just the one, and maybe hope that Elevate just mess up somewhere along the lines. Of course, as we've kind of already alluded to, they only have to get the 1 attacking round win to at the very least force overtime at a minimum. Not only that, if they can do it, then they also get match point. And that puts a bit of doubt then potentially in the minds of Elevate. Knights are going to have to change things up because what they've been trying hasn't been working.
2.0 again on display. That deployable shield lit up like a Christmas tree, and Hayward can use an Ash charge to clear it. Drone's being used now to just make sure this position is clear, but of course it's not. God Legion still roaming, but he drops off. And now the Knights should be able to gain control above. So critical on this side. A lot of the floor is destructible. We saw other teams like LFO again struggle to really play into that. But it does look like the Knights are ready and raring to go. Fast, however, it could be a little bit of a wild card in this round, still roaming above that laundry hatch. And if the Knights are unaware, he could catch them off guard and once again have a big influence on this round.
Just going back, I mean, it was only a couple of rounds ago we were joking around, and I did mention, hey, there's a chance that Elevate could go flawless on their defense. There's that ping 2.0 really highlighted right there. Is it not?
Oh, Josh, what are you doing? Unless he was trying to clear it. He might have been actually trying to clear an ADS. It just looks funny.
Nest in position.
Hard to see where this round's really going in terms of favoritism. For the first time in a while, no real opening frag. With 45 seconds remaining. As I say that though, Josh will get hot shot, and this might be the entryway for Knights towards the back end of this 10th round. Can they find match point? 30 seconds coming up. God Legion taking a bit of damage. Sejon has just gone a bit quiet on the attacking rounds compared to the defense. Can he get back involved? God Legion taking some damage now as well. 20 seconds left, guys. This is a big one for the Knights. It's the closest they've really gotten to finding a round win on their attack. 3-5 now. Can they finish it off?
It's big from Josh in this round, but God Legion inside of the site, no less, is able to find a pick. Digital as well. God Legion still popping off. The Knights just not clearing that position, leaves it all in the hands of Hayward. But there's nothing he can do, and Elevate will even out the scoreline.
Oh, that is just soul-crushing for Knights. 3-5 in the round, 20 seconds left. And Elevate just hold all their positions, hold all their angles, and just go frag, frag, frag in the blink of an eye. It's now 5-5. Manic and Raven sitting there just rubbing their hands together right now with the clip of you trash-talking them, Guz. I just want to say, I didn't do any trash-talking to those two.
Wow, you're not going to stand by your fellow
I'm
caster.
out.
Wow. Jeez, I may as well just hang up the microphone right now. That is just disgraceful.
I don't know if Knights have got what it takes to come back here.
Well, look, there was only one attacking round win in the first half, so the Knights, at worst, surely can just win one round here and head it to overtime. That's at least my thinking at the moment.
It's, well, easier said than done, though. That was primed to be the round. 3-5, 20 seconds left. Good position, good control. Obviously, Elevate just ended up winning the gunfights, and that's really all that matters at the end. God Legion having a very impressive cafe along with Worthy, 12 and 11 for both of them. And Knights have just come to a halt, unfortunately, on their attack right now, and it's come to this 5-5. Next round, the winner of this round gets match point. And that is just going to put Knights' mental in the bin, surely. If they're going to be down a match point to Elevate, I don't see it happening.
And upstairs hold again here from Elevate. Returning to the site, they successfully defended in their first defense, of course being round number 7. The Knights now need to try and pick it apart, find some of its weaknesses and exploit them. Nothing too ridiculous coming out from either team. Standard across the board. You've got the Omega combo. Mamai and Jaeger, of course, on the defense to soak up some utility. You've got plenty of utility on the side of the attackers to clear it. So, of course, it's anyone's game, as a wise prophet once told me. Especially this early in the round.
Not sure, though, if Knights have got what it takes. I'm trying my best here right now to just sort of reverse psychology this whole situation, doing as much as I can to cast a bless, but
Yes.
it's not happening.
Yes. Desperate
Elevate
times
certainly
call for
though
desperate
deserved it.
measures.
They've looked really clean on their defense. And look, honestly, this whole series between the two of the teams has now finally taken 10 rounds, but we've gotten to how we thought it would really play out, which is two teams that are closely contested in terms of skill level, and the scoreline now suggests that. And they've both been able to have really strong defense on Cafe, which is slightly defender favored, and it's just highlighted right now from both of these two teams. Knights are just gonna grind it out and find one here towards the end. If they lose this round, then I think you got to do something funky in the next round.
None of the walls open just yet, so maybe the Knights taking their time waiting for Juicy to come along and help open some angles in towards Freezer, or maybe even for a trash plan, although that wall, I believe, is soft. Juicy is in a gunfight. Pings come out though, and he will get the wall, and there we go. It's actually going to be soft wall, so maybe we might not even see Juicy open Freezer. No, he does in the end. Sanjian will probably come across and open that in towards bins, open the wall in towards bins. So we're expecting that's where the plant will go down, but the angles from Elevate have been established to try and deny that.
Yeah, very different position to how we saw Knights defending this. A lot more presence for Elevate around washrooms, Freezer, and Cocktail. Obviously, we saw Knights do that really strange defense. Worked out well, really strange, but holding more around bar. In fact, they're probably in the similar position to where they were actually defending from. 20 seconds left remaining. It's still 5-5. Knights are just got to go in all guns blazing right now. They've got to win these fights. They lose the first one, though. Opening frag to Vast onto Dino, and 13 seconds left. One through the smoke, though, from Joshua to Worthy. One over at Whites as well. Josh has got a second one. He needs to find a third one, though. They need to ride that luck. The diffuser is planted as well. Vast is down. Hotshot. Digital. Not gonna lie, guys, two of the guys that have struggled the most on Elevate are the ones remaining, as Vast is confirmed. It's a 2 versus 4, and Knights have maybe just cracked the defense of Elevate.
And I mean, the fact that the Knights have someone on the roof is critical in this round. There's nothing that Hotshot really can do in this round. He will be taken down, and the Knights will get that ever important second last round of regulation. They're on match point. They could close it out, Xenox, but it is so tough on this side, as we've already established.
Oh, match point is finally in the hands of Knights. It's not just match point, but it's also the fact that now, worst case scenario, they do get to go to overtime. So they've got some of the chocolates. I think for Elevate, you just can't get tilted from that particular round and now giving up match point, because for them it's sort of like so close to getting the job done. They had them on the ropes. They had them down for the count, but Knights have been able to just get up, throw one more haymaker, and now Elevate have got to respond one more time. They've been just almost flawless on defense. We go down to kitchen. Do we go to overtime, or is it going to be 7-5, guys?
Tricky to call, but the worrying thing for me, if you're an Elevate fan or an Elevate player in the server, is the fact that the Knights were able to take that round rather, with a pretty simple execute. That bins plant with the angles in towards Freezer is nothing new. It's a pretty default attack by this point of the meta, and Elevate threw everything they had to try and deny it, but it wasn't quite enough. So heading into this round, maybe the Knights will just go, hey, maybe we should just play it safe, nothing too fancy. And if Elevate do slip up again, particularly with that plant denial, they'll find themselves in trouble, and they could well drop the map.
Knights just maybe found the groove as well with that round win, unlocking the defense of Elevate to now try and do it 2 rounds in a row. It's not totally common to be able to do that, though. Throughout a attacking half on Cafe, maybe you get one here and one there and one there, but to get 2 in a row and head down to kitchen, it's not going to be an easy task for Knights. So definitely still feel like Elevate probably in the favored position to tie us back up at 6-6 and force this overtime. But if Knights get the opening pick here, I'm going to back them in all the way.
Definitely share that sentiment as the Knights now slowly progress through the map. Josh has been a key figure in some of these attacks again on that Zofia, looking to maybe find some more, and find some more they might. Vast and God Legion are both playing on the second floor, both in key positions, holding the hatch, and they're there to try and waste as much time as possible. That said, though, it looks like they may have dropped down, and that does forfeit vertical control to the Knights.
Still a lot of time remaining, but as you can see, and as you said, have dropped back down to that first floor, which means there's no one really roaming around, giving Knights complete control of this second floor. It can open up a lot of sight lines, break up a lot of the floor, especially over in train. They can find that opening pick, and that's usually how it goes for Kitchen. To unlock it is to get that opening pick through the floorboards and throw a nade down, or just simply shoot them. That works too.
Well, you know what doesn't work? Shooting Banshees, and as we spectate Worthy, I'm not exactly sure where those Banshees have been placed, but if the Knights let this timer tick down, they could be faced with the prospect of being quite slow and quite noisy come that execute. So it's critical that if they have been spotted, they clear them, and if they haven't, that they do locate where they are. And oh my God, talk about information, Vast. There's perfect information inside of Bakery rather, but it doesn't matter. Sage and Hayward popping off here with only 40 seconds left.
Makes it a 5 versus 3 match point on the line here. Elevate have done an amazing job to get it back to a close margin rather than a complete blowout. Their defense has been impressive, but maybe just Knights have finally opened a pathway forward to finishing off this best of 1 series. 6-5, 19 seconds, 3v5. That is everything on the line here. Slowly pushing in, hot shot over the hallway, trying to find one back. They can't. They're just outnumbered, outgunned. And Knights will take out this best of 1 on Cafe, 7-5. It was almost the impressive comeback from Elevate. Keyword there is almost. And you know what that means, guys? Yourself,
we were right,
and I.
Woo! Let's go.
We're right with the predictions. Screw you all you other casters.
Yes, best casters in OCE. 100% confirmed. But I mean,
no bias here.
It was definitely not as confident of a win as I was expecting, particularly after that first half. It was dicey nonetheless. But hey, the Knights showed up when it mattered. 2 late round attacking wins is all you need on such a defender-sided game, and they come home with the chocolates. That's one massive dub on the board, and unfortunately, that is a big L in the column rather for Elevate.
Certainly share the same sentiment as you've just mentioned, and look, great way to start the season for the Knights, of course, after the departure of Strider. Sejion has come in and had an amazing debut. Unfortunately for Elevate, their trend of 6 Masters has now continued into the Oceanic Nationals, unable to win one of these close or fair matchups. So look, I thought they looked impressive though, and they looked like the Elevate that could have easily won that map and won that match. So I don't see them finishing second last. After what I've seen there, especially in their defense, they've got a bit to work on, guys, but I don't see them finishing second last. So it's not the end of times for Elevate.
Yeah, the most worrying thing really for Elevate, as you mentioned, is the continuation of that form from the first stage of OCN here into the second. I mean, the last map win that they actually managed to get was day 8 of 6 Masters 2020. So that is quite a long time ago. In fact, it was against Ferox, arguably one of the teams we're expecting to finish in the bottom 2. So it's a little bit grim for Elevate. I mean, there are some positives that can be taken on that map. For the most part, their defenses were pretty tight, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to maintain that consistency that they would have desired.
As we've been doing throughout the night, of course, having a quick interview with a member of the winning team, in this case from the Pittsburgh Knights. We are going to be having Dino on the interview. Usually it's Strider. Dino, welcome on in. Congratulations on the win. What a way to kickstart your campaign for the Oceanic Nationals.
Thank you. It was so stressful nearly through. But yeah, it was good. It was really, really good. I'm so proud of Sajon and the whole team. I'm really, really happy.
I mean, yeah, let's dive into that roster change again. Congratulations for tonight, but there's no doubt that on paper it looked to be a little bit of a tough one. Of course, Strider stepping down, Sage jumping on in. How did that roster change play out tonight, and what are your thoughts sort of leading into the rest of the season in regards to his performance?
So with Strider jumping out, that means we lost our main hard bridge and our main droner. But with the introduction of Sage, I think it adds more of an aggressive style to the team, which we need, and a more unpredictable playstyle as well. I guess it was hard when we just lost Strider because we needed to find a new main hard breach and a main droner. But Juicy's picked up that role excellent, like really well. And I think with the more matches we play, the better, and it should get easier for us as well.
Yeah, I mean, you even mentioned it yourself, right? That map was incredibly stressful. It was stressful for us because it got to the point where we were wondering, where are the Knights going to get this round from? What was the thought process and what was the sort of the energy in the team on the back end of that map? Because you basically left it to the very last second to actually get those round wins on the board.
So with with such a big lead on on defense, we thought, all right, we have to reset. So when we went on to attack, we said, all right, 0-0. Every time we lost a round, we just tried to find out why we lost the round, tried to improve on it, and then fix for the next. We had a bit of hiccups here and there with bringing the wrong operators, not having soft breach on one round. And I think one of the rounds they went, we actually misjoined the site. So that kind of like threw a coin. But I think overall, we reset properly. We let our nerves aside and we just won the game fair and square.
What are the team expectations for this season of Oceanic Nationals after the departure of Strider and obviously a new addition and some players having to rejig their roles on the team? Is it just simply to make playoffs?
To come second, and if we can beat wildcard as well. We're not here to play around.
Hey,
we're here to win.
Aim for first, and maybe you land at second.
Exactly. We showed up by coming second in the major. Why can't we win this?
Exactly. Look, you guys looked great, especially on your defense. With you the best of luck for the season. Congratulations again on the win.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Yeah, why aim for second? That one I don't agree with. But hey, like they we keep saying it for pretty much every team. No offense, except for Rhythm and Wildcard. They're like firmly 1 and 2, 1 and last. But Knights are a team that could easily finish second. I don't see them finishing second last. I don't have them that low. I definitely have them in the playoffs. And look, the signs that we've seen from that particular game lead me to, be filled up with a lot of belief for them for the remainder of the season.
Yeah, the only worrying sign for me, and it's a bit of a meme at this point, was Dino mentioning that they wrongly droned a site. If we cast our minds back, it wasn't too long ago that they did that against Sinister when they baited them into a completely opposite bomb site on the map. So hopefully that trend doesn't continue and they can perform well come the back end of the season. But why not shoot for first? I think that should be the ultimate goal for all of these teams.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. Up next, though, we've got Ferox versus Noble for what will be our final match of the night.
Reloading.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers dropped in. 5 seconds left. 15 seconds remaining. Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. 15 seconds remaining.
One final game remaining tonight for the opening day of the Oceanic Nationals. We've got Ferox versus Noble coming up very, very shortly, which of course will conclude us for this evening. So far tonight though, guys, it's been up and down throughout a lot of the matches that we've had, and so far the best of one hasn't disappointed. We've had some pretty convincing wins, to be quite fair, and there's not many of them where I'd sit back and be like, oh yeah, if we got a second map, that would change the outcome.
That's exactly right. I mean, I could sit here and say that they were unpredictable results, but I mean, you and I are both going 100% in our predictions so far this season, so it's been a good start for us. But that said, it has also been incredibly competitive. None of the maps have really been solidified at all until the very sort of last stages of them, particularly the most recent one, the Knights just edging out on top.
Yeah, 100%. And we got our predictions right. Who was the third person? Do you remember who was with us?
I think it was it Sky?
Might have been Sky. I don't know,
Sky,
but we've got ourselves a partner there at the top of the predictions so far. Fortunately, I like this world, don't you? It's cozy. Where we're at the top, Ducky's at the bottom. It's a nice reality to be in. The reality is though, Ferox are going to be up for a tough ask in this matchup. Now, if we want to go into the deep dive into it here, I actually predicted Ferox like a week and a half ago, but then with the recent announcement of Noble, I just thought, you know what, I don't see them losing under the new banner. For Ferox, they've had some recent additions though, Oda and Nazgul coming into the roster, and I was super excited for them when they got announced.
Again, a fresh beginning for one of the teams here in OCE. Oda and Nazgul jumping into the fray, those spots being left open. Am I convinced that they've had enough time to solidify these changes? Not really, to be completely honest. I mean, again, tonight will give us the best indication of that, but Ferox are really just trying to avoid relegations. At least that's the consensus we have heading into this season. Again, we just have to wait and see if they can actually take it up against one of the better teams in OCE.
Definitely agree with you there. Our competitors, of course, for Ferox tonight will be Noble, fresh under the new banner. RIP to Malincat HQ, of course, formerly known as Team Sinister. And the debutant tonight for them is going to be President. And so far it has been a good night for a lot of the debutants. Guys, I think President's a highly anticipated one as well.
That's exactly right. President, a pretty big name in the Tier 2 scene, been around there for quite some time, harping back all the way, in fact, to Sleeper GG, where he was actually the captain in IGL of the team that competed in Six Masters 2019, and he was actually playing with no other than Molosca. So definitely some synergy there to be built upon. Once again, moving on, he then IGL'd for Bazaar and performed decently in the LPL Pro scene, which is the Tier 2 scene here in OCE. So he does bring a pretty decent pedigree into this lineup, and keen to see how he does progress.
What's the expectations for Noble this season? Is it second?
Oh, geez, you've really put me on the spot with that question. I honestly am probably thinking that Noble are actually trying to avoid relegations as well to some extent here. I don't think they're going to be pushing that hard for the top two. And I mean, I don't think Milo's going to be too happy at me saying that. But look, I don't think they're in massive danger of dropping to the relegations, but I also think they need to be very careful that they don't.
Okay. I'm still thinking for Noble around second, third is where they can place themselves. Map predictions though. Do we go to Clubhouse and just might as well round it out with where we started the night?
Well, I mean, it's pretty hard to predict the map we're going to go to just based purely on the results, because neither of these teams actually have a massive or a great track record in any of the maps. So again, I'm just going to throw out an Oregon out there. Hopefully we see it tonight, because we haven't seen it just yet. In terms of what we're most likely going to see, probably Clubhouse and Cafe. I'm just going to keep it simple, because both these teams have got decent results there, and it just seems to be the home of OCE.
I just want Clubhouse simply for the synergy, so that it goes Clubhouse, Cafe, Clubhouse. We'll see as the bands come out. We're definitely not going Cafe, and we're not going Clubhouse, which means we are
Oregon.
And we're not getting Oregon either. Just like in quick succession, they're like nope, and nope. We're going to Villa for our final match of the night between Ferox and Noble, which should be a good one. I'm not sure who this one favors actually, because Villa for Six Masters was not as heavily played compared to a lot of the other maps, such as, of course, Clubhouse, Cafe, Coastline.
Yeah, for sure. I have this listed as a mixed map really for Ferox. Only 3 maps, or 3 officials that I have recorded here. They got 1 dub and 2 losses. Compare that to Noble. I've actually granted them a strong map rating for this a particular map. 7 wins, 3 losses. That's a pretty decent performance from them. Not exactly sure how Villa's going to play out in this new meta. Of course, on the Shadow Legacy patch, Ace, Malusi, they're both in. And I feel like that's going to have a pretty big bearing on how this map does play out. It tends to be quite difficult on attack to get the walls open on occasion and just turns into this filter fest. But if Ace does slip through the ban phase, that could really open things up.
Definitely have to agree with you there, and I'm excited to head to Villa to end off tonight, of course. I think because we are going to see a lot of Clubhouse, we are going to see a lot of Cafe throughout the season, so nice to see some different maps. This doesn't really change too much, though, in terms of my thoughts of predictions or where this matchup is going to go. I still firmly think Noble will win this one quite comfortably now, but Ferox, who knows? I mean, best of ones, we keep saying that we're going to see an upset somewhere along the line. Could it be here? 2 new players, right? A refreshed Ferox that wants to avoid relegations, wants to avoid that bottom 2. Or what better way to start than spoil the Noble party?
Yeah, and the one thing that Ferox do have going for them is that traditionally, for the longest time, really, they have been one of the more unpredictable teams in the region. Add on top of that, these 2 pretty recent roster changes, to the best of my knowledge, haven't had a great amount of time sort of synergizing together, is only really going to exemplify that unpredictability. Throw Noble into the mix, sometimes they can be thrown off by that. So if Ferox can somehow get into their minds and play the game that they want to play and not be dictated by Noble, who knows, maybe they could be in with a decent chance.
Well, maybe Twitch chat, maybe the community, maybe they know, as we go and have a look at the community poll vote for this matchup. 61% to Noble, 39% to Ferox, which is probably about right. It's very close to that 60-40 that we had actually for the last matchup for Elevate and Knight, which went the 40% way. Maybe it'll go the 39% way for Ferox here, and they can pinch one here, which maybe on Villa could be the case. Although, as you said, for Noble, they've had a good history on Villa. Intriguingly enough, you've got the stats there, Guz. Have you still got it open?
I do. I
Ferox,
always have my spreadsheets open, of course.
Of course, good. Our lovely new dev 2.0. The choice, right, being able to choose either Consulate or Villa, which would have been, in your mind, the better decision? Obviously for Ferox, they think Villa.
Well, that's actually a very good point to bring up. Noble, in all the history that I have, which is a significant amount of games, they've actually only ever played Consulate once. I've got it listed as an insta-ban because for the longest time that I can remember, Consulate was basically the map that they would always ban first, or at least somewhere along the veto line. So maybe heading there just wasn't a comfortable pick for Ferox. That could be linked back to the fact that this squad hasn't had a lot of time to prep, and maybe Consulate just isn't one of the maps that they had time to properly prepare for.
Beautiful segment there. We're going to go look at the snowball predictions now, which should be very much one-sided affair. It is, which means we can confirm, Guz.
Number 1.
We will be number 1
number 2
at the end of Playday 1. No, it's just 1-1. What do you mean 1 and 2?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you could be number 1 and I'll be number 2. That's fine.
No, we're both 1 together. We're both winners. And I think,
kinda
obviously, Noble, I think they'll be winners as well. And a lovely expert panel agreeing with that sentiment across the board. Clearly copying us after our successful result in the last one. I'm just going to keep bragging about that until Playday 2 finishes, where maybe I'll get one
Probably
wrong.
be last. You'll probably be last.
Probably be last.
To be completely honest, we're just living this up while we can.
Exactly. Final thoughts going into this one. Villa, Ferox versus Noble. How's this one going to play out? 7-4?
I'm convinced it's probably not going to be as close as the poll would suggest. I'm thinking maybe something along the lines of a 7-2, maybe even a 7-1 if Noble are really on point.
Well, we'll have to see whether or not Noble will be on point, as Guz has mentioned. Ferox, of course, are going to be wanting to start afresh. A couple of new faces for a new season. We head to Villa, a new map, and maybe a chance for Ferox to cause an upset here. Have fun, good luck, or as Sushi likes to say, have fun, have fun. It's all about fun here. Noble will kick us off in the ban phase.
Mentioned earlier that the bans could really open up how this map is played, but Thatcher will be banned out first. It's not really too unprecedented for Noble as far back as I've got. In fact, the last 5 games I have, they banned Thatcher on every single occasion, regardless of the map. One of those, in fact, was actually Villa. They lost 3-7 to OKAMI. Funnily enough, their second ban on that was Clash, but that's highly unlikely to be the case here. Sledge will be the attacking ban for Ferox. I'm assuming the thought process behind that is to take away some of the grenades and some of the verticality that can be achieved on this map. Of course, that does leave Ace on the board. Following that up, of course, Ferox onto Wamai, and I'm going to leave this one to you, Xenox. What's the last ban going to be here for Noble?
Oh, what? Mirror? I don't know. Jeez, I wasn't even looking. Oh no, I thought I got it. Jeez, it's Valkyrie. Look, I saw.
I'm trying to just open the floor, you know. Maybe you didn't agree with me, and I just get, you're overwatching.
Oh.
Do you have your eyes open? Wait, do you have your eyes open when we cast? Or
I was
just
no. I just it's all in the feeling.
It's plugged into your brain.
Exactly. It's just, I just look at the spreadsheets. Okay. There, you've caught me. What do you want? I basically have kidnapped Dev. He sits next to me, and he just writes down all the results, and I just read off his spreadsheet.
One way to go about it.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be going Aviator Games to kickstart us off on Villa. And we're going to be seeing Noble defending first, which, well, you predicted potentially 7-2, 7-1. Those were your words. And if it's typically going to go that way, starting on defense will help.
The one thing that is quite intriguing, and I can also make a joke out of it, is the fact that President will be playing on the Warden. I almost forgot the name there. That would be very embarrassing. But the fact is that that Warden is actually, I believe, and I don't want to get this wrong because my understanding of the storylines isn't amazing, but I believe he is a Secret Service agent, which would mean that he actually protects the President. That makes sense, right? Yeah. So, President obviously picking Warden for that sole reason. I
thought you were going somewhere with Warden and Ferox, but...
Well, true.
You just went
Warden is in the server. Warden is in the server in a Ferox game. There you go.
No, you can't take it now. You went in this weird other direction that no one understood where you're going with.
I understood it.
I saved it there for you, all right?
It was a clutch. It was a good clutch.
Clutch. We look after each other, and that's all that matters, all right?
Exactly.
Well, as for Ferox, though, they are going to take the ace up their sleeve, thanks to Shade. You mentioned it wasn't banned, although I'm pretty sure out of the entire night tonight, it was only banned once. So it'll probably be an operator that just gets banned every now and then, rather than an insta-ban.
Yeah, that could well be the case. I mean, I was anticipating Ace to have a higher ban rate, so adaptable in his playstyle, but maybe again it'll take a little bit longer for that to play out. Shade meanwhile droning ahead, making sure that model is clear, and that's an interesting hole actually from the defense. So it looks like the AV bomb side or the aviator side actually has a soft wall opened up in towards study, if I saw that correctly. That's a tricky line of sight for Ferox to contend with.
President already taking a bit of damage. As we sort of alluded to throughout the night, it's been the topic of Playday 1, all the fresh faces, all the debutants, and it will be so once again here for President. I believe we're gonna rehost this round, so goodbye to that round. We'll come back to us, unfortunately for you guys. Don't worry, won't be too long before we get into the matchup between Ferox and Noble. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to just listen to us jabber on a little bit more until we press the
buttons.
button.
It's the buttons, Raven. My button has broken again.
Yeah,
I pressed it down and then it came up and then the game just disappeared every time. It's just the worst.
We have a tiny, small rehost back into the action shortly. Gotta love the ticker man. How quickly that's exactly what that's exactly what it says. Look, there it is.
We have a tiny, small rehost. Oh.
Yeah.
Do you reckon you could say something and the ticker would get updated with like really quickly? Give it a go. Say anything. Anything you want. Go. Say something.
Oh, me?
Yeah,
I'm not in control of the ticker. I'm sitting here waiting for the ticker to like...
I mean, yeah, no, say something and then the ticker will get updated. That's how it works, right?
Why would I... What do you mean? I'm so confused.
Well, I think the ticker man will do like a visible confusion with asterisks now, and we're gonna see that get updated.
I actually don't. I don't think we have the technology for that. One thing we do have though is the rehost in progress scoreline currently 0-0. I do like that one. That's a nice little addition for what is probably going to be. Oh, here we go.
I am a robot. There is no ticker man. We've been exposed. Oh no.
No, I think Ticker Man's been exposed as a ticker robot. So
no more making fun, I guess.
obviously we didn't really get too far into the matchup between Ferox and Noble, but was there anything at all, guys, that sort of struck your fancy as to how things were lining up for that first round?
Well, I mean, the one thing that I joked about, but obviously didn't go into too much depth, was the Warden pick from President. For those who may not be aware, because Warden is hardly picked, he has the ability to activate his scanner. I honestly could not tell you the exact name of it, but it is a click ability, and you are able to then see through smoke grenades, and you can also be immune from flash grenades. So during some of these more hectic executes, which we do see some of the teams execute, having a Warden on the board that can sort of hold sight quite thoroughly can be quite useful. Of course, we didn't quite get to see if it would be effective, and I'm assuming that he'll have to pick it again if the round is rehosted. That's not up to us, but keen to see, keen to track if one, it works, and two, if President actually picks it later on, not only in this map, but just the season as a whole, because we do see it basically never.
I would imagine though you'd have to pick it again for at least this round, right?
Yeah, I think so, but yeah. I'm not an admin. I'm not patient.
Wait, you're a patient?
I'm not that patient. I don't have patience. I have very little patience, unfortunately.
We didn't see Warden too often, obviously, in Six Masters. I think it was only, I want to say twice. I remember we saw it once. I think we saw it maybe once where it was swapped off like immediately, and then the other time it was played like literally once. I think, did Warden end up playing Warden once?
Jeez, you're really testing my memory. I
swear that happened.
I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. 100%.
I swear that happened. Or I just recall waiting all season for Warden to play Warden. Obviously, that can't happen this
Warden
season.
Isn't here anymore.
No,
that's a bit
but we do have President.
That was sad. That makes me feel sad. I miss Warden. Warden, for those in chat that might not know, he was a member of the ANZ scene for quite a significant amount of time. I mean, he was here well before I was, and yeah, so it's sad to see him go. He was quite a strong player, but you know, things happen, times change, so that did leave that gap, and Ferox have had to try and fill that. Again, we haven't even played out of rounds, so we're yet to give any sort of insight as to whether that hole has been filled, but hopefully it has been. Otherwise, Ferox will find themselves in a little bit of strife.
I'm just waiting for you to press the button.
My button's broken, dude. We're never getting back into the game. Can you imagine?
I probably could, to be honest. Well, I feel like we've spoken about this matchup to death right now in terms of the way it can go and the way that it can play out. But what about the seasons, I guess, for them? You know, we've spoken that Ferox, the main goal is probably just to avoid relegation. But what struck me and really caught me off guard is when you said Noble potentially just wanting to avoid relegation. I don't agree with the second one, but I do agree with the first one.
Yeah, look, I think my call on Noble was maybe a little bit harsh. I guess the point that I was sort of trying to convey is that I personally am not overly confident in Noble's ability really to be a strong contender for the top three. We know that the top three from OC and then head into the OCE major. I don't currently see them in that position. Losing Vinny alone is such a massive loss. I mean, it got highlighted tonight, right? Vinny was popping off a wild card just a little while ago against LFO. So that is a really big hole to be filled. And again, we're yet to see if it has been, but I'm assuming President isn't necessarily going to be a like-for-like replacement. There's going to be some roles that need to be shuffled around as well. Like, for example, Milo for the longest time was playing that IGL hard support role for Noble, but with an entry taken off the board, there might even be a scenario that I'm envisioning Milo now being shifted back to that entry role, because that's what he played for the longest time before he actually joined this Noble roster. So a bit of shuffling around could be on the cards. Again, we'll have to wait and see, but I don't know. If it takes too long to shuffle that around, then they might find themselves in some serious trouble come the end of the season.
Well, it's a good point you brought up because it definitely was the case for Knights, right? Sejon hasn't come in and taken the exact same role as Strider. And that's going to be the case for probably a few of the teams here for Oceanic Nationals, since every team has had at least one change. It may not be like for like. I think, honestly, Vinny's probably one of the more like for likes compared to some of the other replacements coming in and just trying to fill that frag role. So, yeah. But in terms of Ferox, I don't know, you probably know more about Nazgul and Oda more than myself. Personally, they're fresh faces for me at this level. But give us a bit of backstory, I guess, if you can.
Jeez, you're really testing. I'm going to be completely honest. Nazgul and Oda stuck out to names to me as well that I wasn't 100% confident on. But that said, I did reach out to them.
You did your research.
To do some research. So I'll see if I can find when they responded. So Nazgul actually responded. Let's read it out in whole. I'm sure we've got plenty of time here. So you said, Nazgul, hey, sorry for the late response. Hey, that's fine, man. You got to prep. Don't really have any significant achievements. He was on Cryptic in Pro League for Season 10, so that's pretty cool. And at the moment, he is guessing that he's going to be playing Entry, so let's hope he's playing Entry. His goals this season are to avoid relegations, focus on rebuilding the team, because they had 2 people leave, and that was actually only 2 weeks out from the season starting, so they're in a little bit of a predicament, and they're looking to try and just work on everything as a team, really, in that limited time frame.
Well, thanks for the insight and for the homework that you were able to do, Guz. It served us well throughout the rehost. Fortunately, though, we are back into the game for Ferox versus Noble. We hadn't got into a round yet, so it is still 0-0. Noble defending, Ferox on the attack here on Villa. And, of course, it is the same operator picks for this particular round.
Keen to see if there's been much changes, at least from the defensive setup here. Of course, in that previous round, Ferox would have had at least some insight to the setup because part of that round had played out. That puts Noble in a little bit of an unfortunate position, but hey, that stuff happens. You need to be able to adapt on the fly and not drop your head too much. Didn't really feel like we had progressed that deep into the last round anyway, so Ferox hadn't really dealt with a lot of the setup that Noble had created. And on the topic of setup, it looks like it's pretty similar. The soft wall on Aviator, we've also still got this presence at the top of the main stairs with President on the Warden. And Ferox are now setting up on that balcony, trying to really deplete some of that setup that has been created.
Attackers have located a bomb.
First round, 2 minutes remaining. Nico just roaming around backstairs. May eventually meet up with Todd. The other 4 members of Ferox just around the veranda looking to make their way in slowly. Oscar's actually the one who finds Todd. Oscar and Nico were both roaming around there, and Todd gets caught out. So as the solo there's not going to be a refrag, and that can be the problem when you're playing as that sort of solo position. There's no crossfire, there's no refrag, and now you're down 5-4.
That's a big pick, really, for Noble, who we're aware of that. And Ferox, I think, we're banking heavily on Todd to have an impact on that round because the rest of the team is setting up for this push in through Study. It's quite one-dimensional, and Noble will now be able to turn around, basically do a 180 and focus all their efforts now on this southern side of the map. So Ferox need to pull out something, maybe send someone below, get some verticality. I'm not sure exactly what the answer is here, but this push alone I don't think will be enough.
Yeah, they're going to have to just funnel in at this point. Ferox are in some strife. President's going to get revived and brought back up. Fisher will get Sushi. Down to just Shade and Nazgul. Nazgul does find one onto Derpe and is on the board for the Oceanic Nationals. This round's clearly over and it's going to go the way of Noble. Good start for them. Improvements can be made for Ferox, but Noble with a very, very well performed defensive hold.
I had Nico actually got the Banshee that high above the like on the ledge near the stairs. That's quite impressive, and it actually is quite difficult to get rid of because I don't think that would be in melee range, right? So you'd have to use a very well-timed grenade or a Zofia charge to clear that. So that's just something maybe for the viewers at home, add that into your ranked strat book if you would, if you have one. I don't have one. Why would I have one? I don't have one, but you might have one. I don't know. I do spreadsheets. That's a bit different.
Not quite the back-to-back Warden from President. You just wonder, you play it once, guys, you can see it a few times then, I guess, right?
I mean, possibly. It didn't seem to have a massive impact on that round. It was actually a good job from Ferox to clear out that position above the top of the main stairs, or Tom's as it may be known by the players. We saw there were multiple ADS devices, the shield as well to assist, but President thought better of it, felt the heat. I mean, there were 4 players really staring him down, and he was able to just fall back. I mean, let's move on from this, because of course we're now going to see the closet hold. So this is the hold that's become pretty synonymous on this map and on this site in particular. Other regions like EU, for example, have really popularized it. We can expect to see a rotate in towards bathroom. We can also see a rotate in towards master as well, and the castle barricades there ready to try and protect the players that are holding inside of those closet alongside the ADS devices. And what this position allows you to do is to really have a fortification across master bedroom, which can be a key point on any attack regardless of where they come from.
We've seen a lot of success with that closet hold throughout 6 Masters, and as you touched on, we'll probably see a lot more of it as well here. The Oceanic Nationals on Villa. 3 ADSs laid down, 3 ADSs to push through in terms of using your utility to just clear out closet. And then if you throw in Fisher Guy as well, he can have a couple of gas canisters to even further delay it. At times we even see, like, you could throw in like a Vulcan shield if you run the Goyo, although Oda just catches, actually it was Shade, sorry, catches Fisher Guy on the rotation out of the closet, and that's a big pickup for Ferox.
That is a really good use of utility to clear those ADS devices. You could see the red light on those Jaeger ADS devices diminish, which means that there's no charges left. Fisher, I think, looked at them and went, oh, I'm in a bit of strife here. He was forced to run out, otherwise he would have been grenaded. And Ferox, anticipating that, was watching the rotate. He couldn't get out safely, and now they have really good control on the attack of this side of the map, and President will fall as well.
Not just yet. Can be brought back up, and, well, Noble have been able to get Nazgul, so it's even for now, 4-4. Of course, President still needs to be brought back up onto his feet. Minute 20 seconds remaining. Certainly better from Ferox compared to the first round. They're right in the thick of this round. Right up to their eyeballs, very close to the sights here. And let's go over at landing.
The thing is, of course, without points on, Ferox may be unaware that President is actually down and could be playing this like it is just a regular 4-on-4, and that could compromise them late round if they do play a little bit safer. We'll have to wait and see as Nazgul actually does eventually confirm that kill. They will now know it's a 4-on-3, and they should be able to push site with a little bit more confidence. Oh, geez, Milo, that was pretty good damage there onto Shade, but not quite enough to get the kill.
Still a lot of time, though. 38 seconds with a 4-on-3 advantage for Ferox. Big opportunity laid out for them here. 3 kills for Nico so far over the first 2 rounds, and Oda will just shut him down with a quick decant shot. Has been impressive so far. Oda. Odd will get Molosca 3v1. I think Noble are going to drop the bundle here in the second round. Ferox are going to find their first round win. That C4 not going to find the mark. Had it though, could have really opened the door for Derpe, despite the fact he is low on health. Not going to get Todd. Prone on the ground. Ferox will spite in the second round win.
Super clean round there from Ferox, and as I sort of alluded to during the preparation phase, a lot of that defense did hinge on that closet hold, but Ferox used a lot of utility early round to burn out those ADS devices. Fisher, left with nowhere to go, was shut down, and just like that, control of that part of the map was forfeited, and it was left up to the likes of Milo and Prez to try and hold it from sort of landing and towards that stat area, but it was such an exposed location on the objective. There wasn't a whole lot really that they could do, and Ferox were able to capitalize and get their first round win.
Go down to dining kitchen. Just from what we saw earlier on tonight, going back to sort of like wildcard LFO, which I kind of almost compare in a similar manner to this series in particular for Ferox and Noble. It was very close for the first 8 rounds. It was 4-4, and then we saw wildcard just sort of pull away when it really mattered and when the going got tough. And you just wonder if maybe there's a bit of feeling about this matchup between Noble and Ferox, where Ferox can easily come out, pinch a few rounds on their attack, and really line this one up to be super close, and then Noble just pull away at the last minute to win 7-4, 7-5. To me, that's the way it looks like it could shape up. Long way to go, of course. It's only 1-1, but it was definitely a better attacking round from Ferox.
One thing that Noble can lean into after that last round is the fact that I'm sure they'll be well and truly aware of really where they went wrong. So it's a matter of if they go back to that site, or probably when they go back to that site, inevitably later in this map, they might be able to change up that closet hold, or even just give up on it completely and play a different strat they have in the book. So it's not really the end of the day, end of the world rather, as long as Noble do know where they went wrong. And I'm sure Fisho would have made it abundantly clear when he was screaming that he was getting absolutely abused inside of the closet.
Yeah, and I think you look back on that and think, well, it's a mistake. It's a mistake, and Ferox punished it. If that mistake doesn't happen, maybe Noble don't lose the round. I know it's hard to sort of pin it all on that, but you can look at those sort of instances if you are Noble and think, okay, well, don't make that mistake and we'll be right. President able to just push on in through trophy now.
Nazgul getting aggressive. Oh, takes a bit of damage as well. Not quite sure who lit him up, but that's obviously not ideal. Strong presence above from Noble, and funnily enough, it's Milo and President, ex-teammates, teaming up once again to try and push back this attack. And Fisho, rather, from below, shuts down Nazgul. It's a great pick to shut down the Ash, and that's obviously 1-3 speed taken down and one less to worry about. But as I say that, Fisho is traded back. That mute no longer in play.
I think either team will be too unhappy about losing Nazgul or Fisher guy there. 4-4, minute 30 remaining. To me, it looks like Noble have given up on that top floor roam, so they've come back down. And Oscar, yeah, just coming back down these red stairs. There's not much presence from Ferox on the top floor. Shade, Todd close by to each other. Sushi and Oda close by to each other. Minute remaining on the clock, though. Ferox are going to have to eventually, not necessarily give up on this verticality, but obviously going to get onto the site one way or the other. Shade's going to just try and open up this reinforced wall. He's going to be gas canister, though.
A little bit of a weird smoke from Derpe, maybe just trying to prevent the rush in. So not the silliest of decisions, and he still has 2 in the bank. Make that 1 as another goes out to deny that breach entry. So I'm tipping that Noble do have the other door to Shade's right covered. It's really just this breach that could be the weakness. Shade does really exploit that weakness, finding his double in the round, and that opens it up nicely for the rest of his team. Oda finding one as well. It's up to Milo and Nico now in the 2-on-4.
18 seconds remaining. As you said, 2-on-4. Very important that Milo can find someone very early on, or Nico does get one, but immediately Todd and Oda will get Oscar and Nico out of the game. And Ferox have got a lead. It's early, it's 2-1, but it's a lead.
Still can't help but feel that maybe Ace is leaning this map to be a little bit more attacker-sided, and we have seen it strangely in the past, harping back even to Pro League, where there have been some play days where just overall across multiple matches, Villa was actually quite attacker-sided. So maybe I'm being a little bit biased here towards Noble, just given the fact that they're looking stronger heading into this season, but I don't think the alarm bells will be ringing too much, even if they are down on the defense, just provided the fact that they can bring some confidence to the attack and actually have some plans in place to be able to disrupt the defense that Ferox will end up bringing.
I mean, how do you think I'm feeling right now, Gus, right? Because Ferox have come out looking pretty good, and I did tip them originally. I did change that tip. I still think, though, that Noble will be fine. In saying that, you don't want to be losing too many defense rounds. This is not like they're struggling to attack here. Ferox get at least one more attacking round, and that's already a pass mark. And if they can do it in this very round here for round 4.
Oh, that's how he
3-1.
does it. That's how he, sorry to cut you off, but that's how he does it.
Yeah, no.
Good observing. Thank you. I'll definitely be using that one. I mean, personally, I love to hold those staircases, so making that any easier is always good.
But yes, if Ferox win this round 3-1, early days, and they'll basically, what I feel like then, guys, is get a couple of free shots in the next couple of rounds after to extend the lead.
For me, the limit is probably 3, maybe 4 rounds that Noble can let slip, but anything more than that, especially if they're not close, would be devastating. I do like the fact that Noble have changed things up a little bit here. They're bringing that clash to the board. Derpay will be able to slow down these attackers even more, again in conjunction with those Banshees. The rest of the team can play aggressive off that, but it is a high-risk, high-reward strategy, especially if Milo, for example, here does get shut down. He's getting super aggro early in this round. Needs to be mindful that he doesn't get taken down, because then the pressure's fully onto Derpay, who's holding that top of main stairs.
And Derpay's been struggling to find kills as well, as you can see. 0-3 at the moment, so maybe the clash just to give Noble a little bit of something. Well, they've just completely dealt with him instantly. Derpay and Oda, though, are both in the down state. And this is for what? 2 minutes on the clock. There's a lot going on here and a lot of utility being used from both sides. Fisho Guy just making sure Shade can't just run through that door. Oda has been brought back up. Derpay, though, hasn't.
These pushes are very one-dimensional from Ferox. I don't think Noble need to be over-peaking this. They can just let them play into their hands. Derpay almost getting revived, but Molosca can't pick him up in time. Sushi to clean that one up gives them that clear man advantage now, as we see Oda rotating over towards the 90 window, and that is that second point of attack that's really important here for Ferox.
Ferox are wounded as well here. Look at Shade and Oda's health, both very low. Todd close to half health as well, whereas you've essentially got almost a full health Noble, except for Fisho Guy. They're certainly in the advantageous position right now with a minute to go in this 4 versus 4. Ferox have also used a lot of utility already. Noble too have as well, but still, I think 55 seconds remaining. It certainly feels like Noble should be able to hold on and win this round from this position.
The scary thing for the attack is Nico roaming below with the C4 could deny the plant, especially if it's a late round to execute. Not sure how much intel Noble will have on site, especially considering they didn't actually bring a dedicated intel gatherer. So we'll probably have to be off a ping. Meanwhile, Molosca gets one, Todd gets Fisho, and that is a 3-on-3. 30 seconds left. That C4 though, it's massive. Nico drops Sushi, does damage to Todd as well, leaving it in this 2-on-3.
Make it a 1v3 and a non-v3. How quickly things can turn around. And for Noble, they will even up this map 2-2.
I was scared of that roam there for the attack, and I guess in the end it did pay off. I thought maybe Nico blew it a little bit too early. Maybe should have waited for them to actually get into towards site, but in the end it was actually the right way to go about it. He got the critical pick, leaving not much left in the tank of Todd either. And just like that, it fell apart. And that was the risk for Ferox this entire time. These more one-dimensional pushes, everyone basically dedicating to study. Whilst it can work and can overwhelm the defense, the second that it starts to get picked apart, that's when it's really difficult to recover in these rounds, particularly the later they occur.
I know we're only 4 rounds completed, but I've got to say, this new look Ferox lineup, it's not looking bad. It's not looking like a automatic bottom 2. They certainly are going to put up a fight this season for Oceanic Nationals. In saying that, though, the other side of the coin is they could still be a team that just maybe struggles to get the actual wins. A lot of 7-5s or a lot of 7-4s or even some overtime losses. Have they got what it takes in the crunch time moments to come away with the victories? That's where they still got to be tested.
On the side of Noble, the one thing I'm really liking is the fact that they have given up on that closet hold. Probably a wise decision considering how quickly it was picked apart in round number 2. As well, I'm really keen to see how Nico plays here on the Oryx. Of course, he can charge through walls. He can also go up through hatches. And judged on the amount of hatches I have seen be open already from Noble, I'm anticipating him to play quite an aggressive roam below. And if needed, he can just basically jump back towards site when required. So provided that he isn't taken out earlier, or taken out early rather in the round. It'll be a big nuisance and a big resource waster for Ferox to try and hunt him down.
So I don't think there was anything committed into Closet this time around. Trying through that, it gives them an opportunity. The problem is, it could be a mental game as well. It's like, okay, well, they haven't really used any utility here, but is someone just waiting around, as soon as we come through Closet? They're going to drone it out like, to its fullest extent, and for the most part, this Closet side of the map is going to be open for the taking on the east, and everyone else is defending on the west.
I mean, there is also a real chance as well that Ferox in their drone placements and drone positions haven't actually spotted the Oryx, and if Nico hasn't made those traditional large rotates on site or where the drones were positioned, then that could really catch them off guard to an even higher degree. So it's important if Ferox haven't actually established all the enemy defenders and all the operators that they do, otherwise they will get caught off guard.
This could be really bad. Derpe in position, looking for his first frag of the day, and will be able to achieve it right onto Shade in that window. And that's going to be a quick 5-3 advantage now for Noble. Although, just as I say that, didn't even get to finish it. Now it's 2-4. Molosca able to get Todd. Sushi, Nazgul remain. Much better from Noble, though, this round.
Both attackers left below, and Nico might be in a position to find himself into this match. Currently, of course, going 6-2. That's been a good performance from him, and he could well find a couple more. Nazgul will be in his lines of sight very soon. He sees the tip of the gun, fires some shots, but thinks better of it and will rotate back towards red. And that's just another time waster that Ferox need to deal with, on top of the fact that they are at that man disadvantage.
But there's no reason to peek that. You've got the time on your side. You've got the numbers on your side. You go into that scrappy 1v1 and try and push it, try and peek it, and you lose it. Suddenly then, it's a 2 versus 3, and it can change the whole game. So there's just no reason for Nico to get involved there. Nazgul still just trying to push through Astro and clear that room, and actually does get Nico. 2 versus 3 now with 22 seconds on the clock. You get that opening frag pushing onto the site just like that, and maybe you got a chance. Sushi's going to have to find the 1v3, though, to close out the round potentially. Does have the diffuser in hand. Pushing onto the site, though, taking shots from one side, expecting the crossfire to come through. It doesn't. Now has to plant the diffuser. 3 seconds. Miloska, pretty low health and maybe just worrying, but has got that one wrapped up pretty easily. Noble win the round. That's going to be 2 or 3 in a row now for Noble.
Yeah, basically an impossible win there for Sushi in the end. Not only was it a 1 versus 2, but on top of that, there was actually a bulletproof camera inside a stat watching that main bedroom door the entire time. So Sushi was being called out, probably ping 2.0 as well by the team. So not a whole lot that he could do, but as a quick replay of the C4, Derpe goes bada bing, bada boom, good night. And that really set up the round nicely for Noble. It looked a little bit sketchy there at the end, but again, when you have that early round advantage, on most occasions, you should be able to convert that to a dub.
Yeah. No, it was really well played. And yeah, 2 wins in a row now for Noble, from 2-1 out to 2-3. And I still think 2-4 is not a bad attacking half for Ferox. Of course, we didn't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but if a 3-3 half is still really good for Ferox. So they get one more chance here to have a strong opening half. We're going to see Nico on the Oryx again, so maybe you'll get your opportunity, guys, to see him run through a couple of walls.
I mean, that's the thing. I would love to see that, but I think that, like I sort of alluded to earlier, maybe he's not going to do that just on the off chance that he isn't droned or is misdroned during the preparation phase. It can sort of hide that a little bit and be that added surprise factor. In fact, maybe even in the last round, I'm not 100% convinced that Nazgul actually would have spotted Nico out as the Oryx, so I'm still anticipating this to be at least a little bit of a wild card for the attack. And again, it's just another thing that you need to deal with and be mindful of, particularly when it comes to the flanks. Or runouts. Oh, I thought Nico was going to run out, like dash run out and get a kill, but he thought better.
Oh. This would be a great way to close the half, though, for Noble. 3 round wins in a row. 4-2. Solid defense on Villa. Just sets them up nicely for their attack. For Sushi though, just going to lead the way for Todd to then lead the way for everyone else on the Monty.
Probably the one round where they would have liked a smoke, but obviously not on the board. I mean, President with the Legion can help push back this Monty a little bit with those goo mines, but that will only be to a limited effect, really. So Todd, aware of that at the moment, just holding position, wasting a little bit of the attention, really, of Noble. Fisho guy now forced to hold this, can't hold anywhere else where he probably would have liked, and it's a little bit uncomfortable. I mean, we did see basically everyone paired up with Todd early in the round, but now he's left all alone, and he's just basically a time waster at the moment.
Turpe finds another C4 kill 2 rounds in a row, this time onto Oda. Shade will take out Nico though. The Oryx maybe not paying dividends as he would have liked. Todd just dodging that one. And well, as you said, time wasted, but also just a nuisance for Noble to deal with. A bit of a spanner in the works right now for Noble in this final round of the half. She's just trying to find an angle through. Instead, just going to drop on down, run in behind Todd, and maybe try and catch someone from Noble who peeks Todd.
I mean, he could go for a plant right now. There's not too much stopping him, to be completely honest. I mean, maybe a wayward C4 could take him out, but the shield should absorb a lot of that. And as Fisho gets dropped, that position is looking more and more likely. Shade, however, is traded back. Sushi thinks better of it, though, and will now go for that plant. The denial, not sure if it's quite there. There's a goo mine, but what's that going to do? They need to try and rush the planter, but Todd, he can just plug the door.
It's a timing game. Who's going to win this one? Molosca, President, both low. Oh my days! President's picked up a double, though. Gets Todd and Sushi. That's the round. Noble are going to take the half 4-2. And Dirtbay finds the triple kill. President coming up clutch as well towards the back end of that.
Defenders win.
Ferox had a big opportunity to tie up the half 3-3, but just let it slip.
I mean, it was always going to be messy trying to plant behind a Monty, but I probably wasn't expecting it to go from 0 to 100 like it did so quickly there. It was well played by Noble, able to just throw bodies in the way of Ferox, able to stop that counter defuse, really. I'd actually rather stop them from protecting against that counter defuse. President popping off there, playing quite well. It was a lot to take in. I mean, I've watched that twice now, and I'm still not 100% what actually happened. 100% sure what actually happened, but it was a Noble win. I know that, and that does give them the lead.
People went shooty, shooty, bang, bang.
That's what Siege is, right? It's just click heads.
Just click heads. Run around,
Easy.
click heads.
Easy.
Reinforce walls, click heads. Throw out some utility. That's basically it. Summed up in a nutshell. We'll sum up that first half, though, with a good start from Ferox, but Noble just really applying their dominance towards the back half of the first half.
And you mentioned there reinforcing. One thing I didn't really get an opportunity to talk about in that last round was the fact that Oryx now in this...
Wait, can Oda not do it?
Yeah, I think he missed it. I don't know.
He tried it, didn't work, and...
Yeah, it's probably a pixel spot. Anyway, the point I was going to make is that Oryx now in the current meta is actually quite strong, right? Because of the reinforcement pool. That means that Nico or whoever's playing the Oryx doesn't actually need to reinforce, meaning that he can be a long way from site, prep those hatches, and hide from the drones, whereas in the past that wasn't really the case. So maybe moving forward, Oryx will be a bit more of a viable pick, and I'm expecting Noble of all the teams to probably fall on that the most.
Noble just run away with this, though, on their attack and overwhelm Ferox. Or maybe not.
Maybe
That's
not.
cool. Nice opening frag onto Dirtbait. Just catching him off guard.
Imagine spawn peeking in comp. SMH, my head.
Disgraceful.
I mean, it's a disgrace in scrims, not so much in actual officials. But I mean, we could... yeah, actually, I'm not going to talk about that. That'll probably rage a debate. I don't know. What are your thoughts on...
Hey, you're in the
spawn
game, you
kills
can
in
do whatever
scrim?
you want.
Spawn kills... Okay, there you go.
All right. There's no rules in game. You click heads. No matter how you can do it, you do it. Sushi on the clash. Trying to be nuisance here for Ferox. Good start for them though. Like, however you get a kill is you get a kill. Who cares? And they've made it 5-4 now, and they can potentially get a nice opening defensive round, make it 3-4, and just bring back a bit of momentum because it has gone the way of Noble for the last 3 rounds now in a row. So they've got a winning streak here, Noble, and Ferox are going to need to stop it.
I mean, the only real positive I can take out of an attacker being killed so early is it does mean Noble can set up those flank drones and have full confidence they're being watched by Derpo, who will be flicking them. What? What do you mean? It's not that bad. I mean, it could be worse. I feel like losing a player early on defense is worse than attack.
I would agree with that. I would agree
Just
with that.
because you can sit on drones and watch your flank. Like, no one on the attack now needs to worry about their flanks. Because sometimes, if all 5 members are on the board, no one watches drones. And
Is this the new meta? Just send one attacker in to die so you can just flick around on the drone?
I mean, maybe.
Well, now they're going to have 2 flicking around on the drones because Oda will get precedent. This round is just falling by the wayside for Noble. And now it's back in to an even path for Noble. That took like, what, 5 seconds of not saying anything?
I don't know what just happened there. Where was Fisho guy? How did he get that kill? Was it from... I don't know. From like airlock? Okay. Below? Nade? I don't know. I'll let you answer that one. You're the play-by-play. You were watching, surely.
I think he just shot him through the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bullets
Bullets
went
went
flying.
flying.
I don't know.
I think it was like, what, was it end of Classical? It was around where Nico is right now, the end of near Classical Hall. Either way, he pushes in. Oda's not going to allow that to happen for a second time in a row. And that 3v3 becomes a impossible task for Miloska. And Ferox will take the opening defensive round. Lovely kitchen.
Yes. Nice. That is a very random position for that final cam, but either way, it was a little bit of a random round in the sense that it felt like it was all Ferox for the majority, and then those 2 quick picks seemingly out of nowhere from Noble positioned themselves in, you know, a favorable, I wouldn't say favorable, but at least a better position than they were previously. But again, classic Villa filtered in towards the site late round. It was always going to be tough, and Ferox were able to just shut down those common entry points. And they did take the round, leaving it at a 1-round margin now.
Over to trophy and stat for this round. Round number 8. It's 3-4. Just feel like we're heating up a bit though. Cooking in the kitchen like we just saw at the end of round cam. This game maybe just not going the way we thought it would in terms of a one-sided affair. Ferox have obviously had a pretty good attack themselves, picking up 2 rounds. And then you get the opening defense round. You've now stopped the winning streak as well of Noble. So a lot looking up for Ferox just off the back of that one win. It can change things pretty quickly. And now you can tie it up 4-4. You win this one. And well, I mentioned sort of a similarity to the wildcard LFO series that we had earlier this evening. And it could shape up to be that way. Just wonder, could it actually be Ferox that maybe pull away?
Maybe Ferox electing to hold above, having some presence like we saw from Noble on their defense. Pretty standard setup in towards Laundry and on site, but it will be something they need to contend with. I mean, I say it's normal, but I believe they only reinforced one of the walls in Laundry, if I saw that correctly. So that's a little bit different from what we normally see, and could create a little bit of a kill box here. Fisho spots it out, calls it out to his team, and will be able to open it with an Ash charge. I mean, if Noble wanted to be really brazen here, they could fully rush in and try and trade this out, but I'm not sure they'll go for that.
I think, though, with Shade holding that angle, maybe not expecting them to try and do that, but...
I mean, they're all off-site now. They're literally all off-site. If they were to rush the breach right now, unless there's vertical, there must be vertical watching this breach.
By having that wall open, though, doesn't that mean that, obviously,
there's no
depending on
vertical.
where...
I honestly believe that if Noble drone this out, they could fully rush in towards side and get the plant down. I mean, Fisher's droning it right now. Like, they know it's clear.
Precedent's going to the other side of the map, though. Although now Fisher Guy and Molosco are both going to make the way in through Laundry. So,
oh, this isn't site. I thought
this is not site. I'm like, they'll be below the site.
That's why I was wondering why they're reinforcing.
They're below the. They're below it. They're not on it.
Just ignore me. Oh my god, that is the
I'm
worst
sitting
call I've
here-
ever made.
I'm
in
sitting
C-
here
in my
like
siege
you're getting
task ever.
you're getting so excited because they're like underneath the site. I'm like,
can we just delete that from the VOD?
is
Oh,
this
that
so?
terrible.
This some big brain play from Gus?
Nah, jeez, that is. That's the smoothest brain thing I think I've ever said in my life.
Oda gets Fisher guy, and I'm sitting here trying to say that by
Sorry.
by playing it the way that they have Ferox, they've kind of probably put a bit of doubt into the minds of Noble here and as to how they want to proceed. And as you can see in the end, Fisher guy is eliminated. So they're watching, because it opens it up, and then that way Ferox kind of know where they're going to be pushing in from. At least that's how I sort of read the play. 50 seconds remaining and 5v3. Ferox should win this round, and Guns should have a drink of water and freshen up a bit.
It's been a long night. These best of ones, they just take it out of you, I reckon.
Yeah,
Gee, that's
who cares
really
about the best of
bad.
threes?
I even wrote it down that it was stat trophy on my spreadsheet. So, I mean, 30 seconds to go. I don't know what's going on, but Noble do. President gets one. Oda gets one back. Derpe with a trade as well. Diffuser in the hands of Milo, though. Derpe being slowed down by Banshee 2. This round surely going in the hands of Team Ferox.
Drop the diffuser. 15 seconds
Yeah,
to
it makes
go.
it 4-4, 2 rounds, wins in a row as well for Ferox. Nazgul just will get the final frag onto Derpe. I'm going to say, Nazgul, Oda, decent debut right now for Ferox, and they're putting up a fight against the favored Noble. We are tied 4-4. The two closest matchups we've had tonight was Wildcard LFO and Noble Ferox. At least until, you know, after 8 rounds. Of course, we saw just previously Elevate Knights, which was 5-1, and then it was 5-5, and then it was 7-5. But in terms of back and forth, as the night has played, as the whole night has played out, this one and Wildcard and LFO over the first 8 rounds, back and forth.
Well, it will actually now be dining and kitchen. So look, I was just
Defenders.
You were
so
just ahead of the curve.
excited to see this site that, yeah. I just
So what you're saying
completely-
is now we're going to see laundry double wall.
Probably. I mean, you would, yeah. I mean, Oda's reinforcing it right now, so obviously, as you would expect, fully reinforced. The interesting thing to note is really on the attack. I mean, Nico has elected to go onto Fuse, which is an operator that we, again, rarely see. So another pocket pick coming out from Nico. That said, those cluster charge bombs can be really effective in clearing a lot of utility, burning ADS devices, and I mean, there's a lot on site that needs to be dealt with. Not ADS devices on this occasion, but I mean, you have the Banshees, even the Maestro cams, the Mute Jammers, the list really goes on. And combine that with the fact that Castle's been brought to the board, that could actually aid, or can aid, a Fuse in breaching, or using those breaching charges on surfaces, because it does lower the risk when you actually use it.
Yeah, I love the pulse pickup here for Sushi, and it shows that really so far tonight, Ferox have not been afraid of this matchup against Noble. Noble, of course, technically, you know, if we look at Six Masters as and Oceanic Nationals, the continuation of Six Masters, they did lose their last 2 matchups in the playoffs. Obviously under the Sinister banner, before now joining, well, technically before becoming Malincat and then joining Noble.
We're going to say those words. Who is Malincat?
Well, I had to get it in the broadcast at some point and say Malincat.
I refuse to say it. I mean, I did just say it, but you know.
I get baited.
Yeah, I got baited. Oh, well. A bit like how I got baited on the site last round. Oh, no. Thankfully, I'm not playing. Otherwise, I'd just be attacking the wrong site all the time, which would be really bad.
This is why none of us want to play ranked with you guys.
Which is funny, because Noble actually baited the Knights way back when to attacking the wrong site. And they also managed to bait me into thinking they were attacking a different site. So they are just
big brains.
Amazing. Big brain, yeah.
Dining kitchen though for this 9th round. Whoa, President just eliminated by Nazgul. It's been certainly impressive. And they got the advantage this round now again. Although, as you like to point out, that means President can just flick around on drones. This is actually the meta. Look at that. It's already working out. Moloska gets Nazgul and it's 4-4.
Oh, cluster charge enough to distract Shade. Fisho getting that pick. That's a super nice sweep from him. That leaves it now in a 3-on-4. Ferox on site, trying to fight for their lives as Noble will now try and get some vertical. Keep an eye on Nico as well. Those cluster charges raining out. Talking about raining out damage, Todd manages to get Fisho guy with a C4. This could be another one onto Nico. It's enough for a down. Not quite sure how that one didn't kill him, but either way, he will be picked up. Might have a couple more clusters in the pocket as well that he can use.
It wasn't like directly underneath it, just a little bit off to the side, and that's going to be the difference here. That could be the round difference as well, because Todd is now eliminated by Moloska. Sushi low, spotted on the site. 25 seconds remaining, 3 versus 2. Now to 1v3 scenario. Sushi at about half health has got a lot to do here. Can't do it. You just wonder if Todd actually gets the elimination and not just the down. Maybe Ferox win the round, but it wasn't to be, and Noble get one back.
A little bit of an unorthodox attack there from Noble, but it definitely paid off in the end. That does leave the scoreline now 4-5. Noble just edging out a little bit there. It's still anyone's game. I mean, I know it's a meme at this point, but it literally is, right? I don't know if Ferox will now be able to overcome this, particularly considering if there is a break. I don't think there will be because it's our end, but they have to continue that momentum that they had established earlier and not let this one single round sort of unravel what they had been setting up here.
It's what, 4-5 now in favor of Noble, so still very much close. I think Ferox showing even in that last round that it's not like it was a flawless round win from Noble. In fact, none of the rounds I think here on Villa have been flawless, not so much because it's a 5-0, but just in terms of the clinical cleanliness in terms of these rounds. They have been a bit messy. They have been back and forth. In the rounds particular, we've seen a lot of, 3v5s become 3v3s, for instance. So both teams are just back and forth right now in what is a very even matchup. Ferox should be very happy with the way things have gone after 9 rounds, but they definitely want to be the winners here. They come here to win. They're putting up a very valiant effort as we head into the 10th round. Noble, though, want that match point. They win this, they'll get it.
10 seconds to insertion.
We're going to see Clash again for the second time tonight. We did see Derpe, I believe it was, for Noble on the Clash earlier. In the first half, Sushi now taking up that role in the second. Unfortunately for Derp, it had limited effect, but maybe Sushi can provide the goods in another sense. As Nazgul's going for another spawn pick again onto Derpe of all the players. Derpe's already been spawn picked once. Nazgul does the dirty and gets him again. That's super rough.
Derpe's just not having a great match here on Villa. Unfortunately, there's not much you can really do about that. It's just well played from Nazgul. And, well, I'm going to say it again. Derpe can just flick around on the drones. It's the new meta, according to Guz.
It is. Noble, again, they're just too big brain for us. Completely intentional there from Derpe to
Ping
fall
2.0
victim.
is just too strong.
Exactly. They're just falling victim to the no info run out deliberately and just giving confidence to Ferox that they don't deserve. It's this sense of overconfidence that's going to lose them this match, that's for sure.
Well,
maybe not, as Nazgul gets his second kill.
I said we've had a couple of 3v5s that become 3v3. Noble are going to have to achieve that feat here in the 10th round. Otherwise, Ferox will tie it back up to 5-5. And as this keeps going on, I just keep thinking to myself, man, should have I actually just stuck with my Ferox pick? I would have been solo first at the end of Playday 1. Everyone would have been surprised with that. Still a long way to go here. Even in just this round in particular, minute and a half. They're trying to get Sushi from below with a bit of the information they were able to get from main stairs. But they're outnumbered, outgunned this round in particular, Noble.
Nico is proficient on the buck. He needs to do a lot here in this round if his team is to stand a chance. They're still contending with this clash. Sushi doing a really good job of just staying alive here and backing back towards the site when necessary. I mean, yes, there's still a minute that they need to defend for, but there's no real rush to get anywhere near Moloska here. Just don't get within touching distance, really, and should be all right. Oda's there as well to assist down the classical hallway, and Noble are being tracked out quite significantly. Those gas canisters not helping, but there you go.
3-3.
It's a 3-on-3, as he called.
Although now you've got to finish it down the stretch and get the execution. Nico's also very low, so it will be difficult to see him pushing in onto the site. Moloska with the diffuser, 28 seconds. Peek around the corner. Sushi goes on the offense and is able to eliminate Fisho guy. Nazgul over in Vault, trying to get involved as well, but it's now a triple kill for Nico.
Whoa.
And Moloska finds a double to win the round for Noble, and they've got match point. Ferox should be fuming that they let that one slip away.
A massive round there from Nico. Not only did he go below and do a little bit of displacement, but he was absolutely going ham playing on the DMR. We don't often see Buck players bringing that gun to the table, but the fact that it now has the 3x, the longest sight in the game, of course, outside of the Kali sniper, allows players of that gun to establish really long lines of sight. He got the pick onto Todd, or the down onto Todd at least. He found a couple of others as well, and that in combination with Milo being able to get the wall open really late with the ace put so much pressure on Ferox, and it never really felt like late in that round they actually had the man advantage that they did.
Trophy stat and what could be our final round of the night even. 7-4 win would be, in my opinion, probably a little demoralizing for Ferox because they've taken it right up to Noble. And I feel like almost a mastermind when I compared this to the wildcard LFO series, guys, because I said it was 4-4, first 8 rounds, close. And then one team just pulls away. And now in this instance, in this example, it's Noble. They're pulling away just like wildcard did against LFO. And that's what separates the top teams from the middle of the pack and the teams down the bottom.
Ferox looking like they're setting up for a more traditional hold here. Some holes being generated over towards AVG to watch the study push, but in terms of bedroom, they're not extending towards closet. We only saw that attempted once and it failed. I mean, one person to keep an eye on in this setup, if you want to call it that, is Nazgul. Will he go for another spawn pick? I mean, he is roaming down below, but probably not in a position to go for one. Todd is a long way offside as well. In fact, Zoda and Shade as well down below. So this is super aggro. A lot of C4s down there as well that they can try and play around.
Have they actually won a round that Nazgul finds a kill with the spawn peak?
Round 8? Was round 8 the one where he hit the other spawn peak, or was it round 9? I can't remember.
Oh, might have been actually, yes. So maybe 1-1 in the old spawn peak arena.
You can see Derpe is being very cautious, like it's 2 minutes 20 and he's just getting close to the building. He's a bit scared.
Derpe's had it rough, to be fair, here on real. I don't blame him. Don't blame him at all. A lot of time. Noble do not need to rush this. If anything, if they play this patience enough, I wouldn't be surprised if Ferox slip up and get over Zealous or over Eager somewhere and put themselves in a bad position and for Noble to capitalize.
Fisher getting quite aggro early here. Maybe trying to find a couple of those players roaming below, but they have in fact tried to make their way back to site. Nico, again on the DMR, able to shut that down. He's going ham at the moment. A scary prospect really for this defense.
I think his KDA is like nuts. Maybe trying to steal MVP of the night away from Vinny. The only one that still has a chance to do so, in my opinion. Couple of clutch moments as well here on Villa. Yeah, look at that, 12-3-6, a very impressive performance, and could pad the stats just a little bit more here in what could be the potential final round. Match point for Noble, 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining. Shade already eliminated, so it's 5-4, advantage to Noble. Although in saying that, guys, from what we've seen, it doesn't always mean it's going to be an instant win. 3-5, it's the scary 3-5.
We have seen 3-5s often swing back to 3-3s though, so it's important that Noble take their time and establish some control around the objective. But as I say that, Nazgul shows up in this round and shuts down Nico, really the danger man for this attack at the moment. 35 seconds left though, Nazgul still above. If he isn't cleared, this could be pretty disastrous if they try and enter towards that part of the map.
28 seconds remaining. Still a couple of goo mines up from Todd.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
There's the 3-3. We are prophets. Xenox and Guz here to be the clairvoyance that you need. Oda now also gets dead by Nazgul, gets president. They've won the round. Oh, it's like clockwork, Guz, is it not? We've predicted it like 2 times in a row.
I mean, I'm just questioning what the hell is Fisher guy doing on that peak? Like, he's peeking the hard left when there's still players clearly in stat and airlock or 90, wherever that second player was. He flashes it out and it doesn't even peek that direction. So that was a little bit cumbersome from him and a little bit weird. But again, he's probably just acting off the intel that he had or the lack thereof. Unfortunately, though, that does tighten up that scoreline. We're either one round away from concluding this or heading into overtime.
Ooh. Just the, shaking the, rubbing the hands together here for what could be our first overtime of the Oceanic Nationals. Aviator Games. Is there one last ace up the sleeve for Ferox? Oda and Nazgul. Nazgul's been their best player, in my opinion.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't want to say anything after? You don't want to hype him up? I just led you in there to hype him up, and you just did not care
Yeah,
at all.
Nazgul, absolutely amazing, going 13-9, absolutely insane. I mean, no, in all seriousness, it felt like it's been a pretty well-rounded performance from the rest of the team. Nazgul just doing some crazy stuff. Some of it off camera as well, so we don't exactly know what's actually happening. I mean, that's no fault of anyone, right? Because he's doing stuff that's unpredictable, and Noble aren't reading into it either. He's hit at least 2 spawn peaks that I can remember, really utilizing verticality as well, which is obviously dangerous to contend with. So provided that he can remain confident here and remain composed at least for the next couple of rounds, then maybe that could be the turning point and the player that Ferox really need to carry them forward.
Oda's been really good as well. And President has shown some good signs for Noble. So I think we can probably conclude now that for day one, almost all of the debutants and fresh faces that we've seen for Oceanic Nationals have done a pretty stellar job.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think maybe the only one that found it a little bit tricky was maybe Nate, particularly on
And maybe
the smoke,
Hotshot.
but
I'd say Nate and Hotshot would be the...
yeah, but I mean, it's to be expected. I don't think anyone is going to play their best on a new team in the first game. So hopefully they just improve as the season progresses.
As I said, I think they've all shown good signs. 2 minutes in this match point round for Noble. Ferox wanting to send it to overtime. They're not done playing just yet. They have a trick up their sleeve to secure this final round. The trick is probably you want to find yourself in a 3-5 disadvantage, and you apparently go on and win the round 2-3 times in a row.
Minute 30, half the timer in this round has concluded. Noble have some okay control established over towards the top of the main stairs. President as well concerning himself with the flank. Still 3 air jabs in his pockets that he can try and utilize. Of course, no one's died early in this round, so no one is dedicated on the drones, and those air jabs will be even more important. Also important that they clear their shield, which is also hampering their progress. But so far, it's feeling like Noble is setting up quite nicely for this attack, provided no one falters in these next few steps.
The Clash is playing a bit more defensive this time around compared to the last time we saw Ferox bring out the Clash and sitting in the hallway, just sort of trying to bait out those shots. Nico's still just trying to play down below and catch Sushi from below. Gonna miss though, and technically wasting a lot of time down there as well. 30 seconds remaining. Still no frag has come out from either team. The Clash of Sushi being a nuisance can block up a position there. Fisher Guy does take out Todd though, and now makes it a 5 versus 4. 20 seconds remaining. Is just around. Are Noble going to secure this win? Nazgul gets President, steps up again. Oda though going to be eliminated by Nico. Moloska just under fire, under siege. Shay gets 1. Nazgul's down, needs to be revived. Not gonna get revived. Whoa, 3 kills in 3 seconds. GG, well played. Have fun. They did. It is a 7-5 win for Noble.
They left it to the 11th hour. The final round of regulation was enough for Noble to take the win. Probably a little bit closer than they would have liked, but they can take some solace in the fact that their attacks were pretty strong across the board.
15 kills for Moloska, 13 for Nico. It was like a tag team duo cleaning up on Villa. Noble 7-5 are on the board for the Oceanic Nationals. Unfortunately for Ferox Scars, they do fall short of the mark, which maybe might end up being a theme throughout the Oceanic Nationals if they can't execute down the stretch. And look, it's going to be tough to find wins. From what I can tell, a lot of the predictions is that they're one of the teams favored for the bottom two. If that's the performance though that they're going to bring out, maybe they're going to buck that prediction.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the way they played on that map is not, I feel, reflective of a team that is going to find themselves in that relegation territory, in that bottom two. They played extremely well, especially considering if it's true, if they've only really established this team 2 weeks ago. I mean, to go 7-5 against Noble is no mean feat. They played pretty well across the board. I mean, of course, some of the rounds, there were some mistakes and whatnot, but that's every round, right? No team's perfect. I think it's just important that they can review this match, being the first official they've played together, and then improve on those mistakes heading forward, especially if Villa is a map that they want to try and really solidify in their map pool.
It was certainly nice to go to a different location after Cafe, Clubhouse. As much as I love Cafe and Clubhouse, don't get me wrong, it's sort of probably going to be the maps of the season based of course, the fact that, you know, it's best of one. So and I thought we saw some really good play from both teams. It was super close. Obviously, it was 4-4 after 8 rounds. It was back and forth. It wasn't as if Noble went up 4-0 and then Ferox got 4 in a row. It was essentially round for round, just right up until the end. Even the fact that it went 7-5, and Ferox really could have sent that to overtime just as easily as Noble won it. It was a game that could have gone either way. I had to get it in one more time.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a coin flip in the end. It came down to who's going to win that 12th round. It was really just Noble that edged out. Again, alternate timeline sort of storyline. I can envision there being one where that did go to overtime. Do I think that Ferox would have edged out had it have gone to overtime? Probably not. I think it would have been dependent really on who started on the attack and who started on the defense. But like I said earlier, Ferox overall solid performance, just wasn't quite enough.
And as we've been doing throughout the night, having an interview with a member of the winning team, we're going to be having Nico from Noble. I don't know why I almost stumbled on that one. Firstly, congratulations on the win. Obviously, it looked like you guys might have won it a bit comfortably, but Ferox gave you a bit of a fight there towards the end.
They did. They put up a fight. We were ready for it, but, you know, we edge out in front, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to sort of hone in a little bit on at least your personal playstyle tonight, because not only were you one of the top performing players on the team, at least statistically, you're also bringing out some of the wildest picks we've probably seen in the season so far as well. So maybe at least on an operator standpoint, talk us through like the Fuse pick and maybe the Oryx pick.
Well, I notice they chase picks a lot, and Oryx is pretty great for not getting picked, especially just running around, sort of wasting time, being a threat, a constant threat. I always want to bring them away from their push, etc. The Fuse, with the Pulse pick, I know that they love their C4s, especially on dining. Again, it's just like I just want to cause damage.
Fair enough. And then I guess leading on from that, you're also playing the Buck quite a bit, and for the first time that I think I've probably seen in a comp game, someone actually running the DMR. Of course, it did get the 3x in the update. Is that sort of the thought process behind that? Because you seem to be popping off with it nonetheless.
Yeah, look, after they banned the sledge, I was kind of ready for it, and I've been prepping with the DMR for a while, like sort of getting used to it, popping hatches with it. Especially after they removed the ACOG on the C8, like I just got to go onto the DMR. So them banning sledge was pretty much just freeing me up to get the DMR out.
There you go.
Last one before I let you go, mate. Just sort of what's the team expectations for this season? You know, at times you guys in the past have sort of bowed out of playoffs, unfortunately in the wrong fashion, but the regular season has been good. Obviously you can't control any of the playoff stuff yet. Yeah. It's just a matter of the regular season. But is it first? Is it second? Is it just beat wildcard? What is it?
We're just looking to win every game. That's just how it goes. It's only up
easy. That's the best answer. I like to hear that. Look, congratulations again on the night. It was a tough one. Ferox, obviously a good up-and-coming team, and you dealt with them. So best of luck for Friday night.
Alrighty, have a good night, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I don't know about that one, but I'll take it.
Hey, we are first in the snowball predictions.
True.
That makes us gentlemen.
That makes us geniuses, really, but same.
Yeah. Gentlemen, geniuses, it's all the
Same.
same. Noble, big win, 7-5 over Ferox, and I guess 7-5 is probably a deserved scoreline in the end for Noble, and I think it also reflects how Ferox were able to really take it right up to them. I think 7-3, 7-4 would have been a bit unfair. I think 7-3, 7-4 would have been what I expected the scoreline to be. 7-5 is a good middle ground.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely closer than I personally expected, but I guess for the fans at home, it was pretty reflective of the poll vote. I believe it was, what, like a 60-40 split, so pretty close to what the scoreline was in the end. So maybe Ferox are a bigger threat this season than we've sort of anticipated.
Potentially, and especially after the performance from Nazgul and Oda, you can kind of put that to bed now in terms of how are they going to play. Well, they played phenomenal, and going into their future games, realistically, it's a good team to probably get out of the way. Noble, the next one would be if you can get out of the way as wildcard. Ferox should then be able to, in their own minds, think that they can beat every other team in the tournament. So, as I said, it's going to be a log jam towards the middle of the pack, and Ferox will, just like a lot of other teams, be around there.
Yeah, it's going to get messy. The best of one format really encapsulates that. It's going to be a messy brawl for the entirety of this season, and I think for the most part, tonight probably went as we expected in general. In fact, I believe the community as a whole were correct on every single matchup, but I can assure you that that trend is definitely not going to continue, probably not even on Friday night. So the rest of the season's still well and truly up in the air.
Well, I mean, the community poll vote favored Elevate overnight, so...
Did it?
They did.
Oh, well, I was wrong.
Well, no, you were right. We were right. We chose Knights.
Oh, yeah, we're making... Oh, that's right. We're making fun of Manic and Raven again. I forgot.
Yeah. Oh, God, that's... I can't wait to see what they have to say about it on Friday. Let's look at today's matches, though, as they played out, of course, the opening match for Oceanic Nationals, OKAMI versus Rhythm. 7-3, not much of a surprise there. Wildcard ended up brushing aside LFO after what was a pretty close affair in the first half, and Guz elevate Pittsburgh. Definitely, by the end of it, ended up being how we expected it. Close one.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I mean, I believe, I don't know if did I say on Reload that I thought Elevate and PK would go to OT? I was pretty confident, right? So it was close, but we didn't quite get there in the end. In fact, there were actually no games tonight that went to overtime. That said, it was still ultra competitive. And I mean, now we can have a look at the standings and see where everyone lines up. Of course, in this format, everyone plays every single night. So we can have these standings pretty well up to date.
As you can see, top 6 qualify for the playoffs. Bottom 2 relegations. Unfortunately for LFO and Rhythm, they do find themselves in the bottom 2 for now. But it's, I think, is it alphabetical? I don't know, because obviously it's either you're on 3 points or you're on 0 points right now at this portion of the season. None of it really.
Is it alphabetical? W, Zenox. W does not go before P and N.
I was actually just looking at the bottom 2, okay? So you don't have to put me on blast. I'm just
That's all right. That's okay.
I'm just trying to figure out what.
Look, I made a big mistake tonight, so
I would imagine map differential is in there somewhere as like a hidden tiebreaker, somewhere along the lines. Of course, all of that will matter more towards the end of the season. It doesn't necessarily matter too much right now. Obviously, the top 4: OKAMI, Wildcard, Knights, Noble, all winners on day number 1. And the beauty of this, of course, is they will be playing again on Friday.
That's exactly right. It's a quick turnaround for a lot of these teams. They don't have a massive opportunity to rectify a lot of the mistakes that they may have made tonight. If they have scrims booked in tomorrow night, that's what they'll be focusing on. But again, as I said, it's such a short turnaround. To think that those mistakes will be significantly improved upon over one day, that's being a little bit naive, I think. So what we saw tonight should be pretty reflective of what we see on Friday.
Just give us your final thoughts, I guess, on the day as a whole, Guz, and how everything played out.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. Having Siege back in OCE, it's a lot of fun. We got to see the new patch, Shadow Legacy, in play as well, which, again, just changed how the game is played significantly. We saw Ping 2.0 on display. We saw Nico playing the DMR for 3 times, for God's sake. So I can't wait to see what gets thrown up as the rest of the season progresses, and it should be a lot of fun.
Certainly was an exciting night of Siege action here for the opening night of the Oceanic Nationals. We hope you guys enjoyed it as well and enjoyed the games. Of course, well, technically we won't be back on Friday. You'll have to deal with Manic and Raven, but we will see you next week.
My mind's on mine and it won't budge. You bring me back from a darkness black, 'cause the soul in me and the heart I feel. It bleeds for you, it beats again.